your idea is that we should decide what's right, and we should use a gun or bomb or whatever, and you're nodding your head, to make that happen. And that is where my libertarianism kicks in hardcore.
The United States came in and through its underhanded diplomacy, through its own efforts to provoke instability, instituted a government that was hostile to the ethnic Russians living in eastern Ukraine, who voted.
You got Dylan going now. You got Dylan going now.
If Kyle Rittenhouse deserved to be acquitted, didn't he deserve to be acquitted? Didn't he?
I did not see the evidence. I wasn't on the jury, so I didn't get to see all the evidence. So that's not a call for me to make. I respect the jury's decision.
Okay, that's it. But you won't disavow the Marxist leadership either?
How are you?
I am doing quite well. I'm getting ready because in about 15 minutes, we're going to be on a roundtable discussing the future of NATO, and we're going to have the fantastic Whick as our moderator. First time we've had Whick as a guest moderator. It's a rare honor we bestowed upon very few people, and he has been given that distinct privilege, which I believe has only been given over only to one other streamer on, I believe, one other occasion. So Whick is the second, making Hippy Dippy history. And we have the great Jooelewis, who is an old Hippy Dippy veteran, we would call him. You know, we give him the Hippy Dippy Purple Heart for his service. And of course, your name's Crop Duster now. Did you change it?
That's my league name, man. That's just that's
your league name. AircraftSparky, who used to be a Hippy Dippy regular as well, representing the MAGA movement, the Make America Great Again movement, and his, I would say, nationalist viewpoint of conservative politics. And so,
yes,
I wanted to first ask you guys, before we get into the debates we have scheduled today, what do you guys all think of Hippy Dippy being relaunched, and how it's going so far, or what you generally expect from it being back in the space? Start with Connor. It doesn't matter which pack we go in. You can just free flow.
No, I obviously missed it. I have fun on Whick panels. I have fun on Prime Kai Reverie panels. I have fun on every panel that I'm invited to, but there's not enough time. There's not enough energy. And there needs to be a space for young guns to cut their chops and fight in the Twitch and YouTube political space. So I'm happy it's back. I hope it draws more eyeballs and more competitors.
Yep, more debates, more ideas, more potential guests, right? All of it is only positive for the space, right? There's only so much that any one show can do on their own. So the more shows that we have, the more people with ideas, the more topics that come up, I think it all helps each other. We all kind of build each other up. It's a great thing.
Absolutely. I mean, when you look at the old panel game, the way it used to work is one guest would come on, they do well, and then they get invites to all the other shows. Then all the other shows want them because all the other shows are like, not only are they going to get access to all these audiences in front of all these panels, but they want the people who are going to put on the best show. There was a marketplace that streamers could choose from, and the different panels would compete against each other for ideas and viewership and all these different things that would create an environment that I think had people striving to do their best instead of say like a monopoly. While Hippy Dippy was the biggest at the time, we were constantly competing with new panels that would come in, go away, or stayed around for a while. And I do hope that Hippy Dippy isn't the only panel in the space, and I know it's not the only panel in the space, but that there's going to be more, because the more guests that we get on, the more material we have, the more topics we can discuss. And I will also say that, we can't get any deader here in Twitch politics, can we?
Well, no. That can happen, but I will tell you, bringing back the Hippy Dippy will revitalize Twitch polls some. Look, I hope it is more successful than it was before. I enjoyed the panels a lot. I enjoyed, my arch rival here, my man Jooelewis. I'm so glad to see him well, and his hair is amazing as always. Look, I'm really excited to be here. I'm happy to see Dylan doing the Hippy Dippy. Look, it is the prime panel for politics here on Twitch. I'm not sorry to say that one bit. It needs to be revitalized, and that'll help bring Twitch poll back. And look, more ideas, good, bad, or indifferent, the better we are.
I'm trying to figure out how I didn't get my sub revitalized out of 100.
Yeah, somebody just gifted. Kenja just gifted 100 subs in chat. My goodness.
Damn.
We just started today's show. That is a massive donation. Thank you so much for supporting Hippy Dippy as it comes back. See, there are people who want it back, and there are people who are willing to put their money where their mouth is, and they want it back. So there seems to be like a real desire for commentary in the space. I mean, aren't we sick of watching all these discussions happening on live TV. Like we were doing that on Twitch like 3 years ago, and now it's on Piers Morgan.
Yeah, I was talking smack about that. Piers Morgan kind of stole the formula, and on top of that, half the people who compete on those shows, they would get stomped in this space. So that's kind of my thing, is like there is talent down here, and that's actually something that we probably need to be thinking of actively in the booking space. Is there's like TikTokers. You know, that there's huge TikTokers, and there's huge IRL interviewers and all that kind of stuff. I get it, but we were all young once as well, and I think the only way that you get good at debate or good at moderating is through practice. So you got to put them through the ringer.
Hey, you gotta ask them about China and their affiliation with China. They get that ping money. So
look, I would love to see Danabo book the Spurg that went after Charlie Kirk at the Jubilee video that just came out recently. I'd love to see that.
Wouldn't that be fire content?
Yeah.
What was that kid's name? I used to watch his stuff because he got ambushed. There were a lot of TikTokers in that conversation. I mean, Jubilee does that all the time. Like they hide like who's actually on there, and if you know, you know.
It's true. Because I'll notice, like, it'll be like, oh, look at all these lovely that guy's I've seen him on TikTok. That guy's media trained. There's like 5 randos and like 3 heavily media trained people. It's not fair.
Or like that one time on Jubilee where they had the vice president of, what was it? Not TPUSA. What's the other? The one with the old dude in the chair.
The old dude in the chair. PragerU?
PragerU, yeah. How dare you?
How did we narrow that down with old dude in the chair?
Not a lot of old dudes in chairs, apparently.
No, there's a few, but like the aesthetic of a dude relaxing in a chair is very clearly Prager.
Yeah, I just remember his dogs in the frame too.
Nice. No, but that's the kind of hectic chaos we need. We need like a 19-year-old septum piercing, mixed race progressive communist fighting a 60-year-old conservative Christian nationalist with his dogs in frame. Like that's the kind of chaos that Twitch and YouTube politics needs.
You can just get that on the Whatever podcast, though. That's the problem.
Well, yeah, but the Whatever podcast is just Andrew Wilson calling women whores for 3 hours. So, that's a certain kind of content, and I'm happy that he's doing well. But for me, I need a little variety.
Yeah, it's true.
Oh, come on, Connor. I mean,
so what? We don't have a lot of time.
I hate horse.
It's okay.
No, I do.
We don't have a lot of time. We don't have a lot of time. We only have 7 minutes left. So I do want to get you guys' view on, and I gotta be quiet here and say it, and Connor maybe a little bit too, about what you guys expect in the next conversation. The first debate today is going to be NATO membership. Whick is going to be hosting this, so I know Whick is probably very interested, and he's been thinking about how this is going to go. But it's going to be between me and Connor as people who believe that NATO should not be abolished and destroyed as an organization, versus the libertarian politician Larry Sharpe, who ran for governor of New York. I've talked to him before. He seems like a very genuine person. It's somebody I enjoy talking to. And another person who's actually somebody who's a member of the American Communist Party. And he's a communist. Now, what stripe of communist exactly, I cannot tell you, but someone that is not fan of NATO, that's for sure. So I'm very interested to see how those two, being on the same side, a libertarian and a communist, gel with us on the other side, a conservative and more of a liberal fellow. We've got like all 4 ends of the political compass spectrum. I like how this debate is not mismatched, but matched up.
It actually makes sense the way it's matched up, and I'll tell you this. I'm a little mixed on the subject itself. I believe that NATO is important. Working with our allies is a great thing. However, the prompt states, should NATO lead America and Europe? And no. America has been a dominant force in NATO throughout its entire history, and I do not want to see the power change at all. And if it does change, then America needs to get the hell out of it. So it's a mixed feeling on the prompt from me.
One thing is there's been confusion about prompts. I like to leave them open-ended. So because if we have a very narrow prompt and then we're like, it's a very simple disagreement, or we all agree, then you have nowhere to maneuver. Whereas something like this, it allows people, I think, to get to the cores of what they believe more, because it gives them the ability to fill in the blank a lot more. And I like that, even though it could lead to the conversation going completely off base into something that's totally unrelated.
Which can be its own type of content, right? When everyone wants to talk about a thing, and it gets a little off the rails. I don't know. I think it's more interesting to see what people actually want to talk about than watching them and struggling to talk about something that they really don't care about at all.
Yeah, to like
I do like
shoehorn into a prompt.
Yeah, I do like the open-ended questions and things like that. What I am going to try to find out today from both sides, right, is those of the people who don't think that NATO should be the leading force. What would they like to see, if anything, replace it? And if nothing replaces it, how do we handle international conflicts on a world stage? Because we're so connected globally right now. Unless you're asking us to everyone to kind of just self-isolate, I'm curious what the alternative would be.
Yeah, I think you got to be careful with that, because if I know anything about these communists, they like to make video essays into talking points. So I think one of the challenges is going to be for everybody on the panel is to try to the best of their ability of making their points clear. I think it's really, really important. And again, I think the communists have the harder challenge because, again, you ask them like, hey, how's your burger at the barbecue? And then they start talking about cows and shit. So again, just like, I think just keeping it concentrated to the point, rolling with it, and also just not falling for content bait. I think that's going to be very important. Communists like to fall for content bait. Hey, it's great content. I like it when Haas picks up his sword and swings it on stream, but at the same time, it's just being sort of mindful of like everybody else in the room, because it is going to be a battle for attention for sure.
I do want to remind the two pro-NATO people. Remember, America has been the recipient of Article 5. Article 5 was brought on after 9/11. I worked with NATO troops during Operation Noble Eagle. It was a great partnership between NATO AWACS and American AWACS, keeping 24/7 coverage over the continental U.S. They did that for 2.5 years straight. So even though I'm not a big fan of NATO all the time, I appreciate the help that they gave us during a time of crisis in America, and I believe that it is a strong alliance. But all the same, NATO doesn't run shit. They never have. America usually does, and that's where the real important part is, my opinion.
Whick, I wanted to ask you how moderating. You do host a different show than mine, and the rules for my show are going to be different than the rules for your show. My moderation style is different than your moderation style. How are you going to find a way to find some? Of course, you're not going to completely abandon your own moderation style for mine, but how do you find a good middle ground to try to balance out tonight to make sure that like you're asking good follow-up questions to make sure that nobody dodges away from something that could be informative or helpful, but also, and this is something like this I could get very passionate about. It's part of the reason why I didn't want to host this, not being like, oh, that was so wrong, I have to come in here and bam, bam, bam.
So since I am a guest and this is basically your house, I talked to Danabo, right, a little bit about this. We discussed briefly kind of the expectations. For my part, I'm simply going to facilitate a conversation. I will be, again, if something doesn't make sense, if you guys are going round and round and round on the same point for like 20 minutes, I'll interject with something else that I think the audience might like to hear. To kind of guide you guys down new paths. But for the most part, I'm basically going to let the guests dictate where we go and simply keep it relatively on track. I am going to be a little more hands-off than I normally am, obviously, but that's what I'm attempting to do tonight. We'll see if I'm successful, right? This is my first time guest hosting here, so I am a little nervous. I want to do a good job for you guys, but yeah, we'll see how it goes.
I'm sure you do a great job, Whick. Well, I think we're about to start. So do people have any final thoughts they want to share?
I'm excited. It's been a minute. I hope these are good conversations for sure.
Absolutely. Okay, I think we're going to get started then. Thank you all for coming on for guest commentary. We're going to have guest commentary after the debate, immediate reactions to how the conversation went, and how we expect the next conversation after that, which is going to be the debate later for everybody who is not interested in the NATO conversation, is going to be the debate about the debate, the presidential debate between Donald Trump and Ms. Harris. It's sure to be a great show. Thank you all for coming on.
We're all settled in. We got our wiggles out, everything like that.
Mm-hmm.
Okay.
Let's do it.
Great. Well, then, hello. Welcome, one and all, to yet another episode of the Hippy Dippy Podcast. I, Whick TV, will be your guest host for tonight as Dylan Burns, Counterpoints, Larry Sharpe, and John Jackman discuss tonight's topic, NATO. Should NATO lead America and Europe into the 21st century? A couple rules for the road for tonight. No slurs, no misgendering, keep it toss friendly. When I'm speaking, please be silent. And the opening and closing statement should be no more than 2 minutes. If during the open discussion you're having trouble getting in or feel as if you're being spoken over, please raise your hand or otherwise get my attention and I'll make space for you. If the conversation is stuck or if I don't understand what is being talked about, it's likely the audience doesn't understand what's being talked about. So I'll ask questions to keep both sides, to keep it flowing and to make sure that there's clarity. With that, let's discuss. We're going to start with counterpoints and we'll just go in alternating order. Counterpoints, your opening statement on should NATO lead America and Europe into the 21st century? Give us your thoughts, sir.
Yeah, this is going to be an obvious yes for me. I think that power abhors a vacuum. I think that if you look at the conflicts that have happened since World War II, they've largely been prevented through hegemonic power. I think that Europe and the United States of America are, natural allies due to historical ties. I think that keeping the Eastern European theater cold as best you can, considering current events, is going to be the best way forward. I think that withdrawing from the stage invites former rivals to assert their power regionally and eventually globally. And I also think that those regional powers, if you look at the governmental, political, and moral systems that they operate under, I subscribe to Joe Biden's perspective of you don't compare yourself to the almighty, you compare yourself to the alternative. I think the Western global hegemonic American-led order is preferred to the alternative. And I'll leave it there.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Larry Sharpe. Please give us your thoughts on this.
NATO is a facade for American empire, and that's the problem. It is an empire. We've been at war since 1950. For someone to say it's kept the peace is a joke. We have been at war since 1950 constantly, but thanks to things like NATO, we haven't declared war since 1942. So America has been at war for the last 70 some odd 80 years. And yet we haven't declared war since 1942. Why? Because we have to become the empire. We have to become the police of the world. What does this empire do? The empire does several things. The empire creates the military-industrial complex. The military-industrial complex allows us to start having a jobs program in America so that other people can die and be hurt and be maimed and all those things. It is the wrong answer. It allows that now 60% of our manufacturing in America somehow is related to the military-industrial complex. I see it here in New York State all the time. Not just that, it destroys localism. It destroys local democracies. It destroys local freedom. It destroys everything local and by default then destroys our freedom. We are an empire. Basically, the advantage is that when the British Empire fell, they had a son, us. We took over the business. Most of the times when empires fail, things get terrible. They didn't get that bad for us. Why? After World War II, we basically had a monopoly on the world. We took advantage of that monopoly. We took advantage of our dollar, and we decided to totally control the entire world. So now what's the end of that? What happens now? The world begins to be angry at us. Europeans become angry at us. We're now responsible for almost every single war there is. And now the defense is bricks. So what happened is after World War II ended, we had to have NATO. I get it. I'm not mad at it at that point. But at one point, I had to go away. Once the Soviet Union fell, it should have gone away. And it didn't. So now what have we done? We've just made sure we kept the Cold War. NATO keeps the Cold War. NATO keeps us angry. NATO keeps our empire. It's a facade and should go away.
Okay, thank you. Next up, we have Dylan Burns. Give us your thoughts here.
Sure. I don't think that NATO's purpose was to stop all war or war on every continent. NATO's main purpose was to stop war in Europe, was to stop a Soviet incursion into Europe, a Soviet invasion in Europe. And now his identity has transformed into mainly counteracting the Russians and them pushing into Europe. And now many of the states that used to be part of the Soviet Union have joined NATO, trying to fight against that. The purpose of NATO was never to stop wars in, say, Africa, or wars in, say, South America, wars in Asia. What I think would be best with NATO is when NATO is as simple as possible. NATO started with 14 original articles, and most of those articles were either reaffirmations of the UN Charter or just clarifications on Article 5. And the really important part of NATO is Article 5, is collective defense agreement. People could take or leave the 40 partner nations of NATO. People could take or leave any of the counterterrorism operations or anti-piracy operations or any of the additional tasks that NATO has been given. But when it comes to the primary task, the penultimate task, the main task of NATO, which is stopping a Soviet invasion of Europe and now stopping a Russian invasion of NATO, which is now the main identity of NATO, especially after the Russian invasion of Ukraine. NATO has been more than successful. It has been the gold standard in stopping that. There are countries that have been clearly defined as nations that the Russian government would want to invade or thinks that either they belong to them through some historical empire, some historical civilization that they claim allegiance to. I don't believe that Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, by destroying NATO, that would stop war. I think it could cause invasion. I don't think that by having all these Eastern Europeans abandon the alliance structure that has allowed them to have some sense of security after the chaos of the 90s, after the Soviet collapse and the Yugoslav civil wars, is smart. I don't think NATO is a good option. I think NATO is the only option to prevent the spiraling out of war in Europe. That's that's my practical argument. I have a moral argument, but I'll stay there.
Sure. We'll get into it, I'm sure, during the open. But last, but certainly not least, John Jackman. What are your thoughts here, sir?
Thanks for having me on. I think it's very clear that NATO is an aggressive and offensive alliance for the purpose of maintaining the U.S. empire. Now, NATO has taken multiple aggressive actions since the fall of the Soviet Union, including the dismemberment of Yugoslavia, its actions in Afghanistan, and its actions in Libya, all of which left these regions far worse off than they were before. Now, it's very clear that NATO, it's not even a question of whether or not NATO should lead the world into the 21st century. The real question is whether NATO does lead the world into the 21st century. If it does, what can be assured are that the organic bonds of sociality, which connect entire regions and entire civilizations, will be destroyed as they have been at multiple junctures. Now, once again, you don't even have to take my word for it, but you can take NATO leaders themselves who have said in the 2010s that NATO exists primarily to ensure security of the global energy system. Now, what does this mean? This means that NATO is a world empire. This means that NATO is made for the purpose of promoting U.S. hegemony in the interest not only of U.S. hegemony, but of the U.S. financial elites, the elites that are based in the United States and the collective West. And they will stop at nothing to expand this power. The notion that it's a defensive alliance rings extremely hollow when even the accession of multiple NATO member states was acquired through, as I mentioned, the dismemberment of Yugoslavia, among a number of other coercive measures. So for me, it's very clear. We can talk more details, but even at the very beginning of NATO, I think that you could argue that NATO was basically a holdover, a remnant, a way for the European colonial nations of centuries past to continue to promote a hegemony and global domination. And the scary thing about NATO is that it has taken us not only from a world in which nations, specific nations, can act like empires, but depersonalized institutions that don't even have the loyalty to a specific nation can act aggressively without having to declare war and destroy entire countries and regions for the benefit, again, of the major financial interests that have something to gain. So this is the purpose of NATO, and I think that it's not a question of whether NATO should lead the world into the 21st century, but that if NATO tries, it will destroy the world and take us all down with it.
Okay, strong words. Thank you for being here. And with that, I guess the first question I have for you all to kind of start discussion off here, both Larry Sharpe and John Jackman alluded to the fact that they feel that NATO, when we talk about NATO, it is simply talking about American empire. Do we all agree with that statement? And has American empire been a force for good or evil overall in the world? What do we think?
Yeah, don't worry, Whick. I got plenty to chomp down on. So listen, I have no problems with their assessment. I feel like this is like an IQ evaluation, the bell curve where it's like 80 IQ, 100 IQ, 140 IQ. And it's like, American empire exists, and then no, it doesn't. And then yes, it does. No, I agree that it exists. American, Western, hegemonic, commercial empire, whatever you want to call it. I agree that it exists. It's a question of whether or not it's good. And so, Larry, you brought up an interesting historical fact that I think is indisputable, which is we haven't declared war since 1942. Well, the reason why we haven't declared war since 1942 is because we're not fighting nation states. Oftentimes we're fighting like paramilitary organizations or insurgencies or like the Viet Minh or the Viet Cong, or we're fighting the Taliban or whatever. And what I would say to you is, while wars are incredibly destructive, kill hundreds of thousands of people, et cetera, most of the conflicts in the middle and late 20th century would be a bad month in World War I or World War II. On comparison, on the level of blood.
You're Marine like I am. We declared war on the Barbary pirates in the 1800s, and they were not a country. We have declared war against things that aren't nations. War does not have to be declared upon a nation. War can be declared upon a group of people, whatever it is. There's no rule on what you declare war on. We've done it before.
Okay, and you think that the war on terror, where we came out with the articles that like basically declared like jihadist organizations or anyone allied with Al Qaeda, was an insufficient political declaration?
Of course, it was not a declaration of war. That's why we're still fighting it. People are dying right now. There are people. We just lost people in North Africa now. We lost them just recently. Why? Because we're still fighting this war on terror. Exactly. This is a terrible idea.
Why do you put war on terror in quotations? Why do you put war on terror in quotations?
Because terror is not a group. Terror is an idea. Now, if they declared war on Al Qaeda, I'm okay with declaring war on Al Qaeda or declaring war on ISIS. That makes sense to me. Declaring war on terror, like the war on drugs. Whenever we declare a war on something like that, that thing wins. Terror won. The drugs won. That's not how it works. Poverty won. Every time we declare a war on something, that thing wins.
No. See, this is again where I feel like we just have a fundamental disagreement on it. Just because you declare that we are entering armed conflict against an idea. So, for instance, poverty. Of course, that's never going to end. But if you look at the past 50 years or 100 years, you can see the quality of life of human beings raising across the entire globe. When you declare a war on terror, and we're still engaged with that 20 or 30 years later, that's because there's still terrorist organizations that are around the globe that engage in jihadist terrorism and other forms of terrorism where they think that an acceptable tactic is slaughtering civilians. And we partner with largely organizations and countries that want to partner with us in order to combat those forces, because those forces are almost always negative. Like there's no terrorist organization that you could bring to me that I would be like, oh yeah, the IRA, when they flamethrowered a bunch of British troops and when they did a bunch of car bombs, in Belfast. That was actually great. Like, you're never going to get me to say that.
If this was 1776, you would wear a red coat. I got it. That's what you just said. You've just said if it was 1776, you'd be wearing a red coat now.
I'm not a fan of British monarchy. I'm a bigger fan of republicanism, like the American ideals that set up our country.
They hurt people, they shot people, they threw tea overboard, they did all types of things. It doesn't mean by default, because you don't like someone's tactics, that by default they're a bad guy. It doesn't mean by default we're a good guy. I'm not saying any of that. What I'm saying is we are an empire, and we are involved in things that we as Americans don't need to be involved in. That's the critical piece. We made a war on terror so that we can invade Iraq, so we can invade all other areas instead of just going after Al-Qaeda.
Can I comment on this for just a moment? I wanted to connect the idea of like NATO being an extension of American empire. And what I like about the original founding articles of NATO is that they're unbelievably simple. You can read them within 10 minutes. So it's not like hard to mislead people of exactly what they're about. And it's all built around Article 5. And what this means about Article 5 and the veto power is that if we want to add Ukraine, if we want to add Belarus, if we want to add Georgia, whoever it is, every single nation state has to agree. It's why when I hear like, oh, in 2014, NATO expansion is what caused the war, what confuses me is the Hungarians, the French, the Germans, the Turks, like half of NATO was not okay with the idea of Ukraine joining because they were terrified of the idea of something like that provoking a wider conflict with one of their major trade partners. And so when someone says it's an extension of American empire, if you give any one state, including Hungary, veto power, it cannot just be an extension of an American empire. It is also an extension of local sovereignty because they have an impact on how these decisions are made. And it's not just when it comes to veto power, it comes to the council. But one way these states could assert more power, and one of my main critiques of NATO, is more European defense spending, making up a larger portion of NATO defense spending, so America can burden share in a way that Americans more appreciate and is more fair to what's at stake to us and what we gain out of the relationship, which is economic trade, European stability, and a lack of a major World War II style event in Europe.
Well,
I
and
like
John
that.
and Larry, I know
I'm
you're
not
ready to
fighting on
go.
that one.
I know you're ready to go. I just want to give you a little bit more to chomp on. Just a little bit more to chomp on.
Concise,
You mentioned
please, and then
energy.
we gotta give it to
I
John.
will be very concise. You mentioned that NATO leaders mentioned that they are effectively a global energy security apparatus. I would argue that's important. So do you not agree that that is important?
Well, security for who? Energy security for who? It's certainly not the energy security for the countries that NATO bombs and attacks. I mean, when NATO attacked Libya, for example, and I'll kill two birds with one stone here, it destabilized the entire oil infrastructure of Libya, threw it into the hands of a extremely unstable situation. NATO themselves, NATO arms ended up ended in the hands of terrorists, of groups like ISIS. So when you're talking even about the war on terror, I actually don't disagree with you that the war on terror is a bad thing, or this notion that we need to fight terror, that we need to control terrorism, that we need to control things like radical Islamic extremism. But what actually happens, and Dylan points to this intent of NATO, but the problem is that no one has ever seen an intent. We don't see a defensive intent. We don't see a democratic
It's
intent.
in the founding
Let's look at
documents.
the real actions that we see from NATO have been to destabilize countries, often using terrorist groups, radical groups as proxies, to destabilize countries and sovereign governments that are in the process of creating a sense of regional hegemony, of regional sovereignty, charting their own path so that they can promote their own culture, their own identity, their own sovereignty, their own traditions and way of life. But NATO wants to destroy that, and it uses human rights as a pretext in order to basically say, oh, this country is not acting in a way that's in compliance with the liberal set of values that we have in the United States and Europe. Well, this is basically just another colonial holdover. I mean, it echoes of the Heart of Darkness, the book by Joseph Conrad, where we believed that we had all the virtue in the West and that we were willing to use any amount of force and barbarity to impose our world vision on the rest of the world. And that's exactly what NATO's doing again. So again, through the funding of terrorists to carry out its missions, we've seen that not only in Libya, but we also saw that with these ethnic supremacists in Yugoslavia. We're seeing that, of course, in Ukraine with the neo-Nazis there and the Ukrainian nationalists who are direct descendants from Stephen Bandera, by the way, ideologically. So this is NATO's role, and when it comes to energy security, again, this is energy security for a transnational elite.
I would like to push you on Yugoslavia.
You didn't make Connor mad at all with any of that. Connor was like okay with all of that. He was like, yeah, that's true. Yeah, he loved it all.
Well, no, hold on. So I actually, well, yeah.
Well,
like,
can I just quickly say, when we talk about NATO, there's a few things.
That's great.
Oh, sorry, you can go, Connor.
Real
It's
quick,
fine.
real quick,
I'll go
yeah,
last.
real quick. Connor, concisely,
Yeah, so-
but then we'll give it to Dylan. Yes.
That's good.
Well, I don't know if I can because I'm about to kick another can of worms. So when it comes to Larry asked me a pointed question in a joking way, and I'll say it. Yeah, absolutely. Like the spectrum of diplomacy and warfare, like Clausewitz has this quote that actually really opened my eyes on conflict, which is war is diplomacy by other means, right? So when you're looking at what is politics? Politics is power and who is in power. Like, what are these political ideologies? They're how our societies are structured. And I think that there are real moral differences between, let's say, the system of liberalism or, let's say, authoritarian theocracy or authoritarian communism. I think there's real moral differences here. So if my ideology is actually evaluatively better than the ideologies that it's in conflict with, saying that my ideology came into conflict with an ideology that you think should have, like, I don't know, peaceful existence on another part of the planet, I don't really care. It doesn't really land for me, right? One of the things that I wanted to push, which is the can of worms that I want to kick, is the ethno-supremacists in the Yugoslavia. So my understanding of Yugoslav history is the fact that what happened was Tito was running, we need Larry back. Tito was running Yugoslavia, and it was a multi-ethnic, multi-religious, polity where the Serbs had disproportionate political and military control. After Tito died, there was a power vacuum. The Serbs wanted to maintain the former Yugoslavia. They started kicking the ass of the Croats and the Bosniaks and the Serbs and the Muslims and all that kind of stuff. And then the Croats kicked back, and then they started slaughtering the weaker section, which was the Muslim Bosniaks. That's my understanding of the conflict.
Right.
So I want to touch what you just said real fast. The last piece, not the Yugoslavian piece, not that piece.
Hold on. We're gonna keep it one at a time. Larry, you can address his piece he wishes to address. Then
Just a small piece about the von Clausewitz piece.
Then I'm going to let John respond to his response, and we're going to let Dylan in here. That's the order we're going to go into. So we're going to go Larry. We're going to go John.
I'm listening and I'm taking notes.
Yes. Look, on the von Clausewitz piece, which is what I'm going to talk about. You're right. I agree with you. right? War is, diplomacy and other means, whatever. I agree with you. But I think America does best when it is the shining light that people want to follow versus the people bombing. I would say that our culture, when it is at its best, is far stronger than any Marine who lands on a beach, than any bomb we could drop, than anything we could do. I would rather us be the example that people follow. And one of the examples I'll give you is early on, after World War II, a lot of countries began to follow. Even after our first 1776, 1789, countries did begin to follow us. They did try to, and we weren't fighting everybody. I don't think we have to go to war. I don't think we have to join NATO. I don't think we have to be bombing people, and people can still follow our example.
Okay, John, please.
Yeah, I want to go into the Yugoslavia points just to really kind of understand this conflict. Because, of course, what you pointed out, Counterpoints, it's true. There was a vacuum. There were ethnic tensions in Yugoslavia and the Balkans for some time. But it was really the NATO bombing that exacerbated atrocities to a level that they hadn't been seen before. Of course, this was done under the pretext of a humanitarian mission. A lot of this narrative was actually imposed after the fact. But here's the reality on the ground. When NATO started bombing Serbia, the U.S. had complete knowledge that this bombing would escalate atrocities. In fact, NATO General Wesley Clark even said this explicitly. He worried that the bombing of Serbia would escalate ethnic atrocities, which of course it did. Now, the U.S. was trying to exert the dominant pressure that it had through the Dayton agreements in Yugoslavia for some time. But in many ways, I want to point out how the war in Yugoslavia was also an infringement on the sovereignty not only of Yugoslavia and the people in the Balkans through this use of this massive military force and bombing campaign, which basically created a situation that NATO would have preeminence in the region. But it was also an attack on sovereignty of major European countries like Germany. The Europeans, Germany, France had forces on the ground in Yugoslavia at the time. But when the United States decided to launch its bombing campaign, the United States knew full well that the response from the Serbs to that bombing campaign would be to attack the NATO troops that were stationed in Kosovo and Serbia and so on. And so part of the bombing campaign here actually put the strength and power over Yugoslavia into the hands of the United States, explicitly wrestling it away from who would have control of Yugoslavia from the other major European powers. So once again, this wasn't even just an example of the United States exerting hegemonic power over a government that it found unsavory, but it was another example of the U.S. exerting hegemonic power over the entire continent.
Okay,
hold on. Dylan wants to go real quick, and then I promise you we'll get a chance to respond. I do have a question for everyone involved to kind of maybe guide things a little bit. But go ahead, Dylan.
Yeah, when we started bombing the Yugoslav army, the war lasted like 73 more days and then it ended. So there was a genocide going on for 10 years. Then we bombed for 73 days and the war's over. People talk about the violence that happened during those 73 days, civilian casualties. But there's also a mercy in ending a war, ending a genocide of 10 years in and of itself. This is not really a debate about specific Yugoslavia, though. I don't know if we're really going to get into let's talk about Srebrenica, let's talk about all these genocides. I think it's going to become too much of a diversion, but we can do that. As for NATO weapons and ISIS, I assume what he's talking about is a report that has to do with American weapons that we were shipping to Syrian rebels through Timber Sycamore, ending up in the hands of certain Syrian rebel groups that then traded hands again and again and again until they ended up in the hands of ISIS. But that is different than NATO weapons and ISIS, because NATO weapons and ISIS would suggest that it was a NATO operation sending NATO weapons from NATO states to ISIS, when it was an American operation sending weapons to Syrian rebels that then kept trading hands until it got into the hands of ISIS, which I do think is a little different because one is under the preview of America and the other is under the organization of NATO. For example, aid to Ukraine is coordinated by NATO. Aid to those Syrian rebels was not coordinated by NATO. So I would not call those NATO weapons. I would call those American weapons, and they were given to Syrian rebels, not ISIS, then traded hands because it was a very brutal and terrible civil war. As for NATO wants to smash local cultures and sovereignties, and that's their purpose. NATO was founded in 1949 with a ton of colonial powers in it. Great Britain, Portugal was still a dictatorship under Salazar, I believe. There was also the Dutch. They wanted to include Indonesia in NATO to make it protected by its boundaries. Salazar wanted to include Angola, I believe. I forget everybody that wanted to include everything, but it was clear from both, I believe it was certain American Congress people and others were clear that they would not accept NATO where these colonial possessions would be controlled, because no American wanted to go to war over Angola. No American wanted to go to war over Indonesia. Americans had just bled over Paris. Americans had just bled over Germany. They felt a lot more attached to that. They felt a lot more invested in that project. They did not feel invested in the project of colonialism. And so when Article 5 was originally instituted, these colonial possessions were not included. The only colonial possession that was included was French Algeria until the 1960s, when the Algerians kicked the French ass, and then NATO was like, you know what, we're not going to be part of this colonial project. That's a bad vibe, chief. So if it was part of that project, if the purpose of NATO from the beginning wasn't the main purpose, which its articles clearly define, collective defense, and it was destroying local sovereignty, then they would have worked with Salazar to control the Angola, they would have worked with the Dutch to control Indonesia, and they would not have excluded it from Article 5 protections. That was done on individual countries' basis, but not within the framework of NATO. Also, good examples, Larry, don't protect civilizations. You still need guns, you still need alliances, you still need collective defense to deter invasion.
No, you do. Of course you do. But first off, America's not going to be invaded. That's not a thing right now. I mean, maybe in 100 years, that's not a thing. But I'll go back to this. And the point is, yes, you do need guns to protect people. Of course you do. But look at Vietnam. You brought up colonialism. The United States went to war basically in Vietnam. First, this is the French. To try to
the United States. It wasn't a NATO mission. The rest of the NATO countries disagreed with it terribly, so NATO didn't participate.
Yes, but let me keep going. I said America. I didn't say NATO.
Okay.
NATO went into Vietnam, fought for about 10 years, give or take, dropped more bombs than we dropped on Japan and Germany combined, killed millions upon millions of Vietnamese, maimed millions, and then at one point just walked away. 1975, we basically said, all right, we're out, we left. Now, you might go, wait a minute, Larry, we had to fight them, to fight the commies, or maybe Connor might go to fight the bad guys, or whatever he might say, right? We got to fight the bad guys. 10 years later, we're trading partners. You can now buy furniture from Vietnam. That's my entire point. You could just leave people alone, and they will often wind up deciding, okay, they'll be good. We will eventually do the right thing for us eventually. And if they won't, hold on.
Okay.
And if they won't, us bombing them doesn't make things better. They're still going to be bad or whatever we decide is bad. They're still going to be. We spent 20 years in Afghanistan, 20 years to replace the Taliban with a better armed Taliban. We did nothing in our wars. We did nothing in our fighting. And that's my point. I'm not naive to think they're all going to be awesome. But you're naive to think bombing them is going to fix them. That is my point.
I never said it. I never said to bomb the Vietnamese.
Well, Connor said that. Okay. You kind of said that. Connor definitely said that. Yes.
I'll let Connor respond to that if it was directed towards Connor. But I just do want to say that we can't just trade our problems away with everyone. This neoliberal consensus that built in the 1990s, that if you just trade with the Chinese, they're all going to love democracy and they're all going to be singing the Hong Kong songs in a few years. That's nonsense. That's ridiculous. It's more than that.
Yeah.
I'm not saying that's what you believe, but what I am saying is that I do agree with the Vietnamese. And you can tell from Ho Chi Minh's conversations with American officials and his love of the Constitution, his love of certain American values, and him attempting to contact American officials to try to advocate for the Vietnamese independence movement.
Yep.
I say that there could have definitely, in my opinion, been a different approach. Definitely when you know the Vietnamese
100%.
hate the Chinese, and it's not like they were going to be long allies forever. Yeah, I think that there was ways for us to work with them differently. But when we talk about, for example, and again, this is a separation between me and Connor. And that's why I love this debate. We have people from every single end of the political spectrum in here. In my view, my goal of NATO, which has always been the primary goal of NATO, is to stop incursion into the transatlantic area. Is to stop those incursions because America is the #1 global reserve currency. Then you've got the euro, which is the second global reserve currency. If that area was to go into war, economic chaos, if those interconnected tradeways, which I mean, one of the main export markets for us is the Europeans. One of the main imports market for us is the Europeans. It will be extremely have a huge negative effect on Americans. And so for me, I think we should concentrate on the main goal of NATO. I want to keep NATO as simple as possible. I think that there's some like anti-piracy stuff that you might be able to do, but my goal is a simplified 1949 style NATO to stop war in Europe. That should be the primary, main, and most of what NATO does.
I just like bugging Connor because they're both Marines, but he's like an aggressive Marine. I'm a passive Marine. I just think it's funny.
John, I'll let you go, but I'll say, like, I'll bite down on if you're like, hey, you're like a liberal hegemonic international bully. I'm going to be like, yes, that's me. Please continue. So, yeah, sorry. Go ahead, John.
No, you're good. It seems like we do have a bit of a political compass in here, although I think that I should be on the top left here. Larry's definitely in the right position there at the bottom right. Here's what I'll say is when it comes to Dylan's argument, pushing back that NATO is not a tool of colonial or imperialist authority. I mean, the argument's just a bit silly because it goes along the logic that, well, NATO hasn't expanded into these former colonial holdings, therefore the infrastructure of NATO hasn't been imposed on Africa or South America, so therefore it's not a colonial institution. But the reality of NATO, the very nature of NATO, is to be a tool for the imperialist powers to maintain domination, and would have absolutely no good to impose Article 5 on these parts of the world that don't have that vested interest in maintaining a security umbrella under that of the United States. And I'll point to an example because I want to go back to the example of Libya, which is actually what I was referring to when I was talking about the proliferation of ISIS, the flow of weapons in Libya that ended up in the hands of ISIS and other radical Islamic extremist groups. I mean, this is well documented, and still to this day, we know that the bombing of Libya resulted in a huge flow of arms all across North and West Africa. But when it came to the bombing of Libya itself, I mean, there was an effort by the African Union at this point to engage in negotiations, to actually have the powers come to the table and find a diplomatic solution. What ended up happening is that a few days before NATO initiated its bombing campaign, which was spearheaded by the French and also the United States, they basically said, diplomats, you have to evacuate. We're going to launch this bombing campaign against Libya. And I think this is a perfect example of how the West prevented the African Union from bringing all parties to the table and actually engaging in a form of sovereignty and diplomacy that could have put Northern Africa on a much more stable track. And once again, the ill effects of this aren't only impacting the nations like Libya, which went from one of the most prosperous nations in Africa to literally a nation with open air slave markets and ISIS resurgence and all of this, but it also has a destabilizing effect on the other host country that has a parasitic relationship, or the United States uses a parasitic relationship on, which is Europe, which is having to deal with the flow of migrants that are coming now from North Africa and former colonial holdings, because precisely we do not want to allow the infrastructure, the means of production, to go into the hands of the people and governments of these regions and of these nations to use as they see fit. And I think this is the core of what we're seeing with NATO.
So I want to respond quickly.
We'll give it to 50 bullet points. We're going to give it to Dylan, and then we're going to give a counter. I know everyone wants to have a say.
So
Dylan, counter, and then I
don't want to rehash the intervention in Libya too much, but that was in 2011. NATO was created in 1949 with 14 articles. The main purpose of NATO, as I said before, as the articles clearly state, is the defense of the transatlantic area. After the collapse of the Soviet Union, NATO had an identity crisis. It had no clue what it was going to do. But countries still clung to it because of the chaos in Yugoslavia, in the risk of instability, the risk of just not being part of the defensive structure. They wanted to be part of something that could give them stability. And you could shake your head, Larry, but the Poles disagree with you. The Bulgarians disagree with you. Half of Eastern Europe, no, actually the majority of Eastern Europe disagree with you. Now, they might be wrong when it comes to your interests, but when it comes to their interests, I think it makes sense that they would want the most powerful kid on the block in their neighborhood protecting them. In 2004, when the Bulgarians joined, they clearly said, we're joining because right now the Russians are down and out, but they're not going to be down and out forever.
For cash. They joined for cash, man.
They joined for self-defense. Self-defense, collective defense.
What's wrong with economic liberal
don't call it cash if it's like self-preservation.
It's not about, they weren't afraid the Russians were going to invade. They wanted American dollars. This is about American money. This was all about the industrial complex.
Okay, I'm sorry, Sharpe. I'm sorry, Sharpe. This to me is the libertarian house cow example, okay? Libertarians, once again, being completely dependent on systems they don't understand while feeling fiercely independent. The reason why these countries joined NATO, you can say, that wasn't an insult to you, it was an insult to the libertarian movement. I love you, Larry. You're my favorite libertarian, and I mean that. I love you as an individual.
Thank you.
We just disagree fervently. My problem here is with Bulgaria, they openly stated that they were joining NATO because they understood that the Russians would not be down and out forever. And they were right. And they're not the only ones who had this sentiment. And so when we say like, oh, they did it for cash, they did it for money, or they did it for the military industrial complex, if that's the case, where is the military industrial complex in these countries that they could kick in the high gear and beat back the Russians? Because in these countries, well, let me finish. In these countries, they do have military manufacturing, but the interests at play from the lobby power the military-industrial complex has in Bulgaria, Romania, versus the basic need of self-preservation of the state, which is the goal of every country at all times, is its own survival, which is basic IR, then yeah, the Bulgarians, I think, are going to pursue that. And I think it's a much more likely reason than we're doing this because of the almighty military-industrial complex, which is everywhere all at once controlling everything.
Okay, I need an opportunity to, it might be a little bit of friendly fire, but I'll try not to be too mean about it. Listen, these issues for me are not discrete. So what happens is John and Larry are accusing the American military-industrial complex, the global hegemonic mixed economy capitalist system, into wanting to get into these countries in order to get access to their raw materials. They're also accusing the locals of wanting to get into the almighty American hegemonic system because their elites will profit from it or whatever. But my point is that I believe in mixed economy capitalism. I think it's a powerful vehicle for success. I don't think that the poorest people in these foreign countries are worse off under the American liberal hegemonic order than they are under, let's say, an authoritarian communist order. And therefore, this isn't a bad thing. Getting into these countries, volunteering, like Latvia, Estonia, Bulgaria, all these countries, volunteering to become a part of like the European Union, if they were ever granted access to it, or if they just have preferential trade relationships, or if they have preferential defense agreements. These aren't bad things. And just because they're material doesn't mean that they're profane. Our lives are dominated by materials. Almost every single one of you, we're complaining about like oil stability and how we're always sticking our noses in everybody's affairs. But almost everyone on this video camera, if you look into the background, it's covered in plastic. Like 80% of the products that are on screen right now are plastic, and people are watching this on a plastic device. So I'm not going to go back to Yugoslavia just because I feel like we moved past it. But one of the main things that I want to address that I think has not been addressed so far that I want to make absolutely clear. I do not agree with Larry that we can leave people alone and then they are going to develop and they're just going to admire our model and then they're going to come over to our model. I think the perfect example of this is China. Mao Zedong, up until the 1970s, was very scared that his communist project was going to fall apart as soon as he died, to the point that he did the Cultural Revolution in the 1970s. Almost immediately after he died, there were capitalist sympathizers who completely revolutionized the Chinese economy within a matter of decades. Now, that has had incredible economic impacts, but they kept the authoritarianism. They kept the Han ethnic supremacy. They kept like the thought policing. They kept a security apparatus that basically monitors you on different degrees. And then also we have a whole bunch of alleged human rights abuses that actually are quite comparable to the National Socialists. But because economics are so intertwined, we cannot publicly criticize people who, in frankly, my mind, are morally monstrous.
So let me cover a couple of those, if I could. There's many of them I want to cover. The first one I'm going to talk about is NATO and the dollars piece. All I'm saying is what I heard from you, if I'm wrong, Dylan, you tell me. What I heard from you is they were afraid the Russians were going to invade them and destroy them, and that was the number one issue.
That was one of the, not just the Russians, but yes, that was a much more motivating factor than access to the military-industrial complex for profit.
But the military-industrial complex does several things for them. Number one, it allows us to pay for the defense. It allows them to not have to get nuclear weapons. It allows them to go off and do the things that I've been talking about, which is be capitalistic, make money, all those types of things. It allows them to do these things.
You keep saying cool things, though.
Yes, I'm not against that. That's a good thing. I'm happy about that, but you and I agree with this completely. I have a moral issue on this part, though, with you, Connor, which is you said if we leave them alone, they'll come to us and model our ways. That's not what I was saying at all.
To be clear, he said the opposite of that. He said we can't just leave them alone and then they will.
No, he said that. That's what I said.
Oh,
he said that. I said that, right? Right. And I'm not saying that. I'm not saying they're going to all of a sudden act like us or be. They shouldn't. Who the hell are we to make them? That's the point. They should go their own way.
No,
right? Let me finish.
Their own way is what's existing right now that I have sincere moral objections.
Yes. Hold on. I know you're saying when the Chinese became democratic, they kept authoritarianism. Okay, great. When we became democratic, we kept slavery for 100 years.
Okay.
After that, we then kept we kept Jim Crow for 100 years. We've done bad things too.
And if
hold
there was
on,
an
hold on.
international order that invaded us in order to end slavery, then I would be like, listen, it was a little messed up, killed a whole bunch of civilians, but they were kind of right about the slavery.
But we
thing.
did it on our own. Is my point? We did it on our own. We killed about 700,000 of our own people doing it.
While they were waiting for us to figure it out.
So who decides? And this is the other problem. When it may be slavery, that seems obvious, but some people would disagree back then. Our founding fathers would disagree with that. But whatever the case may be, your idea is that we should decide what's right, and we should use a gun or bomb or whatever, and you're nodding your head, to make that happen. And that is where my libertarianism kicks in hardcore. And this is not me thinking about a system I don't understand. This is a moral issue. It is not the right issue for us to come in and decide that some other nation should be like us and use a gun to do so.
John's really chomping at the bit. I see his face.
Okay.
I want to give you one quote from Full Metal Jacket. Okay.
Great movie, by the way. Great movie.
Inside every single Vietnamese person, he uses a different word, is an American waiting to come out. And
I remember that.
From my perspective, Americanism is not like an ethnic thing. It's a concept. It's a system of ideas. It's a system of beliefs. And I do think that they're fundamentally correct.
Could you be any more jingoistic? I don't think you could be any more jingoistic.
Yeah, I could have used the G word.
Hold on. Let's give it to John real quick, and then we'll.
Good point. Point taken.
Let's be clear.
Yeah.
What Counterpoints is saying is not entirely wrong. I think that a lot of people have looked for centuries to America as an example of how to reclaim your sovereignty, of how to kick out an empire, whether it's through the use of force or whether it's establishing your own sovereignty through setting up institutions that are extremely effective in reconciling the contradictions of that present moment. But it's funny you point that out, Counterpoints. That's a funny quote that you use, because it was actually Ho Chi Minh who quoted George Washington during the Vietnamese armed struggle as a justification and a comparison for how the Vietnamese were actually fighting a similar struggle against the Americans. So to the extent that there's an American inside everyone in the world, maybe there is, but that's only insofar as those people are demonstrating their own right to self-determination, their own right to sovereignty, and to claim their own resources, their own tax dollars to use to the development of their own civilization. Now, I think that is correct. But here's my point. That when it comes to this global system that we have, you're kind of acting as if things are existing within a vacuum. And you use China as an example of authoritarianism. On one hand, pointing to the fact that China introduced all of these great economic reforms that led to all this development, which is absolutely true, while still being under the very wise stewardship, I would say, of the Chinese Communist Party, which is exactly the reason why they were able to use those gains to actually go back to benefit the society, to actually result in a social development for the Chinese people, because we've seen plenty of countries, plenty of examples. India being the most comparable of another country in the region, a huge country that has not escaped from under the boot of U.S. hegemony and has seen a very different path in its development over the course of the last 30 or 40 years. What's the key difference here? It's sovereignty. And to the extent that China has instituted a number of things that you characterize as authoritarian or dictatorial, this has largely come in the context of the entire capitalist world converging on China to try to reverse the gains of the revolution. And of course, more recently, this new Cold War that we're in, that aims to blunt China's influence in its own region, in its own backyard. So of course, there's going to be a level of political crackdown. But I don't think that you could really give one good example, you or Dylan, of how the United States, of how other countries impose a form of dictatorial or authoritarian qualities that the United States itself doesn't replicate. So here we find that we are mired in an empire of hypocrisy. Basically, every time you point the finger at that country for being a dictator or authoritarian, I can point to you a number of examples of the United States doing the same thing. Here, I invite you.
Okay.
I definitely have.
Take up the challenge, but then I do have a question that's been on my mind that I really do want to ask to both sides. Okay, one for each. But go ahead.
We're doing good tonight, guys. We're doing good.
Okay. Gauntlet. I'm going to pick up your gauntlet, and if I need to ask you again, just remind me. But I want to hit a point that you brought up, before. So One of the things that you said, or at least one of the things that I inferred from what you said, is the fact that there's a difference between the sovereignty of individuals, overseas or countries or whatever, making their own determination. And one of the things that's really interesting is you guys brought up American interventionism that has failed. I think the most obvious ones being like Iraq, Afghanistan, right, in the war on terror. What I would cite to you, which, NATO, the reason why this is prescient, or the reason why this is important, is probably because of Ukraine, right? And the reason why I would say that Afghanistan fell within 11 days. The reason why Iraq lost half of its territory within 2 weeks of guys in white trucks is exactly because of what you said. It's because people conceded territory that they didn't care about, sovereignty or authority that they didn't want to fight and die for. And as a result, they had to redouble their efforts later in plenty of blood and treasure in order to restabilize their countries after the fact. And so that's well taken. But what I would cite to you is Ukraine is actually an example where you do have a population on the ground who is willing to fight, because what was supposed to be a very easy steamrolling of the current Ukrainian government has turned into a 3-year protracted conflict in which Ukrainians are still going into the trenches in order to fight. So that's what I would cite to you, is there are people who are willing to fight for this. I'll respond to the gauntleted question. Sorry, go ahead.
Yeah. Okay.
So
That's what
okay. So
encourage you to get to, because he made a very specific ask. Can you point to anything?
The specific question: What is the authoritarianism that was not
America
does
not
the United States currently? So China currently stands accused of having a 2 to 3 week turnaround on vital organ transplants that is likely taken from the prisoner industrial complex. Then on top of that, China does stand accused of having Uyghur Chinese folks of that ethnic and they're largely Muslim majority ethnic enclaves. They are accused of culturally re-educating them in work camps, as well as taking Han Chinese men and forcibly introducing them to Uyghur women. I don't think that you can find that kind of moral evil in American history for 150 years.
Well, the United States stands accused of forced sterilizations at the border. The United States also has by far the largest prisoner population of anywhere on the earth. If you look at it in proportion to
China's forced sterilization as a policy, or are you talking about like individual instances? Because that would be a difference. Yes.
I'm talking about a policy.
There's a policy if you cross the border and they take your ovaries.
Well, I'm saying, these are allegations, right? You're trying to
well, there's just not enough control for that to even have been possible. Well, no, I know that there's been instances of sterilization, but it's not a policy of sterilization across the southern border for anyone who comes in. That's not a thing.
Please point to me to the policy of organ transplants. I invite you to look it up.
I didn't say that. It's Connor, but I just asked you about your policy. That's a pivot to Connor. I'm asking you a question.
Well, I was giving an example of how the United States.
Yeah, and I'm asking you, what's that policy? Is there like a law somewhere, or are they like? Because I can point to you the laws in China banning. Wait, no, just quickly. I can point to the laws in China saying like, hey, if you name your kid Muhammad, the type of social benefits you get are going to be different. I can't point to a law in the United States. If you cross the southern border, we're going to take your ovaries. That's a little different.
Please.
Okay, now you got to let him respond.
I would love to read that law about naming your child Muhammad in China. Please find where they dissuade people from doing that.
I'd love to. One second.
If that's true, that's please send that to me. But the point is,
by the way, I'm not defending China at all.
In 2017, the Chinese here it is, right here. 2017, the Chinese Communist. It took me 5 seconds. The Chinese Communist ban enacted bans of lists of Muslim names it deemed too extreme or might have, and I quote, connotations of holy war of spiritualism, aka separatism. Examples include Islam, Quran, Mecca, Jihad, Imam, Saddam, Muhammad, Hajj, Medina, among others.
And then hold on real quick. It also took me only a few seconds of internet research in order to find China publicly saying that they're no longer using the organs of executed prisoners, which I'm assuming, if we're saying that it never happened, then why are they saying that they stopped?
And I want to be clear. I'm not defending China. Just to be clear, that's not me.
I know, Larry. This is his fight. This is his crusade.
Hold on. I want to ask John Jackman.
It's his fight with the sparrows.
Sure. John Jackman, you said that there was a similar policy given at the U.S. border, right? Can you, again, name that policy? I want to give you a very clear chance to answer that.
Well, I'm saying there's plenty of policies that have been enacted that don't give people sovereign control over their own individual bodies and over their own public health decisions in the United States. This is well documented. Such as the COVID epidemic.
This is a pivot. This is a pivot.
You're forced by large institutions. Well, I'm just saying it's a pivot,
but I just want to know about, because if this is real, I want to change this law. That sounds horrible.
The medical decisions, that individual medical decisions,
I want to save Mexican ovaries
by an individual private citizen. And so I'm saying that there's comparable examples in the United States as well as in Europe of this same level of authoritarianism being employed and being imposed on individual sovereign citizens to make their own free health decisions, for example.
Yeah,
and when it comes to the level of a level of just raw destruction that is brought against people who speak out against the United States empire, the clampdown on freedom of speech. We're seeing that across the table right now, where people who are talking favorably of Russia are being investigated, are being prosecuted, that people who go on the airwaves and speak favorably of issues that the United States finds unsavory can become political targets themselves. China targets extremism. The United States targets extremism in its own way. But of course, the United States is doing so from a position that is much more unstable and insecure, because the United States is losing its foothold as the global dominant hegemonic power. And so we're now seeing
I have a rebuttal.
I understand.
I never got an answer to my question.
They're being imposed on behalf of large capital interests.
I didn't hear anything about Guatemalan ovaries in that statement. It was a lot of.
But just hold on. But just so I understand what is being said, John Jackman, is your assertion that America is less stable than countries such as Russia or China? Is that what you were asserting today?
Okay. Well, I think one can make a very strong case the United States is, in fact, less stable than countries like China and Russia. You can just look to
John.
You can look.
I don't want to interrupt you. I don't want to interrupt you, and I don't want to smirk too much, and I don't want to be too much of a smartass. However, let's use one as an example. People being suppressed for their God-given right to conscience and free speech in the Western world. I think probably the most extreme examples that you could think of that were public were Snowden, Assange, and the Tenet media revelations recently, right? So Julian Assange was accused of like a sexual assault beforehand. It was likely used as a pretext in order to keep him suppressed into the Ecuadorian embassy, but he also stood accused of basically stealing government secrets unredacted and publishing them worldwide, which ended in the deaths of intelligence figures, worldwide. When it came to Edward Snowden, he did try to do the whistleblowing, and some people revere him for that. But he, I actually think that's probably the more egregious of the two cases. When it comes to Tenet Media, these people could have worked for Russia as, declared foreign agents or whatever. But what they did instead is they got people to funnel money through shell companies into their organization, thereby like bypassing declaratory laws about FARA, working on behalf of a foreign government, which, by the way, is a rival. So I see this as, you could say, like, is this really free speech? Are we feeling like governmental pressures to go a certain way when it comes to the narratives that we chose? I could agree with that, relatively speaking. But what I would say is during the Hong Kong protests in China, there were like half a dozen to a dozen protesters who were killed by cops. And one of the most egregious stories was like a teenage girl who was found handcuffed and thrown into the river. So like for me, like if you take, you have to declare that you're working for a foreign agency, or law enforcement will handcuff you behind your back and throw you into a river, I have a clear moral preference between the two.
Okay. I'll let you respond briefly, but then we got to get back to NATO, right? We were getting a little off here. So respond very concisely, very briefly, and then I have a question to get us back on track. And it is to your side first, and then I have a question for Dylan and his side as well. So respond, and then I'll ask.
It sounds like there's not a historical appreciation for the level of authoritarianism in law enforcement in the United States, where people have, of course, been the right to trial. We still have Guantanamo Bay, where we have prisoners that have not been given the right to a trial.
How many people are in Guantanamo Bay?
There are a number of high-profile examples.
How many people?
You can go back to Fred Hampton.
And wasn't there an effort to shut it down? Leaders. Like, I don't remember like Xi Jinping saying, "Oh, I don't like these Uyghur camps. These are bad." That's not even like a debatable issue.
Where there was established law enforcement connection to literal assassination attempts. If you speak out against the U.S. government, and if you do so in a way that's effective enough, they will kill you. That is the reality. So you want to point to these terror stories in China? Well, I can raise you a number of my own here in the United States. And if you're talking about
There
fair,
are
I mean,
30
there's a
men in
number of
Guantanamo Bay. 30.
Okay.
well, great.
Now,
Prisoners of Guantanamo Bay the last couple of decades, it's been more like thousands still. And so,
so they've shut down like the Uyghur. They've stopped the mass surveillance. They were like, oh, this sucks. Actually, we love burgers and freedom and all the whatever. They did
Can
that.
we do NATO?
Let's get back to NATO. That's true.
Yeah,
let's do NATO.
Okay, I got a question for Larry and for John as well. Given, right, that both of you have said that you think that national sovereignty is important and that NATO encroaches on and in some cases violates the national sovereignty of others, my question for you, is there ever a situation or a set of circumstances where you think that a country's national sovereignty should be encroached upon? And what would those circumstances be? And if NATO isn't the answer when we need to encroach on another sovereignty, what would be the answer to that? We'll start with Larry, and then I want to hear.
Sure. A couple of things. It's a difference in a way between saying, and I hope this will be a good example. I didn't know this question was going to come, so I hope I'll do a good example for this. Do I think there should be a draft, or do I think people should voluntarily join the military? Now, I do think America needs a military and a strong military. I'm a veteran, all right? I believe in that. But I do not believe in a draft. Why? I think that if America is a great country, and it is, that we will often, and if there's some attack upon us, people, young men particularly, will volunteer to fight wars. And that's been true for centuries. And I think that will still be true. How do I bring that up? I don't think we require NATO. I don't think we require something like that. I think instead we have a UN, which is fine. We can keep that. If there is a situation where countries believe there is a problem or something, then a country should get together and do something about it if need be, right? The idea of throwing Saddam Hussein out of Kuwait is a good example of something like that. Now, look, I don't like us fighting in Ukraine. I do not. However, it's countries getting together to fight in Ukraine. I don't personally like that, but that doesn't matter. You don't have to have NATO to push Russia out of Ukraine. You could have a bunch of countries getting together and pushing them out of Ukraine. You don't have to have NATO for that. So my point is,
there be, just out of curiosity,
the difference is once
NATO being an alliance of countries versus an alliance of countries that doesn't call themselves NATO.
Because once you have a standing alliance, you by default create an us versus them mentality. That's how it's been always. That's how it always is. NATO now has to have an enemy, right? Even Congress, he's shaking his head. Yes, it's true.
I want NATO of the planet. I want to fight space aliens. Case, this is a waste of time.
But
I want to fight
okay.
Russians.
I'm with you. Yes, so that's why we shouldn't have NATO. Let's have UN NATO, whatever that is, if we don't want NATO. Yeah. Let's do UN NATO. Yes, that is the difference.
Greater United States of America. Yes, absolutely.
I'm not sure I want to go there, my friend. I know where you're going with that. But you asked that question. That would be my answer. I don't want to stand in because it creates us versus them. If people are doing something wrong, then we volunteer, get together, and we fix it.
John, same question.
So I think we need an understanding of what we mean when we're talking about sovereignty. And where does sovereignty come from? I mean, this comes from the organic development of communities, societies.
You keep using the word organic. What does that mean? I don't know, and I don't think the audience knows.
It means the types of cultures and traditions that arise from the population, that arise from that society historically. And they're organic based on their continuity, based on their level of attachment to the land, to the historical culture, to kind of a common identity and common form of society. And there's a lot that goes in to that, obviously. But when we're talking about the sovereignty of nations, what do we mean? When we think about nations, there can be nations that are developed on artificial terms. I'm thinking of nations such as Israel or even Taiwan, whose perseverance has been established only through the domination of a unipolar global power. If it weren't for that unipolar global power in the United States, there wouldn't even be the existence of these entities. So when we're talking about sovereignty, we should understand it from more of a sociological standpoint, more of a historical and civilizational standpoint, not through the standpoint of just individual nations. nations. Now, I think in general, the principle is that all societies should have sovereignty. They should have the ability to determine which direction their culture and their traditions
Certainly, but
develop.
the question
That cannot be done under the umbrella of a unipolar power, which is foreign to most of the communities in which it operates, in which it has its military excursions and its interventions. And I think that NATO at this historical juncture in particular is against the development of that sovereignty for other regional powers. And it wants to promote this uniform kind of set of values that has been produced and upheld by the liberal world order based in the United States.
To be clear, the question is, under what circumstances should a nation's sovereignty be encroached upon? What would be, in your opinion, a justifiable circumstance where a country or a group of countries can encroach upon the sovereignty of another?
Well, when a nation doesn't have...
There might not be any, in your opinion. It's up to you.
Right. Well, I think the example of Ukraine actually is a good example in Russia's special military operation. Because what you had here was an example where there was a democratically elected government. The United States came in and through its underhanded diplomacy, through its own efforts to provoke instability, instituted a government that was hostile to the ethnic Russians living in eastern Ukraine, who voted...
You got Dylan going now.
Primarily for that former government. And I know I'm going to get Dylan going. So my goal is to get him going a little bit. And so in this case, you had a tradition and history of Russian culture that was based in, for example, Crimea. And you wonder, why were the Russians able to walk into Crimea without firing a shot? Well, it's because Crimea was historically part of Russia. It was part of this organic sovereignty actually of Russia. So this was not illegitimate sovereignty of Ukraine's. Crimea was only given to Ukraine as part of an administrative transfer in 1954 under this this notion that the Soviets wanted to go into this kind of multicultural experiment. And it was this really gesture of good faith to Ukraine that they were going to build up another multicultural republic, even though Crimea had historically always been part of Russia. It was Russian speaking. Always. And so, of course, when it goes into Ukraine, the majority of Ukrainians...
No, I have a smart ass response. I'm ready.
Again, I want to make sure that everyone gets a chance to actually talk here.
I want to hear this desperately. I'm in.
Right? We're gonna give it to the other people. Yeah. Has your point been made, John? Has your point been made? Do you feel like your point's been made?
My point has been made.
He gave me more than enough.
Go ahead.
So I'm sure Dylan can get into the nitty gritty of history, so I'll definitely let him go second. But I wanted to point out that when it comes to organic, naturally developing, right? We're human beings. The truth is that a healthy chunk of what we do is socially constructed, and I would see social construction as a form of an extension of organism. So when it comes to liberal republicanism, there's very clearly a conflict within human society between the individual and the collective. And I think that liberalism, which is kind of like a rule set around the individual, and then republicanism, which is like the rule of law and like collective responsibility, I don't think it solves this conflict, but it gives you a tool through which to resolve conflict over time, largely through peaceful means, which is oftentimes through like elected democracy. That's why I like republicanism. And so I think republicanism is infinitely more preferential on a organic, natural, evolutionary, cultural level for people to be able to express their desires, because oftentimes in authoritarian societies, you just have the authoritarian saying, this is the way it is. And then you have individuals suffering under the yoke of that collective authoritarianism. And then here's another thing about naturalism coming into our politics. So I believe it was Socrates. It was one of the dialogues or something like it, like Xenophon's Dinner or something like that. And there was a really powerful Athenian man who was complaining about how democracy was such a pain in the ass. And all it is really a bunch of weak people voting in their own power, and how the powerful of society should just be let loose to do as they please, because clearly the gods have ordained them to have like additional wealth and power and influence and money and all that kind of crap. And so Socrates, being a smartass, basically responded like, hey, but isn't democracy a natural outflow of the weak banding together in order to restrain the strong? And so when you look at these organizations, you're saying that Taiwan isn't organic. You're saying that, Israel isn't organic. You're saying that, I don't know if you apply this to Ukraine, but parts of Ukraine aren't organic. I would say that these countries reaching out to their regional neighbors and reaching out to international partners in order to assert their sovereignty is a very natural, very organic development. I do have more, but I'll leave it there for the sake
We're
of
going to give it to
I wanna
Dylan. Dylan, hold on.
I want to do one sentence and I'll shut up. One sentence and when I'll shut up.
One sentence, Larry. Then we're going to go with Dylan because we got a lot to cover, not a lot of time.
The reason why I don't want the war in Ukraine is not because I support Russia. I think Russia's awesome at all. Russia is obviously the bad guy, horrible. I hate us fighting in Ukraine because I don't want war. I'm a bleeding heart libertarian. I want the war to end. Just be clarity, I'm not supporting Russia. Their fault. They shouldn't have done it. I just want the war to end because I hate war. That's all.
I want to clarify just my position real quick before Dylan goes, so that way he can go based on
concise. Dylan has to go though, but be very concise, please.
But I'll be very quick. So my position is not a uncritical support of Russia, and it's not even saying that, for the example of Ukraine, all of its sovereignty is illegitimate. What I'm saying here is that the natural development of relations between Ukraine and Russia, absent a foreign influence of the United States and NATO, would be one of cooperation, would be one of building this channel, this Eurasian economic interconnectivity that NATO actually wants to interrupt to preserve its global hegemony. So that's my position.
Okay, Dylan, go ahead.
Brotherly nations, the Ruski Mir has arrived. One thing on the stability stuff. This is way old. I just haven't talked in a bit. That Russia is like more stable than the United States. I don't know if Blackwater marching on Washington, D.C. while shooting down fighter jets and helicopters because they had a disagreement over who should get what resources by the DoD, okay? Comparing American stability to Russian stability, when the type of politics and internal affairs, which we don't even get to see everything that's going on in Russia, purposefully, by design, so we don't know a lot about these internal tensions. When it's hard for me to hear we're less stable when we haven't had something like that happen here. Okay, I'll just throw that out there quickly. As for how the war started, the Euromaidan movement was promoted by a few factors. The first one has to do with, and this is one that's covered probably the least, is corruption. Corruption's been an issue in Ukraine since the end of the Cold War. It was an issue in Ukraine before the Cold War, and it's still an issue in Ukraine today. They have done certain things, have like public bidding on government contracts, stuff like that, to try to deal with it. That has been helpful, but it was still a major issue that was angering people. So that was a social tension that was there. Then, in the middle of the night, Yanukovych decided, after pressure from Vladimir Putin, where he stopped 50% of trade with Ukraine using economic coercion that the Russians said in the 90s they would not do in the Budapest Memorandum, he pulled out of an association agreement that he ran on instituting when he ran for office in 2012, Yanukovych. He did this in the middle of the night to try to suppress protests, because if he did it during daytime and people found out about it, well, then more people would be awake. People still came out in protest. The Berkut was sent, special police, beat them very hard. People did not react to that well. The protest movement got bigger, and bigger, until Yanukovych tried to outlaw protesting, was hiring gang members to brutalize protesters, which were referred to as the Tutushki. This is well documented, until eventually over 100 people were killed in the Heavenly Hundred, and the Yanukovych government, after trying to ban protesting, fled the country and a new government was instituted. People try to say it was the United States and American influence and this, that, and this and that. I think it was the lack of dignity that Ukrainians were treated with when they were getting shot. I think it was a lack of dignity that Ukrainians were feeling when their money and public funds were being stolen constantly. And nobody can tell me that Yanukovych was not terribly corrupt. He was actively involved in crime in his youth, and he was actively involved in crime while in office. The factors that pushed Yanukovych out are primarily by Americans viewed from an outside, it's us versus the Russians perspective. But when you get into Ukraine and you talk to people, it's a lot more diverse. There's a lot more issues that motivated that protest movement. But the main factor was the fact that the Russians were trying to tell the Ukrainian government what to do with their economics, what to do with their trade policy. That's what motivated Euromaidan. People can say the United States did it through dark money, this and this and this and that. It wasn't United States dark money. It wasn't US CIA agents. It was a bunch of people disrespected, brutalized, who took too much, pushed too far, and then they fought back. As for the idea that if the United States was not here, there would be a productive relationship between Ukraine and Russia. I don't believe that at all. The Russian government banned the Ukrainian language during the empire. They were trying to suppress Ukrainian identity. They went to Ukrainian poets and they killed them. And the same thing happened during the Soviet period as well. They tried to suppress the Ukrainian identity. Many of them had to flee to Austro-Hungary because it was the only place where they could practice their literature, they could practice their language. The idea that all of a sudden big bad America came on the block and then Russia was like, oh, we got to be mean to Ukraine now, or oh, we're doing this because you don't know what's good for you, it's the NATO. It's ridiculous. The Russians have a colonial relationship with the Ukrainians. They're trying to reinforce that colonial relationship with the Ukrainians. And the idea that this is an example of organic, for example, in Crimea. Crimea is the worst example you could use for organic because there was ethnic cleansing.
People say I'm long-winded. I love you, but
I'm sorry, I've got to end this. There was ethnic cleansing in Crimea. Crimean Tatars were put into trains and then shifted out by Joseph Stalin, thousands and thousands of miles away. And then they moved Russian speakers, ethnic Russians, in to get better control of the warm water port, which is a strategic asset, strategic resource of the Russians. They didn't just do it to Crimea; they did it to the Koreans. They did it to many peoples.
I gotta let John respond if he needs, and then I see your hand. Counterpoints. Go ahead, John. Do you have a response to this? Keep it brief. We already.
Yeah, well, Dylan wants to paint things all black or all white. What I'm actually saying is that we actually need to introduce a level of nuance here and understand that there was a push and a pull happening in 2014 ahead of Euromaidan. On one hand, you had a significant threat that Russia perceived of Ukraine, its longtime brother nation, being incorporated into Europe, into the fold of the United States in Western Europe. And on the other hand, you had the United States that was also recognizing that, wow, there's a significant population who has supported President Yanukovych, that President Yanukovych is accountable to and having to make decisions for the Ukrainian government, which also played a role in the decision to pull out of the agreement with the European Union. Now, I know that Dylan wants to discount the interests of the people living in eastern Ukraine, but I think that we have to take them into account. The reality here is that the foreign actor who's exerting undue influence on the situation is the United States. I mean, we know this, we can see this even in the calls of U.S. leaders themselves. Victoria Nuland had an infamous call where she literally, before the new government is installed, is handpicking that government themselves.
Have you listened to the call?
Okay, hold on. I think we need a definition of concise. I think that maybe we need a debate on what concise means.
We're all YouTubers and live streamers.
You're all guilty here of this.
I did my sentence. I was good. I did a sentence.
Larry's been the best. He gets gold star.
We need to introduce a level of nuance here, and I believe that I'm doing it.
Okay, counterpoints. Go ahead.
Yeah. So one of the things that I know that we're trying to be brief, but one of the things that one of my favorite historical studies ever was Afghanistan before the Taliban, after U.S. withdrawal. And the reason why is because, you're saying undue influence, okay? And I understand that. But one of the things that I opened this conversation with is power abhors a vacuum. And so if you actually look at the Northern Alliance, if you look at the Hazaras, if you look at the Taliban, if you look at all that kind of stuff, each one of them had a sponsor state. Hold on, sorry, I almost said that wrong. But good God, why can't I think of it? But Iran was supporting the Hazaras. The Northern Alliance was being supported by the Uzbeks and Tajiks. The Taliban was being supported by a bunch of Gulf states. And then rivals to the Taliban, who were also Islamist, were being supported by Pakistan. Thank God I finally found it. So anyways, the point is that power abhors a vacuum. If there's an unstable nation that doesn't have like a clear dominant power, then other countries are going to play it to their economic and diplomatic interest. So for me, I know a lot of people, particularly libertarians, they don't like that the world is play or be played, but I don't exactly have like the biggest sympathy for people who apologize for Russia or China, because they're not making defenses of Russia or China because they want the United States to withdraw from the world stage and then everybody's going to start holding hands and there's going to be regional peace. It's because they want to play the same game. They just want to be the dominant force.
Okay, so we are kind of...
Did I say that?
No, you didn't.
Okay, good.
Sure. We're getting kind of low on time, and I don't want to go over, but I do have one more question for Dylan and Counter that I want to get to and answer quickly before we get to wrap it up, closings, etc. So we have the United Nations. They have a provision in their treaty that allows for the removal of suspension of a member's benefits to kick a member nation out if they misbehave. The European Union has a very similar thing. NATO does not. What do we do, or what should NATO or an alliance like NATO do when you have, because of the, as Counter mentioned earlier, the interconnectedness, right, with people? What do you do about nations like Turkey, for example, who, again, some members have decided, I don't know if we like these anymore. So, again, if NATO has no provision for ending a membership, how does NATO handle corruption in its own ranks when corruption rears its head?
I have the meme answer, so I'll give you the meme answer instead of Dylan's serious answer. Yeah, I think they absolutely need to add a provision in order to kick out member states that are, additionally corrupt or they engage in warfare that is brinksmanship, et cetera, et cetera. And I think Turkey is exactly the example that I would think about. Them, trying to seize territory in northern Syria, them trying to seize territory in northern Iraq, them, fighting, basically fighting our allies, in northern Iraq. I would love to kick them out, and I would love to take the western side of the Bosphorus back for the EU and NATO, and we can have all the chill Muslims live on the western side of the Bosphorus, and then boom, rest of Turkey is for all the a-holes.
Gotcha. Okay, Dylan, what are your thoughts on this?
Kick out the Italians. I don't like them. No, it's for me, it's when we first started NATO, there was this idea that it was a democratic alliance. But there were certain strategic locations like Portugal and the islands that they had between the Atlantic that were so beneficial to us strategically that we overlooked it. And it wasn't just in this instance, it's also happened in the 21st century. People forget, but there was a revolution in Egypt against a dictator that was very close with the United States. And it was Obama kind of shrinking away from him. That was kind of like the final nail in the coffin of his regime falling. He wasn't part of NATO, but it's an example of like, for strategic interests, the West and most countries, and the communists did the same thing. Every alliance ends up doing the same thing because states end up pursuing power. They're willing to compromise on these values. And so I would say Turkey being a member state now while having democracy issues around freedom of the press is nothing new for the organization, but I also think we should hold the organization to a higher standard. For us to have, for example, like the EU, they have a system where Viktor Orban is one of the most corrupt public officials in all of Europe. Hungary has some of the most highest standard of the highest levels of public sector corruption, constantly taking EU funds and funneling it into corrupt projects to the point where it's a joke, where people will go in and actually take pictures next to these corrupt projects. It's not just them. Other countries are corrupt in Europe too, but the Hungarians have a corruption problem. And so how the EU responded is by freezing funds, trying to add pressure on them. We don't have any mechanism on like that in NATO, and it might be because it's a defense alliance, and the idea of adding those types of things that could whittle down Article 5 or whittle down the deterrence element of the alliance might be risky, but I wouldn't necessarily be against it, but I haven't really thought enough about it.
Fair enough.
No. Hold on. This is you guys are actually making my point that I made up earlier, right? Why bother having a NATO? Join them when you want to join. If the Turks don't want to join us, they can stay home. They don't care.
NATO is the longest. NATO.
Well, then maybe we shouldn't have them. That's my point. We join up when we want to join up.
NATO is the longest lasting military alliance in history. I believe the last one that went not even close as long, it was an alliance against Sparta. I think it was like the Athenian alliance or the Athenian Congress, like 4 BC before Christ. Let me finish. Larry, I understand that. Hey, I'm trying to give you credit. Can I give you credit? Well, I didn't finish my response.
Go ahead. I'm
sorry. Very briefly, then we're going to let Larry respond, and then we're going to.
I'm quiet. I'm being good.
Over 75 years, we have all standardized NATO ammunition. We have standardized our weapons, so everything is interchangeable. We have built a very competent NATO command that now encompasses over 1 billion people. It is the strongest military alliance on the planet, no holds bars. It holds ultimate deterrence potential, but once that 1 billion people becomes 50 million here, 100 million here, 30 million here, it's a lot easier to divide and conquer, especially in places like Moldova, where the Romanians and the fact that they have a relationship with them while being in NATO might dissuade further intervention in Transnistria. Once NATO's not there, what would stop, for example, the Russians taking their illegal troop deployments, pushing forward, and taking the rest of Moldova? They're already interfering in their politics, funneling money, etc. So I do think there's a purpose for it defensively.
Okay. Larry, respond briefly, then closings. Go ahead.
Yes, my point was that I want us to make these things when we need them, because what happens is what you're talking about.
You need them when you need them. It's like you buy a gun, you put it on the wall, you have it ready for when the burglar comes in.
I was good. Let me finish. What I'm saying here is what's going to happen is what you just said. We're going to start having more control. Early on, I said these things begin to destroy freedom and localism. That's exactly my point. You're talking about it. No, they can't do this unless you do that. You can't do this unless you do that. All of a sudden now they're controlling more and controlling more. No, the answer is no control, no more power over these people. When someone does something wrong, the community of nations gathers together when they need to get, like Kuwait. Kuwait's a small country, and we pushed Saddam out of Kuwait. We should have invaded Iraq because of 9/11. That was dumb, right? But pushing him out of Kuwait? Sure, and we did it. We got together. I'm not against countries getting together to punish someone who does something wrong. There is no need for NATO. It should go away. You guys just made my point.
Okay. Gang, this has been a robust discussion. There's so much to this topic. We didn't get a chance to cover it all. Maybe we have part 2 sometime. But I'd like to thank everyone for being here and give them a chance to have closing statements. And so, yeah, we'll just go in the reverse order that we started. And we'll start with John Jackman, and then we'll end with Counterpoints. John Jackman, go ahead. Closing thoughts.
Well, what we see from the pro-NATO argument is basically an argument for social chauvinism that kind of mirrors the colonial and imperialist legacy that we've seen from Europe and the United States for centuries. Because in the end, the one common thread that you'll find for all the targets of NATO is that NATO hates when countries or peoples stand up for themselves and are sovereign. They don't want to see strong and sovereign nations in South America. They don't want to see strong and sovereign nations in Africa or Asia either. And when nations make a effort to reclaim their resources and to build up their own infrastructure based on their own social needs that are determined by the people in a democratic process that is connected to the needs of the people, then NATO will stand up against that if it counters the interests of NATO. Now, NATO, of course, has no problems when it says, you can be our ally, of course, if you have the right financial rules, if you have this kind of liberal economic world order that is favorable to our financial interests, our banks, our corporate monopolies, and so on. Then, of course, there's no problem. But the minute that a country wants to take hold of its own resources, it wants to begin to develop like Libya and put social programs in place that are actually utilizing things like the oil for the development of its own country and its own infrastructure, then NATO has a problem with that. And you'll see that theme over and over again. And when NATO actually is either defeated or is forced to reconcile with its own limitations, that's actually when you see countries begin to prosper. Of course, the example of Afghanistan was mentioned multiple times. Now the Taliban have control and the United States has ceded control of Afghanistan, and you're actually beginning to see a level of stability begin to reemerge. Now, I don't want to hold that out. That's too much of an example. But the same thing could be said of Iraq. I know it wasn't a NATO intervention, but it was a United States one. And Iraq is beginning to flourish once again in the aftermath, coming out of the boot of imperialism and intervention. So NATO as a whole is basically used as a weapon to maintain a source of intimidation to countries and regions that are maintaining their sovereignty. And it has a backstory, it has a history that is riddled not only with the legacy of imperialism, a incorporation of the British imperialism that was basically taken over by the United States, but even some of the most pervasive forms of Nazism were incorporated into early NATO. Its propaganda arms were staffed by Nazis. Even its top brass and leaders were former Nazi commanders. And now today, we live in a world where there are organic, I'll say organic again. I know that Dylan doesn't like when I use that word, but we see these civilizations beginning to emerge because of their historical continuity, because cultures go beyond even just a century, but that are historical, that are centuries and centuries old, that are through the interplay of different states, nations, societies, and communities, beginning to re-emerge. And that's why I call them organic, because they're time-tested, and they're coming as a result of historical moments, and proving themselves, like in China, like in Russia, like in Venezuela, other parts of the Middle East, that are reasserting themselves and are reclaiming their own destinies.
And that's the 2 minutes. So unfortunately, yeah. But thank you for being here. Thank you for sharing your points, and would love to have you on again. Dylan, go ahead.
One question, and I just heard enough words and like combination of words to think this. Have you read a lot of Dugin?
I've read Dugin. I'm not going to deny I've read Dugin, but I wouldn't say that he's one of my main philosophical influences at all.
Are you at all like associated with like
okay, we can't. Hey, we know these are
MAGA communism at all, or like any of that stuff?
We got a hard cut off at 8:15 here. I'm getting your producers angrily.
I am
right. So
you probably see a little bit behind me.
You guys can
I'm a member
discuss
of the American
book club later.
Is that MAGA communism? Is that the same thing?
Oh my God. Dylan, is this your closing statement?
I'm starting control. I'm asking. I'm curious. Can I not ask the people I disagree with what they believe? I'm sorry.
Not during closing.
Okay, then let me do my closing. Let me do my closing. Okay. Let me do my closing. Okay.
We're trying to get to your closing. It's your closing. Go ahead.
Okay.
Please.
I recommend people go or listen to the Victoria Nuland phone call. I recommend they listen to it in its entirety, because something that's really interesting about it is she talks about the need for the protesters to accept a deal with Yanukovych. that they want them to accept the deal with Yanukovych, because if they accept the deal with Yanukovych, then they can avoid the crisis of Russian interventionism. The protesters then did not do that, did everything to get Yanukovych out of power, and did not listen to whatever Victoria Nuland was suggesting. So if it was an extension of American empire, it seems like the Ukrainians were not good subjects. As for like me not listening to Eastern Ukrainian interests, my fixer's from Donetsk, most of my friends are from Donetsk, most of them have been displaced, many of them are Baptists that have had their churches destroyed by the Russian army because the Russian does not like Baptists. Well, they don't really like many denominations of Protestants in occupied territory, period, but I care about their interests too. That's why I want them to be able to return to their home. I don't see this war as black and white. I think that there's a lot of like gray in the middle, but in Bucha, there's just purely black. Outside of that, I will also say that in occupied territory, there's private property rights are fickle. Free speech is not existent. Freedom of press is not existent. And the Russian government is spending about $60 million to block VPN access in their country. So they want to completely block out any alternative perspective from going into the country. If your worldview and your empire is so strong, why is it that foreign podcasts are so scary and dangerous to your people? If your ideas are so good, why is it that Putin would never go on a show where, for example, like this, where they disagree with people instead, or, you know, listen to disagreements instead of shutting them down, putting them in prison, if you even call it a war instead of a special military operation? As for NATO, and this will be my last thing, we talked a lot about Iraq. We talked a lot about things that are like going into a car and criticizing the cup holders and the desk, but not talking about the engine, not talking about the wheels. The main purpose of NATO was defense of the Euro-Atlantic area. It has succeeded in that. If you join NATO, you're not getting invaded. Its main purpose has been an utter success in that purpose. We didn't get to discuss much of that purpose. Instead, we talked about Libya, Iraq, and a bunch of things that are not the main purpose of NATO and have not been fundamental principles of NATO. If we're going to redefine NATO, then we need to move away from the types of interventions in Libya and towards building Euro-Atlantic stability. That's my ending point. Oh, and also Nazis were hired by both the Soviets and the United States,
Come on, Dylan,
including in the military.
Stop cheating.
Sorry.
Man, he's doing a coup of his own panel, right?
is.
Okay, this is a revolution, a color revolution, if you will.
Larry.
Larry Sharpe.
I'm taking like 20 extra seconds because of him.
Oh yeah.
Anyway,
Okay,
no,
go ahead.
I'm kidding. No, the piece I want to bring up here, and again, thanks guys for having me. I love when I come on these shows. I enjoy tremendously. And Connor, you are my buddy, man. I love you, brother. You're awesome.
Love you too.
I 100% believe that the world is not perfect and there will be problems all around. My point is, I don't think we need a standing alliance like this. We should get countries together when there's a problem. Standing alliances by default breed corruption and control. We see it every single time. There are many reasons why there are world wars, but many of them right before them, there are lots of alliances. And all of a sudden, we have a massive world war. I'm not saying it's the only reason, but they facilitate us versus them. I want us to not do that and focus instead not on NATO versus someone else, but individual countries doing individual things. What winds up happening is several things. Control, but something else. The military-industrial complex becomes part of it. Everyone has to buy my bullets, or has to buy my guns. Let's have some more people join us. We can buy more things. America is in a place right now where about 60% of its manufacturing base is somehow linked to a military-industrial complex. That means government spending, Connor, you know what I'm talking about, is fueling the U.S. GDP. That is not good for us. We are building things to send overseas to bomb people versus building things that people want here in America. 10% of our manufacturing is weapons. That's way too high, right? We should not be doing this. It's not good for us. It also forces us to fight with our dollars. We're de-dollarizing. The BRICS is because of NATO. The BRICS came up because of NATO, right? That's what happened. That's why it happened that way. They were trying to find a way to make that happen. I'm unhappy with all these things. I'm not naive enough to think that people will all of a sudden become us, but I have a moral issue that I think some people disagree with, but I'll say it anyway. I don't think getting people to be better in their own way, in their own time, is our job. And I think if we want to take it on, we should take it on not through bombs and guns, but take it on by being the right example. And to be forward, I do think we should be defending our sea lanes and such. No worries about that. I think trade is not the be-all, end-all, but damn it, it really helps. It makes things better. If I have a choice of bombing a country or trading with them, I would rather trade. I think NATO's not required. We can still do it. Let's end NATO and have a better world.
Okay, thank you for being here. I really appreciate you. And last but certainly not least, we're going to go to Counterpoints, whose time has been absconded by Dylan, but we're going to give him the time anyway. Go ahead.
That's okay. I'll try to be very effective with my words. So I would take everything that the opposition said and I would literally flip it on its head and say, cool, like social chauvinism. All right. Liberalism, republicanism, mixed economy, capitalism, all those things are great. Hate independent and sovereign nations. I don't hate independent and sovereign nations, but I do think that cooperation breeds health and peace and wealth. When they reclaim their resources for themselves, oftentimes what you're talking about is nationalization and specializations that they don't have the ability to do. I'm thinking of Iran and I'm thinking of Venezuela, where they nationalized their oil resources and then they didn't have the ability to develop them for decades because they didn't have the specialization to do so. I'm thinking of the fact that those oil resources are now currently being held hostage against the global market. And since they were overly reliant on their energy as a part of their economy, the ones that got away with their sovereignty tanked themselves. So yeah, favorable to banks and international corporations. Banks are vehicles through which money spreads, and international corporations are businesses that are trying to trade internationally. Comparative advantage between multiple countries trading with each other is not a bad thing. I don't think it's bad at all. Then buy my bullets, buy my guns. You're right. We design good guns, and so do the Europeans, and we should buy each other's guns and we should buy each other's bullets. That's all based. We're building guns instead of bullets, or we're building guns instead of building other things. Building the other things is what our allies do. It's called comparative advantage. Taiwan focuses on microchips. Korea focuses on electronics. Israel focuses on electronics. We now produce oil, so on and so forth. We all have our strengths, and we should all play to our strengths, and we should be better together. Create these alliances when you need them. I do disagree. I think that creating alliances as we need them is what caused World War I and World War II to slowly suck us into the whirlpool of international intrigue. I think a little bit of conflict now is preventing a whole bunch of conflict later. I think an ounce of prevention is worth a pound of cure. And finally, I do rescind me kicking Turkey out of NATO, because while I was joking about that, because, I hate the Turks and I love Polish people more, the truth is that Dylan was correct that using leverage in a alliance in order to get people to behave properly is the best way forward. So with that, thank you, you lovely people. It was very fun.
Beautiful. It's been a great show. Thank you all again. And don't change that channel. There's going to be more Hippy Dippy content coming up. That's it. That's the show.
Fantastic. Thank you all for coming. Appreciate it. Larry's my favorite always.
Oh, can I just say before I go though?
Yeah.
I had to bite my tongue a lot. I am a NATO sympathizer. I'm not going to be real. I
think Larry's stuck with us.
NATO's
We still got him.
Soldier.
I'll get him out of here and watch this.
This idea, right? This idea that we can't have standing alliances. I think that the deterrence factor is a huge one. I think, Dylan, your point about how no NATO member country has been invaded is a very strong one. And yes, NATO isn't perfect. They've done some things that are not ideal before, but again, you have to look at the alternatives. Sure, we've made mistakes, but with a world without NATO, how would that look? Would it be better or worse? And I think that, again, we can use our intuition here. We use inference, and we use some evidence from how the world was before and say that pretty frankly, the world would simply be a worse place without NATO.
Soviets would have dominated Europe for sure.
Yeah, there'd be more corruption, more warfare, more loss of life, more all these things. And look, Yugoslavia, the butcher of the Balkans, NATO, I'm glad NATO went in there. Okay, I'm glad NATO stopped that shit.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. I'm not trying to talk smack about John after he left or anything. And I might feel like a post-debate cope session if it's only the debaters who are talking or whatever. But one of the things that I did actually take pretty strong objection to was him being like, well, you interfered with the natural orientation of where the Serbs were going to go in Yugoslavia. And I was
organic.
Fuck the Serbs. Yeah. Fuck the Serbs.
That's the one thing that confused me, the organic stuff. Because like Crimea has always historically been Russian. It's organic.
And I'm thinking, what he's saying.
There was Greek settlers. It was part of the Ottoman Empire. It was part of the. What do you mean? It's always been? No, it hasn't. Up till Russia didn't exist till 1721. And people think that countries exist forever, but it didn't. It existed in 1721.
But, okay, I know what he's saying with parallel regional ethno-linguistic tribes being closer to each other and therefore having more influence with each other. I do understand that, but I do think technology and commerce. are
I'm
normal.
gonna dip because I don't want this to drag out too long. I know you got other stuff to do. Gang, Dylan, Danabo says no coping, and so
No coping.
Yeah, exactly. No coping.
No
I'll see you
coping.
guys later. Bye. I love
Bye-bye.
you.
Bye.
Bye, bud.
Later.
Yeah, Connor, I hate to break this to you, man. You're coping. Okay, you got bodied. You got bodied. Larry did a great job. Look, I think libertarianism is ridiculous, but he had some great points about the anti-interventionism. I think the points about the America projecting their morality on other countries I thought was very salient. And the commie followed up with some of that, but then he got lost in the sauce with some of his examples. Look,
did you see Larry? Did you see Larry and him like agreeing, and they're like, yeah, and then John like started going a little bit too far, and then Larry is like, oh.
The wise leadership of the CCP, and I saw Larry's eyes go.
Yeah.
He said no.
Look, Larry did a great job. Who was his partner?
John
Jackman.
Okay, so John, it was actually kind of refreshing to see some polar opposites coming together on some points. It really proves the point that people of different backgrounds and everything can come together with certain ideas, but their point of views may be skewed, but they still come to the same conclusion, which I think is kind of awesome.
Well, what
Libertarian
I love is
communism.
Yes. So typically you have the horseshoe theory when it comes to the authoritarian right and the authoritarian left, and they come together on some issues or perspectives on how society should be run. So seeing like the instead of the east-west political compass horseshoe theory, seeing the north-south libertarian to international communist, that was phenomenally interesting.
That really was. It just like Connor, you a pretend conservative and an actual progressive. You're progressive for pay, as I like to say. I love you, Connor. I really do. Parasocial love. But to see you two come together, under the strong progressive bonds. No. Look, I'm not talking about progressive for free.
I'm paid by no man.
Yeah, he gives that booty up. FREE.
Absolutely.
No, I'm talking about you and Dylan coming together and locking arms in solidarity over NATO. Look, y'all had some good points. Y'all really did. But I think
what's interesting, though, is every single one of our views on NATO was skewed slightly different. Like, for example, Larry was against it for clearly interventionist reasons.
Yeah.
John Jackman has this, and I'm going to call it slightly Duganist. It is pretty Duganist view of like the organic, the civilizational struggle. Like I can see that for me. So it's totally different. Connor is full like victory for, he'll start like chanting Latin with an M16, like charging like civilization shall come. And where I am more of the conservative, I'm going to say conservative as in conservative values, but conservative as in conservative and policy view of NATO, that it has preserved this perfectly. We know it's done this perfectly, so continue doing this perfectly.
Yeah, if it ain't broke, don't fix it type of mentality.
Guys.
Yes, and that's what I was going to say is that typically, pro-NATOism, pro-American hegemony, there's obviously like a breed of liberal who will support that, but there's plenty of liberals who absolutely hate that, and plenty of leftists who absolutely hate that.
So I think it's funny that there's this people on the right that doesn't want to project American culture where it's not wanted.
Power.
Yeah.
Well, right. And that's what I actually really find interesting as well, is the fact that so even Dylan and I disagreed because he was like, no, like we created with these principles and we've held these borders and we followed these principles. And when, you're inserting American imperial hegemony under the veil of NATO, then I don't agree with you. Whereas I'm like, yes, based.
Well, no, my point wasn't that America wasn't engaging in these conversations for selfish reasons. Is that if you go and you talk to the locals, people in this conversation and talking about sovereignty, forget that when you go to these countries, they had to vote to join NATO. And then every other NATO country had to agree to join. That, if anything, that's like one of the most sovereign acts a country could take, joining an alliance to protect their own borders.
Well, and
more sovereign than when Kamala Harris took the... Yeah, no, it's fine. It's more sovereign than when Kamala Harris took the nomination. Okay.
See? Well,
Speaking of Kamala,
I'm saying talk to Lithuanians, talk to Estonians, talk to Croats, talk to Western Ukrainians. Almost all of them are going to be like, yeah, like we get it. America does fucked up things some of the time, but the truth is we needed their support in order to counterbalance Russia, and this is all based. They don't want to be under Russia's thumb.
Look.
So I hate to cut this off a little bit, but we have like 4 minutes until the next debate. And so I do think we should probably talk about the debate that's about to happen. And I do have to give an announcement. Not So Erudite at the last moment has pulled out due to health reasons. She
nominated Doghouse.
She was killed in service. She was killed in service while fighting with Azov on the Eastern Front. We wish her condolences. But she will not be coming on. She's just sick. She will not be coming on today. We're replacing her with Jooelewis. So Jooelewis is going to be on today's show. Look at that, an old veteran getting in there again. All of you have experience with Jooelewis. What can you talk about in his debate style? Sparky, be careful.
You know, I actually love Jooelewis as much as we have fought and everything, and the words that we have called each other and everything else. Currently tonight, the best hero on the internet. I actually nominated Doghouse to go up to play the part of Erudite because his takes would be just as brain dead, and he could look up at the ceiling just as much as she does.
Okay,
but
Sparky, sure.
Shut up.
I lost a few.
When a man's talking, you shut up. Okay. So putting forward someone like Jooelewis is actually kind of a base move, because if you put an idiot like this guy up there, all you're going to get is more erudite bullshit.
Calm down with your little "Make America Great Again." I know you're coping.
No. Look, one country, one continent. I want to make North America for once. Okay.
I know you want to make.
This is something you don't comprehend.
I get it. How is there?
Come on, man. You bring in the energy.
So hold on. I agreed with him real quick. Sorry for interjecting, but I was like, yeah, make America America again. Yes, the greater United States of America, Central and South America need to be under the United States of America.
In Canada, we're coming for you too. Look, one thing that Larry asked is, when do you actually think that it's proper to aggress? And honestly, look, Mexico is.
We have 2 minutes. Let's talk about the debate we're about to have.
In 2 minutes.
I know. Hold on. Hey.
Okay. Look.
Let's talk about this. Okay. Look, I'm gonna mention this right now. I've already heard Rob Noerr mention that he thinks he's trying to play fair and everything else. So what I expect to see from Rob Noerr is going to try to take the middle ground. I think that what we're going to see is actually a less contentious debate than we're actually expecting. We've seen this a lot, is that when there are clear, objective, like conservative wins, Rob does step up to the plate and say, look, this was kind of a Trump win. Now, he tries to cater and toe that line a little bit, but he does do that. So looking at the lineup right now, I don't really see there being a lot of contention. It might be in the finer details of, for example, maybe some polling, maybe something gets kind of pivoted over to what's happening now with the whole Springfield situation, which I'm completely disgusted in. I as a conservative even recognize that this is some absolute racist, bigoted behavior. But anyways,
how is that racist and bigoted? They culturally eat cats in Haiti. It's okay, man. People eat different things. What's the problem, dude?
Let's paint a broad brush.
What's the problem, dude?
Hey, Sparky, turn off the spark a little bit, okay? Just calm down. So look, what I'm trying to say is I see plenty of narratives being driven probably from the debate. There may be some kind of collusion that they're going to talk about with some of the moderators and how the moderators favored Kamala, even though somehow Trump had the most airtime and they refused to mute his damn mic or mute. Yeah, they put in a mic mute rule and never once used it on Donald Trump. So I see a lot of that being probably mentioned a lot about what the moderators did. Maybe we'll get a little bit of the light in Trump's eyes. That's a new thing apparently. So we'll see how that goes.
Yeah, I don't know. All I see is your 5.5 head there talking shit with your receding hairline at the age of 24.
All I see is the steaming pile of shit behind
look,
you.
I was told today that there was a question of what direction the Hippy Dippy was going in. And you know what? I want the CEO and chairman, Dylan Burns, to come across the rope with the steel chair. It is time to bring back WWE style. Okay, and the fact that you are letting fucking dimwits come on and do commentary is just insulting to your brand.
You know what?
I'm just doing what I can.
You are so right, Sparky. I agree.
That's right. Let's go.
Okay.
Can I get rid of him? Oh my God! We literally don't have the power. Only Danabo does.
Are we?
Oh, there we go. Thank Dan.
Are we wrapping or?
Yeah, we're probably wrapping them up. I'll get an okay from Danabo when we're ready. I think we're still down a few guests, and we're down actually Andrew Wilson, who I believe this is the first time. Andrew, more colloquially, how does it say colloquially?
He's in the waiting room.
Oh, is he in the waiting room now? Oh, he is?
Yeah.
This is the first time he's going to be on the show, though, I believe. Has he been on the show before? I don't believe he has.
I don't know.
How do you think he'll do?
He's a spicy gentleman, and he doesn't always take moderating feedback. So I think this is going to be interesting. He can play nice when he feels like it, but he's also been beaten up on women verbally. I should clarify. On whatever podcast for a while, so he might just be used to being spicy. So that's what I'm expecting.
Okay.
Yeah, I expect to see a little bit of Pisco and Rob debate a little bit. I see a lot of that going on. Andrew,
they beef.
No, so I think that you were saying, Doghouse, that this might not be as contentious or whatever. But number one, I expect them to find a tangent related to the debate to fight over which presidential candidate is the best, and that's what they're going to fight over. And on top of that, Pisco and I, we're a little oil and water too. If we get into a contentious subject, we're fighting like cats and dogs. Rob and Pisco are the same. And also, honestly, I expect Andrew to bring out Pisco's dog. He's got Pisco's got that dog in him. I expect Andrew Wilson would bring it out in him as well.
Last thing I'll say is I was really expecting and really looking forward to Eurydice because I was really looking forward to Andrew and her getting into it a little bit. I think they have a lot of common ground there.
Not anymore.
And that would have been really, really, not anymore. But I will
say though, one thing, you know what I'm curious about? I know Hutch and I just found this out, and Rob beefed a little bit too. So I think it's going to be Rob and Pisco, and Rob and Hutch is something people might be looking out for.
That could get hot.
It's going to get real hot. Real hot.
Any last predictions? Because we are ready to go, actually.
Nope. I thank you for having me, Parasocial Love.
I just want to make the comment that I saw a hot steaming pile of dog crap behind Sparky's bad takes. So
thank you both for coming on.
All right.
And Connor, thank you for being on the last debate and for once again helping with the moderation and being one of Hippy Dippy's most stalwart defenders.
My pleasure. Y'all have a beautiful night.
Bye-bye, everybody. See you later, dog. I appreciate you. Let's get started. Today, we're going to be debating the debate. So this debate's going to be good on the debate, and it's the presidential debate, debateception. Kamala versus Trump, Harris versus Trump. I just want to get straight into it. But first, we go around, simple introductions. Keep it under 20 seconds. We don't need to know your life story. Let's start with Gibbs.
Hey, my name is Admiral Gibbs. You can find me everywhere doing as Admiral Gibbs on every platform. I do gaming, we do politics several nights a week, and we do a lot of Halo-focused stuff and other sci-fi genres like Halo, and Star Wars, and 40K, and college football.
Thank you very much. He's also a pick from the Hippy Dippy recruitment, so we're building it back up again. Andrew.
Yeah, my name is Andrew Wilson. I'm the host of the Crucible. It is, to my knowledge, fastest growing debate channel on YouTube. I'm a political analyst, political satirist, and a blood sport debater.
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Hutch.
Yeah, you can find me at youtube.com/Hutch. We're doing daily uploads now on twitch.tv/Hutch. Started off in gaming, been doing politics for like 8 years.
Fantastic. I'm going to throw it now over to IRI.
I'm really important. I talk politics, stream Monday through Friday. That's about it.
Perfect. You also watch a lot of C-SPAN. Joe.
Yeah, my name is Jooelewis, Jooelewis. Once again, thanks again for having me. I'm an alternate for somebody who dropped out, so I very much appreciate the last-minute throw-in, but I'm very glad to be here. Thanks for having me.
Erudite could not join us today due to sickness. Hopefully we can get her at another time. We're going to throw it over to Pisco.
Thank you, Dylan. Really appreciate being here. Thank you for the invite. I'm Pisco. I talk about law on Twitter a lot and occasional debate politics or legal issues on Twitch or on YouTube, that kind of thing. You can follow me on PiscoLitty on Twitter.
Okay. Rob Noerr.
Rob Noerr, populist conservative. My YouTube channel is Normal America with Rob Noerr, probably the best place to find me. All other platforms, just Rob Noerr. Happy to be here.
And Terk.
I go by The Terk. I can be found on YouTube at The Terk as well as Twitter. I do a lot of PCs, computer gaming, and I'm a resident master, knowledgeable expert of the console wars. So PC Master Race is the best race.
Fantastic. If you could turn up your mic volume just slightly, that would be fantastic. Okay, so we're going to go through the rule set quick before I pose the question, just so nobody can say they did not know. Number one, any use of slurs will not be tolerated. We are streaming on both Twitch and YouTube, so please do not get my channel banned. I was already just, demonetized for 10 months. I'd like money. Violations will lead to immediate consequences. We will ban you so we can try to keep our channel. All participants are expected to adhere to the terms of service. You get the idea. Behave. Don't do toss violations. When I'm speaking, you guys must remain silent. I'm not trying to give my opinion. I don't give my opinion during these. I am simply just trying to moderate or possibly ask a follow-up question if there's just too much noise and no one can hear it. I will be semi-aggressive. We have a lot of aggressive personalities and people who don't like each other, okay? And I know that. So I will be slightly aggressive with some mutes today. I'm not picking on you. I just want the viewers to hear what is being said. If they're not hearing what's being said, it's not a show. It's for you. It's for the audience.
I like everybody, Dylan. What do you mean?
I never said anything about that.
They're all my besties, bro.
Of course, you go way back with all of them, all back to college. When the opening and closing statements are to be delivered without interruption. So if you hear somebody say something mean about you, even though personal attacks are not allowed, you got to wait and respond in point during your time to speak during introductions. Try to keep them to 2 minutes. Anything over that will eventually be interrupted because we got a show to run. Brevity and clarity are key. Okay, and that's it. Everybody understand the rules?
Good.
Fantastic. Most of you have done this before, so I don't think it's that confusing. We're going to open with the presidential debate. What is your reaction to what we just saw between Harris and Trump? Do you think Trump won? Do you think Harris won? How do you think it went? And how does it reflect on the race? We're going to start with Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, I think that maybe like on points, Harris won. But like, I think Trump asked some key questions, especially in his closing. I think the things he said are going to stick with the populace, especially when some of them ended up being true. I know everybody's going to want to talk about the dogs thing, which is like, oh, hyperbolic. But, you know, whenever one of these crazy, insane statements like the transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants in prisons actually turned out to be a true thing that she was advocating for, you know, I've heard the left be real silent and kind of ignore that. So I think that there's going to be some questions. I think asking why she hasn't done anything in the 3.5 years she's been there is a pretty good question, good way to close. I think it was very strategic. But I think she was very good in the debate and maybe caught Trump a little off guard, especially in that middle section.
Okay, got to throw it over to Andrew.
Yeah, so this was a subpar debate on both ends. I think that Trump barely got the best of it. And the reason that he barely got the best of it is Harris really needed to have a decent showing, and she really didn't. She didn't really outline any kind of new ideas for America whatsoever. There was nothing that wasn't just kind of a typified progressive policy. Trump, on the other hand, didn't have his kind of normal zingers, but he got a couple of good shots in there. Ultimately, I don't think the debate changed anybody's mind, and I don't think that that either one of them are eager to have another one. I saw today that Trump did not want to have another debate. So yeah, I would say that the edge went to Trump. Harris also had the disadvantage of being a woman. And, you know, I think that she handled that better than most by not being kind of like a shrill brat. But ultimately, she needed to have a better performance today, and she really didn't.
Hutch.
Well, I think the polls across the board have demonstrated that it's somewhere around 50% of the people thought she won the debate, 25% of the people thought that Trump won the debate, and 25% were undecided. So the public at large surely seems to believe that she got the better of it by pretty much a landslide. Trump seemed like he was phoning it in the entire time. It was pretty low energy. If you compare his debate performance from 2016, it's quite obvious that he is not the same man that he was back then. Not quite as bad as Biden in the last debate, obviously, but definitely low energy. I think Kamala went in there with a game plan to get under his skin and rattle him. And I think she was obviously successful in doing that. He spent far less time attacking her than she spent attacking him because he was spending most of his time defending himself. She would throw a little bit of bait into each answer, and he took the bait every single time. I think she went into it clearly prepared, and she executed on that plan. So I don't think there's any question who won this debate.
Okay, I'm going to throw it over now to IRI.
Yeah, I think Trump reminded a lot of people about why we don't want him back in the White House. He shined a racist spotlight on Springfield, Ohio, spreading this nonsense about Haitian immigrants are abducting people's pets and eating them. And he looked like a fool. TikTok is tearing him up right now over it. He's also hanging out with this clown, Laura Loomer, another racist who calls Kamala Shaniqua. So I don't think Donald Trump had a great debate. He looked like a fool. And Kamala outlined some policy. Let's give new families $6,000 tax credits so they can buy a crib, they can take care of expenses in that first year. Let's give first-time home buyers a $25,000 credit so they can get assistance with a down payment. So I think Kamala rocked it. She had a great debate, and I think she did what she had to do. She didn't have to hit a home run. She just had to hit a single or a double, and she outperformed what a lot of people thought she would do.
Okay. I'm not going just one after the other. I'm trying to do like two conservatives, two left, two, I'm going back and forth. So next I'm going to throw it over to Rob Noerr.
Okay, first off, not the topic that I was told. I was told that the topic was going to be who is positioned to better lead the country, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump. I hope that we get to that, but I don't mind. I don't mind talking about.
I thought it was the debate.
No, the topic that I was.
Yeah, that wasn't the topic I was given either.
But that's fine. I don't mind. I'm flexible. So hopefully we get to that. And I think it'll further illustrate the point that I have on this debate in the first place.
Sounds like a classic bait and switch, Rob.
Because now
bamboozled.
Now listen, I am going to take the position that I think Kamala Harris won the debate. So it oddly puts me now like maybe on the panel with the lefties to some degree, but I don't think it'll move the needle in any way. The reason is because Kamala Harris is running from all adversarial sort of questioning of her positions whatsoever. She is literally just running her campaign like the Biden administration did in 2020, which is a campaign from a basement that's running on things like vibes and leaving her surrogates do everything. She literally has so few policy positions that she's pretending to be Trump and crib his policy positions because the left always has to pretend to be Republicans when it comes to elections because their positions are so unpopular. So she's trying to do that. She's literally copying and pasting her positions from the Biden administration that the metadata shows it was just directly from Biden. And so she throws out a couple, so yeah, $20,000 families bubble, let's throw money out. But she didn't really ever define who she is. This was Trump's chance to do so. He took the bait, didn't do a good job of defining her. So I give him a C minus, maybe a D plus. I give Kamala Harris a C, maybe C plus, because she didn't do anything for people that are undecided to be more comfortable with voting for her. In fact, a lot of the polling shows that on the key questions such as the economy, actually people are less impressed with her after her debate performance than before the debate performance because she didn't do anything to really inform the American people of what she would do or why she hasn't done it. She is trying to run a campaign as if she's an agent of change when she is the de facto incumbent. She hasn't answered for the fact that she covered up for the mental decline, just like every lefty on this panel, for the mental decline of Joe Biden. And she claims that she was the last person in the room in many of these topics. That means she has directly adhered to the Biden administration, their failed policies. And as you'll see in this panel, we'll have to talk about things like Trump talking about cats or vibes or JD Vance is weird because everyone on this panel knows, despite what they'll try to gaslight you to believing, that the Trump administration was more effective for the majority of Americans than the Harris-Biden administration. And so they'll do everything possible to not talk about the disastrous record and the fact they gaslit the American people for 4 years saying the economy's great, the border's great, foreign policy's great, when it's all disaster under the Harris-Biden administration.
So I just checked. The question was, who is better to lead the United States in the future, Kamala Harris or Donald Trump? Parentheses, post-presidential debate. We can open with the presidential debate, then we'll go to that question in it. Because I think we start with the debate, then we'll move into those topics. Or, it'll be an outgrowth anyway. We're going to throw it over to Terk.
Yeah, so is that louder now? Is that good enough, Dylan?
This is perfect.
Cool. So I largely agree with some of the things Hutch said and resonate more with what Rob and Andrew said. I think that Kamala performed better during the debate. She was able to articulate some of the platitudes that she's been putting out throughout her different adventures and her presentations she's been doing at the rallies and stuff. But I do believe that things were really stacked against Trump in many different avenues. Being fact-checked multiple times, whereas there were plenty of obvious things that have been debunked that Kamala was able to put out a lot of times that no one was able to push her on except for Trump. Never got to flesh those out. But when it comes to policy positions, I could debate with IRI on some of what Kamala presented. I think what Trump presented could have been presented better, but I do believe that Trump's platform is a little more sound, a little more rounded and more defined. And I would have to give Trump that edge on that during the debate.
Okay. Now we're going to throw it over to Jooelewis.
Yeah, I want to make something pretty clear because I'm definitely in confrontation to the other more liberal people on this panel as somebody who voted uncommitted within my primary and somebody who also plans to vote green for this election. So I want to make it very clear that I have no stretch of the imagination in support of Kamala Harris, nor will I want to support the Democratic Party moving forward. With that being said, in the confines of the debate itself, I do believe that Kamala did what she had to do in terms of poking Donald Trump, but I'm not exactly convinced that seems to be something that's a very big challenge to do, since he pretty much took every single bait that she lobbied, even the small things. So that was very frustrating to watch. My concern moving forward are a few clear things. I think it's in the best interest of the American people for them to debate as often as possible moving forward. I think that that has to be in some capacity in a more diverse environment. That means that you need to have something within the DNC and RNC apparatus, and then something also within the Fox News apparatus. I think what would be beneficial, if I am somebody within Trump's camp, is to keep the debates concentrated. So having it focus on a particular policy. Something that was very frustrating for me is that education wasn't really a topic of the debate. Housing wasn't a topic of this debate. Voter expansion or lack thereof wasn't a conversation. They were talking about, Kamala was talking about gun ownership, and there was a school shooting less than 7 days prior. That's embarrassing and really rough to watch. And with that being said, I do strongly support moving forward that they have more debates. I think it's in the best interest of the American people. So I really hope Trump and Kamala can figure that out. I do think she did a great job, or the best as she could. But if we're talking about grades, it's like a B minus for Kamala, and then a D plus, if not C minus, for Trump. But again, they're not talking to those who are on this panel. They're talking to the undecided voters, the moderates, the more people closer to the center, to try to move them one way or another. So that's going to be the hard part for both of them.
And we're going to throw it to Pisco to wrap us up.
Thank you. So I don't really think it's up for debate that Kamala won the debate. I think practically, I don't know, 3 out of 4 conservatives here either say that she clearly won or it was a wash. And so, and polls suggested as well, in terms of optics, it was a no-brainer. Kamala Harris was clearly more polished, more prepared. On the point about taking the bait, I don't think, for example, people talking about the crowd size thing or the cats and dogs thing, that is just a optic point. It actually is a substantive point. And let me give you an example. Right now in my opening, I could take the bait of what Andrew said about shrill women and start talking about that and acting all offended. But I have a strategy going into this discussion. I have a strategy because I want to talk about certain things, and I don't want to talk about other things and drag down discussions into points that are not what I care to argue about at the moment. And Trump showed that he is unable to control his urges, unable to control what he wants to discuss and what he would be advantageous for him to discuss. I don't think that would be policy. If you started listening to the debate about any kind of specific policy prescription, I challenge you to bring something up other than a destructive 10% tariff across the board. And that shows to me a lack of leadership, a lack of preparedness for the office of presidency. And the other thing that shows a complete, to the American people, lack of preparation and fitness for the office is his continued lie about the 2020 election. This is a man who tried to steal the presidential election in 2020 and undo and upend our constitutional process. The people saw it once again that he has no respect for the dignity of this country, its founding principles whatsoever. He continues to promote the lie that he won when he lost. Kamala Harris, on the other hand, put a dignified performance, absolutely obliterated him on multiple policy issues, and especially that one, the notion that this is a man who's all about himself and will do anything, even destroy this country and its constitution for his own benefit.
Okay, so we're gonna start with the debate, but like halfway through, you can only debate a debate so much. We're probably gonna shift away totally from it. I think the debate conversation will probably move us towards policy and like the differences between the candidates anyway. But I'm gonna start with Andrew because Andrew's the one that disagrees the most, so it makes sense to throw it to him first. Andrew, would you like to expand at all about why you think Trump might have edged out on the debate?
Yeah, well, he just had he had kind of better zingers. The thing is that Harris didn't present any kind of new vision for America. It was just a continuation of Biden policies. There was nothing extravagant that she said which stood out. There was no kind of great reforms that she's promoting. Even when I looked at her plan, I was looking at her plan this morning in preparation for the debate. She's not really doing much. She's adding 4% to the corporate tax rate. And that's about it. I mean, there's not really much in the way of deviation. She wants the same type of assault weapons ban. She wants all the kind of same progressive tripe that we've been hearing about nonstop for years. So there's just really nothing that makes her stand out. There's nothing that makes her exceptional in this race. She looks like exactly what she is, somebody who was swept in there in order to be the candidate for the Democrat because Joe Biden lost his fucking minds, and Democrats hid that for well over a year, knowing that he was in cognitive decline and would have pushed him out there as being completely fit for office, even knowing he was in cognitive decline. And other Democrats came to the rescue of him and said, well, it's okay to go ahead and elect this guy who has the mental capacity of an infant because he'll have good staff around him and he'll be a nice puppet president for the Democrats. So I thought that was bullshit. But she looks like exactly what she is, a hasty replacement where nobody else was available, who she was there. And so they're using her. But there was absolutely nothing which made her stand out. I'd love to hear any policy from any of these liberal scumbags on this panel, any policy that makes Kamala Harris stand out. They won't be able to name a single one, not one.
So Andrew, just so
for first home buyers.
Just so I'm clear in terms of talking about because you mentioned the concern about distinction, right? Which I would agree with you that you didn't really do too much in terms of establishing that distinction. But it seems like what I'm sure Hutch and IRI and especially Pisco are going to argue is that there was a distinction there. So if you were to be charitable, what do you think would be the response of certain things of distinction? Or were there any points of distinction in your eyes in the debate?
Distinction between who? Trump and Kamala?
I got one.
I mean, I already went.
So go ahead.
I was just saying, I already went over the distinction in performance. But when you get to the meat and potatoes of what it actually is, Kamala looks like exactly what she is. Somebody who the Democrats turned to in desperation because the candidate that they wanted in there, who probably would have easily beaten Trump by their estimation, Joe Biden, is unfit. And we knew this as soon as the first debate was done, that he was in massive cognitive decline and that this was hidden from the American public, even though Democrats knew it. She looked like exactly what she was, just a ringer who was there, who the Democrats turned to. She didn't look polished, like Pisco said. That's fucking cope. She also didn't have any great policy positions that made her stand out. There was no great kind of
Hang on a second,
progressive turning.
You made a claim before that we couldn't identify a single policy that she put forward.
No, I didn't. That's not what I said.
Okay, sorry. So are you able at this moment?
Pisco, what did I say, bro? What did I say?
You said that none of the Democrat left-wing people on this panel are going to be able to identify a single policy proposal that she put out.
Nope, I didn't. Nope, that's incorrect. You're an idiot.
Restate your claim. Restate your claim.
You got to stop talking then. Yes, I'll stop talking. Go to the VOD. I said you would not find a single policy position that made her stand out, Pisco.
How about the purchase? What would you think about the purchase of or the construction of 3 million new homes? That was a policy put out.
There's going to be 3 million new homes. That really made her stand out. What a great policy for
be a little bit more charitable here.
So that's what we have here, right? So anything that we propose that we think will either be incremental or be different, this is a policy that neither Trump proposed, that Biden didn't propose. It is a novel policy. Would you acknowledge that, Andrew? It's novel.
No, I don't think it's novel. Democrats have been talking about the rebuilding of America through infrastructure every single election of my lifetime.
Infrastructure?
Yes, they're infrastructure. Yes, of course it's part of infrastructure.
What is not infrastructure, Andrew?
What are you talking about?
Is everything infrastructure?
Everything that the government is going to build, if they're going to build public housing, yeah, I would consider that to be infrastructure.
Would you consider the government is just like giving checks to people to spend on their rent? Is that infrastructure?
No, that would be welfare.
Oh, so what's the definition of infrastructure for you?
Why are we being pedantic with this? Just tell me what you want, Pisco. Get to what you're getting to.
What you're trying to do is you're trying to put a big label on it and say infrastructure and say, well, it's just the same kind of infrastructure policy as before because, look, Biden had an infrastructure policy. You know that there's a difference in kind between purchasing homes and purchasing
I don't think it made it stand out, Pisco.
They're different,
Pisco,
right?
it didn't make it stand out, bro. I'm sorry.
Yeah, not to you because you're going
to say
anybody. Because
the next day was like, oh my God, did you hear Kamala's million new homes? Nobody said that, Pisco. Nobody gives a shit.
Wait. Okay, how about
Pisco? 3 million homes, Pisco. Nobody fucking
clearly
cares.
say why 3 million. Wait,
people don't care about
Pisco, clearly say why 3 million homes matter, and then we'll have Andrew just respond clearly instead of talking over each other.
So clearly, the American people have made it abundantly apparent to everybody that housing prices and the price of housing is a big concern of theirs. In fact, it's one of the big sources of angst in America and Middle America, as well as in other countries, Canada, UK. Everyone is going through a cost of living crisis in this country. And for Andrew to say, "Oh, who the fuck cares about houses? Who the fuck cares about prices and homes?"
Yeah,
shows
nobody
what's going
cares.
on here. He doesn't care. And what's more is Andrew sort of bills himself as a person for the family. Isn't that what you want? Don't you want permanent homes, people to have connections?
No,
and
you know
roots in
what
their
happens
communities?
when the government goes in and they build low-income housing homes is it brings in people with low income, brings everybody's housing prices way down. Pisco. That's what ends up happening. Pisco.
Low-income houses.
Bro, are you going to let me finish? My turn. I just let you talk. Remember how I did that? You're going to do the same thing for me. So here's what happened. Okay, anytime the government. Oh, sorry, Hutch. Are you going to cry? Hutch, or you go cry, Hutch. You want me to go get you a
I'm pointing it out.
Okay, I want to okay, we're gonna let Andrew finish. We're gonna go down.
Fucking time.
We're gonna let Andrew finish. We have other people that want to talk, so I don't want to get to others. I know Turk's been waiting patiently. So Andrew, finish your point.
Yeah, anytime the government decides that they're going to build houses for people and get them out there, I'm guessing you want to get them in the hands of those who need them the most, which are going to be lower income people who probably don't qualify for them under today's market. Otherwise, why would you be fucking building them? Otherwise, let me finish, Pisco. Pisco, let me finish, Pisco. Otherwise, why would you build them? If people just qualified for them right now and could go get them, you wouldn't need to fucking build them. So you're going to be building them for the people who don't qualify for them. And since that is the case, you're going to be building them for people with low income. Low income people are going to come in. It's going to drive the pricing of housing down. That's all Democrats ever do. They're scumbags. Don't give a shit about anybody except themselves. And of course, it's not their money. What do they care?
Okay, it was Pisco's point, so I do want to go back to him, and then we're going to Turk. And Hutch, I got you down.
It's a dumb assumption for Andrew to say low-income people are the ones who are primarily going to be doing these purchases. It is true that I think that, with the $25,000 first home-time buyer a provision that's included as part of the plan, that might attract some people who would otherwise wouldn't be able to afford homes. But the whole point of Kamala's entire policy is to drive down housing.
Wait, so I was right, Pisco?
Hang on. But that is what people have been asking for, is to make it affordable for people to own homes. Now,
you said you would let. I interrupted him.
What Andrew is saying is, I don't want housing to become affordable for people. I don't want people to be able to purchase homes. And I think that policies that are crafted for that aim are stupid. I mean, then say what you feel and admit that what you don't really care about. You don't really care.
We got to
care. Wait, hang on. You don't really care about people having access to affordable housing.
No, you don't care.
I want to throw it over to
big
Terk.
Cities and
yeah. So anyway, Pisco. Here's the thing, though, man. Right? Is you just made.
So Terk, continue.
Yeah. So I got a smart aleck answer, and then I got a pushback on Pisco, and then I also wanted to kind of engage Pisco on the original claim of the quality of the debate. So first thing, the government has a really hard time actually defining things, because infrastructure can mean a whole bunch of different things, but so can inflation. And if you went to heard the Joe Biden clip where he said the Inflation Act or whatever should have been called something else about the green energy. So that's that point. Then the second thing is, what do you think happens to the costs of homes when the government artificially gives people money in order to buy homes?
I think if you increase supply by 3 million and encourage first-time owners, I'm not sure about the net inflationary effect or the net price effect on that. I'm not an economist, so I couldn't tell you. But you're massively increasing supply, and yes, you are providing incentives for certain types of people to get housing. So I don't know.
Low-income people, Pisco. Like I said,
no. Sorry.
No income, like I said, Pisco.
Hang on a second. So is it different in your mind, Andrew? First-time home buyers and low-income people, are those things different? Yes or no?
So
are those things different? Yes or no, Andrew?
Of course, there's a distinction between the two. However, no, Pisco, it doesn't make your point.
Yeah, so
Pisco, the thing is that I can say there's a distinction between the two. What you're trying to draw in is people can't afford houses right now. People who can't afford houses right now are going to be people who don't have a lot of fucking money. All right, Pisco?
Not necessarily.
Answer my question. Answer my question,
Not
Pisco.
necessarily. Even
no, of course not. No, they have tons of money. They have tons of money, Andrew. That's why they can't afford houses.
Not necessarily. As you're aware, Andrew, as you're aware, even people who would be considered kind of middle income have been priced out in certain places.
Oh yeah, they've been priced out. Where are they?
I can't hear
That's a good point, Pisco. Everybody's priced out. You can't even go buy food at the grocery store, and they're worried about fucking housing prices. It's the most outrageous, ridiculous bullshit I've ever seen.
You guys
we're
sound
offering
so out of
solutions
touch.
for problems. Oh,
No,
I'm out of touch.
No,
I'm
no,
not out of touch. Listen. They had a jobs report come back. It's 800,000 less. If I took it to my stockholders and said, "Hey, we're going to make 800,000 less this year than what was predicted," guess what? My stock prices would drop. It's the same thing here. They're lying, and then they turn around and go, "Hey, we're going to give you this little consolation prize, housing," which probably won't even solve the problem. And secondly, it's such a drop in the bucket. It doesn't affect any of the real issues. It's total fucking bullshit. And you're over here going, "It's so good.
Even with
They're
that,
so good,
even
this
with that
cash."
even with that revision, Biden had stronger job numbers than Trump did. Even if you take away COVID losses and gains.
Yeah, bro, because everybody's got to work 3 jobs to buy fucking 1 thing of milk, bro. Like milk is like
great argument, Hutch. We devastated the economy.
3 jobs, we saved it, bro. Yeah,
you made it
can't hear Rob. We can't hear you, Rob.
Jobs.
There's too many people talking at the same time. I want to hear what Hutch said clearly. I know Terk never got to finish statement, so we will get Terk again, but he got half of his statement out, and there's a lot of people. I want to hear Hutch's point clearly, and we'll have one person respond, not 3.
It's a simple point. He made a point about how they revised the job numbers down. But even if you account for that, there were more jobs that were created on Biden's watch. Even if you get rid of the job losses during COVID and then the bounce back, the initial recovery.
Not true. So I'll respond to this.
If you're making a point about jobs,
it's not true.
We need
So
to
first off,
address that.
Totally
it's not
false.
true. Just to reference the jobs.
Anybody who's watching this right now, you can look it up yourselves.
Just to reference the job numbers first, the vast majority of the jobs that have been created were jobs that were lost during COVID through disastrous policies, which I'll agree some Republicans and Trump went along with, but certainly were championed more by the Democrats. They're now taking credit for jobs that they let people go back to work. Second, full-time jobs are down tremendously, and many of these are part-time jobs because due to the Harris-Biden economy, people have to work multiple part-time jobs now to be able to do things. Third, the net number of jobs from citizens of this country or people born in this country have declined precipitously. Most of those jobs are going to people that were foreign-born, and so that means most of those people would be ineligible to vote. That means when you're considering voting, knowing this, you and all the people you know that are eligible to vote are actually losing jobs. Fourth, jobs are hardly important if real wages are going down, which real wages have been going down precipitously under the Harris-Biden administration. Now, to talk about some of the other things that were said here specifically, when it comes to sort of housing, let me ask you this question, Pisco. The same people that promised they were going to buy millions and millions or thousands of electrical vehicle stations and were spending hundreds of thousands of millions of dollars doing that. How many did they end up building?
I'm not sure about that. I don't know how it's
okay. Another question.
3.
They also said, 3, right? Okay. And they also spent.
Who's the same people? What do you mean by the same people?
The Harris-Biden administration and the people that are actually running the show behind them. Secondly, let me ask you another question. When those same people also promised that they were going to spend hundreds of millions of dollars for rural broadband, how many rural broadband people have been connected under that policy that spent hundreds of millions of dollars?
I don't know offhand. I don't know.
The answer is 0. The answer is 0 to that. So what Andrew?
There's a lot of appropriations. Are you denying the appropriations were put towards public ends under the Bipartisan Infrastructure Act, or that there were great investments made under the Inflation Reduction Act? Are you denying those things?
I think that's deflecting what the central question here. The point that Andrew's trying to get to is it's easy to promise, oh, we're going to spend money that we're just going to create out of thin air to build a product that will benefit people. But the problem is that ends up causing inflation, which we can see is already the core problem of the Harris-Biden administration. And second, they rarely
brings down housing prices, Rob. Remember that.
How is bringing down housing prices causing inflation?
I would like to continue my point. And secondly, they rarely deliver on the promises that they've given anyway. So we end up with massive inflation and the promises that they delivered not coming through. Now, to the more central point, again, you can see from the opening statements from people like IRI that were shouting racism, talking about the cat story and things like that. Then you see from Pisco talking about threat to democracy January 6th, exactly as I said what happened in my opening statement. They know that despite the gaslighting that they've done, including decrying people that correctly called out the cognitive decline of Joe Biden, the American people do not believe the Harris-Biden administration when it comes to the important things such as the economy, such as immigration. And so they know that they have to deflect from talking about those things at any means possible. responsible. I'm sorry, the American people are not assuaged of their fears that Kamala's been there for 3.5 years and their real wages have gone down and they can't afford food and they can't afford housing and their border is porous and their cities are being overrun with people that are breaking the law and taking their resources. And this administration has done nothing but exacerbate that. But it's all solved because she had 20 seconds of policy positions when she said, we're going to give people free money and create houses.
We do need to get to other people. Rob, you've done a lot of stuff.
Years they've failed to
I mean,
do.
we do need to get to other people.
Game. This is a shell game what they're doing. So Andrew asked for
after Pisco. I do want to throw out the IRI because he hasn't really said much. And
Andrew asked for a specific policy. That's why we're focusing on
Pisco,
it.
be respectful. Let IRI talk. Come on, what's wrong with you?
I said after Pisco, Andrew.
So Andrew asked for a specific policy prescription
like how you call him
that we
Pisco.
could talk about, and I offered one, and we were focusing on housing because that's where Andrew was taking the conversation. He wanted to get into the substance of the topics, and now Rob is decrying us and calling foul because we're focusing on that instead of Biden's cognitive decline. And
yeah, that
similarly,
literally never happened.
You cannot win. Andrew is decrying the fact that we're lowering housing prices, and Rob's talking about inflation and worrying about prices going up.
Yeah, both are true at the same time. So in areas where the low-income people come in, it's going to lower the value of the houses around, and it's also going to cause inflation.
What I'm going to say. So I'm going to just finish what I'm going to say. So it sounds like these are a couple no-win scenarios. On the one hand, we want to talk about policy because that's what Andrew wanted us to get into. But obviously, Rob wants to talk about underlying deceit, and you can't trust the administration. So pick what you want to talk about, and we can go.
We can talk about all of it, Pisco. It's not a one or the other. It's not a bifurcation. We can talk about all of it. All of it's a package deal. So if you have low-income people coming into the suburban neighborhoods, it's going to necessarily lower the housing prices, which are in that area. Guarantee it happens nonstop. Okay, that is where you get the phenomenon called white flight. That's why that happens. Also, on top of that, it is going to increase inflation when you artificially increase the supply by 3 million homes. Pisco, both are true at the same time, Pisco.
Increasing housing supply is going to increase inflation. Help me there.
What's crazy?
I want to wait. I'm sorry, Gibbs.
Where does the money come from? Pisco?
I'm throwing it over to IRI.
Does the government spend the money? Pisco?
Throwing over to IRI.
Yeah.
Wait,
first,
there was a question to Pisco, so now Pisco has to respond because you asked a question. So Pisco.
Yeah, so I understand that government expenditures can be inflationary in nature.
No kidding.
Let him finish.
If you're going to make a positive claim that there's a strong relationship or a good relationship, whatever you want to say, between the policy proposed by Harris, and you have to make it. Like Trump's policy of tariffs, a 10% tariff across the board is also in principle inflationary. But don't you have to make a case? Don't you have to make a showing that it's going to noticeably increase more than the any kind of countering effects that other kinds?
Well,
of
I mean, that was a nice whataboutism, Pisco. It doesn't answer my question.
Or increases in taxes. I'm not sure that it's going to noticeably increase inflation. I'm not sure about that. That's your case you have to make.
Well, Pisco, can we start?
I'm sorry.
Oh, okay,
Sorry. He hasn't spoken at all.
I have to say, Andrew, my feelings are hurt for you to call me a liberal scumbag. I thought we were cool. I still love you, but that's okay.
Nice to see you again, IRI. How are you?
I'm good.
I noticed your anti-Semitic remarks you made towards Laura Loomer. That wasn't very nice, IRI.
Well, I'm Jewish, so it's kind of hard for me to be anti-Semitic, but okay.
And his ideas in his family,
But I'm happy for your success. You've been doing great, so I'm happy for you. As far as the jobs go, there are 5 million more jobs in America today than February 2020 before the pandemic. And you guys said these are because people have 3 jobs. But the thing is, we've had a record unemployment rate. It's been below 4%, or it was below 4% for a record stretch we haven't seen since the 60s. We hit record unemployment 3.4%, below even what Trump accomplished. So I feel like a lot more people in this country are employed. And this isn't the case that you guys portray. Everybody's got a part-time job.
Everybody does have a part-time job, but I this was crazy.
It's 5% of the workforce.
That's wrong. Everybody's got a part-time gig, a side gig, a side hustle. Yeah, I don't believe your numbers, even if you show them to me. I know too many people in my everyday life, even if it's anecdotal. You can just go ask anybody. Everybody's got to do 2 things.
Why do you not
Everybody
believe
has
numbers?
Because you can go ask 10 random people at HEB or Walmart or wherever, and they all will tell you they're doing 2 things. And there's no way that this sample size.
Anecdotal, dude.
Sure, it's anecdotal, but when it's every time, listen, we've already caught you cooking the books and the job numbers. Why would I believe you with this 5% bullshit?
You understand?
I mean, it's clear that y'all are lying. Y'all lied about Biden. Y'all lied about Biden. Every time y'all say Kamala's got a policy, half the time it's just Trump's policies. Listen, it sounds like you got 2 halves of nothing. And what basically that equals out to is a whole lot of nothing. And y'all are sitting here just trying to pass off vagaries and nebulous policy and buzzwords like opportunity economy and say we're going to fix it. Well, Trump asked a valiant question. Hey, 3.5 years, y'all ain't done shit. It's only got worse. Why hasn't it been fixed since then? And nobody's been able to answer that here. Y'all just keep saying, oh.
Does anybody want to answer that question?
Wait, I would like to ask, what is your guys' solution for the housing crisis? Because I know
Well,
what Trump is
before you
offering. It
skip
doesn't
over
sound like
to the
anything.
what about, can you answer his question?
Why haven't you fixed everything in the last 4 years? Is that the question? Yeah,
No, his question is.
First time we didn't have a transition with the previous administration. Donald Trump took a giant dump on the floor and set everything up for disaster. So they had to do a little bit of cleanup work. The last couple
It's Trump's fault.
Wait,
hang on.
Let him finish. You gotta wait. Gibbs got to finish. IRI gets to finish.
Let me finish. The whole world has been suffering through economic problems. This is not an American-centric thing. So we've done pretty well compared to the rest of the world.
We sure have. And what's more, in 2 years, we've only had Congress for 2 years. And those 2 years, there was a ton of bipartisan legislation passed. The CHIPS Act, the Infrastructure Act, the, other kind of weird, gun legislation that was bipartisan in nature.
Y'all have had the presidency for 12 of the last 16 years, Pisco. Like, what do you mean? Like, y'all have had the leader of the free world, and it's been this dog shit for, the whole time.
Why does this need to turn into a civics lesson? You understand that Congress is the one that passes
You're gonna do a civics
major
lesson? Okay, do you know what executive orders are? Like, yeah, I mean, you act like they don't have any control.
Hang on. When we try to do major executive action, for example, and you might not agree with the underlying policy, but Biden made a promise with student loan, and you might say that that's stupid or whatever. But when the administration tries to do stuff, who are the first people suing? It's Republican governors, Republican individuals. Hey. They're trying to stop as much as they can the administrative.
Great, Pisco. They don't put anything on Trump's feet if it's all due to Congress, Pisco. If it's all Congress, then don't put it on Trump's feet.
In fact, that's not to say the president doesn't have a lot of power. They do.
No, he has a lot of power. 10 seconds ago, he's barely anything to do with anything. Now suddenly has a lot of power.
And they just lied again. I just found a source saying that 54% of Americans are doing side jobs now.
Let's let Pisco finish.
They're just lying.
In terms of the economy, the presidency can obviously, I guess, in terms of chain of command, you have the Federal Reserve there, which has a lot of influence on prices, that kind of thing. But in terms of direct appropriations and kind of major legislation, tax changes, that's all coming through Congress. The president has some role in what they can do with the administrative state, but that's all things that you guys don't agree with.
Man, are you tired from backpedaling, Pisco?
And there's no backpedaling whatsoever.
Total backpedal. 10 seconds ago. The president has almost no power.
You got like skates on ice, Papa. That's what you're doing.
You guys are asking. You guys are asking, for example, why haven't they done the housing thing in the 4 years? They haven't had Congress.
Okay,
I know there's a lot.
Rob, I know you've been waiting. Rob, wait, guys, please, one second. I know, Rob, you want to talk, but Terk has been waiting, and Joe has been waiting very patiently. I have you after them. I just wanted to make sure I check with them. Terk, were you still waiting, or has the moment passed?
I can still bring it back to the topic that you brought up, Dylan, if you'd like me to do that.
Could I do Joe first because it might be relevant?
Sure, yeah.
Joe?
Yeah, and I'm sorry, Pisco, for having to push at you too. A little frustration that I do have with the Biden-Harris administration, and then by extension, now the Harris administration, and Rob brought this out a little bit in his argumentation, is that there are still issues within underserved communities that haven't been actualized and promised. And something that I wish was clearly articulated in the Harris administration would be something like, to get very sort of specific, we saw in New Jersey about a drop in monthly revenue from hospitals across the board, anywhere from 30 to 40%. And that's a little bit higher in more underserved areas like Camden and Newark. And something that the person that I voted for the Senate, Larry Hamm, was advocating for was an expansion of the infrastructure bill to cover things like emergency centers and hospitals, which is something that currently doesn't exist in the infrastructure bill as currently. So that's a frustration that I have with the Harris administration. And if we want to get really specific in the ideas of
Biden administration, you mean?
In the, what did I say? What's
Harris administration?
In the Biden administration. Oh, that slipped.
Yeah, it's really difficult to differentiate the two nowadays, isn't it?
I mean, that's not
considered he's on the beach every day,
That's not the hero there in the misspeak, but my concern there is that there are things that could help. And I think it is legitimate to question the 3 million houses plan.
If I may jump in, because I do have something to add on this specific point. So to the points that were addressed here.
Can I finish my house thing, and then I'll end up playing. I'm going to see you, Rob. Is that all right? or yeah. So like the thing is, like we saw, for example, like in the housing crisis, right? For black households, about 8% of black households were lost during that from 2008. Something that I think could have been really cool to hear and see is an acknowledgement from whether it be the Biden administration or the Harris campaign articulating that, because something that would be cool to have coupled along with that is in those sort of first buyer initiatives and stuff like that to include individuals who lost their home during those foreclosures for people with subprime mortgages. That I think would be a very easy rhetorical thing that could move a lot of people in the center. A lot of people in the center probably were affected by that statistically, which obviously would have an impact for black voters in particular, but also to all voters who were affected by that. You know what I'm saying?
I'm gonna let Rob. I have a response, but I just want to let Rob talk.
Oh, sure. I screwed stuff up. Okay, to respond to this, first I want to go where I'll get to right to what Joe said there, sort of in the spirit of it. But notice how in all of this talk about jobs, I could talk about the specific job numbers. Yes, unemployment numbers look like they're doing okay. That's because it doesn't count people that are no longer trying to get work. Labor force participation is still lower than it was in pre-pandemic levels. What happened was a lot of people got so frustrated after the lockdowns and things like that they never tried to go back to work. In addition to increased welfare benefits and PPP loans and other stimulus checks that we're sending them, many people never went back to work. So unemployment numbers look way better than they actually are. The real unemployment number is probably around 7%. And none of that matters anyways. The fact that you have to work multiple jobs and we count each of those multiple jobs as a job, but people's still real wage growth is barely moving the needle since the Harris-Biden administration, where under Trump it was going up by leaps and bounds. So people know, and that's why all the polling shows that people feel they were economically better under the Trump administration than under the Harris-Biden administration, which is why what I said, which Pisco deflected from, was no one wants to talk about that. Instead, you'll talk about one random policy. Oh, they're going to spend money and build houses. That's it. And the rest of it will be, as you've seen IRI try to do here, make excuses that in the first term, congressional term, when Harris and Biden were there, where they controlled the House and had the tiebreaker in the Senate, they didn't do any of this shit. And what's IRI's response to that? Well, that's because Trump didn't have a peaceful transition of power. Exactly. What they're trying to do is cover for Harris, which is why she's not out there talking to the American people, talking to adversarial press. She's hiding, just like Biden hid, because they can't defend their record. And to the extent that they're trying to come up with policies, most of it's just cribbing things Republicans and Trump have said, to the point where even Jooelewis correctly points out he's frustrated as a lefty that Harris is actually on stage talking about how she supports gun rights. They always become more Republican because they understand that their policies will not get them elected, which is why Bernie Sanders said the other day, oh, in reality, what's going on is Harris has to say what she needs to say to get elected. Exactly. That's how bad she is. She's a chameleon. It's ran by people behind her. She's not really doing anything. So the question I have for Pisco, to pivot off what Joe's saying, is, one, when Harris was there and was basically running the show because Biden had dementia, which you and all of the Democrats covered up for because you're liars that don't care about democracy, why didn't she do any of these policies like create massive amounts of houses? Why did the policies that they pushed through end up leading to massive inflation? Why did they lie to people over and over again and say, actually, the economy is great when people were struggling miserably? And even if they couldn't have got it done through Congress in the past 2 years, I disagree with that because they basically got everything they wanted in the Inflation Reduction Act, which was basically Green New Deal light, as Joe Biden admitted the other day. And lastly, they tried to push through shit and congressional or executive orders that they knew would be overturned, like the bailouts of student loans. So why didn't they try executive orders to build housing and to reduce inflation? The truth is because they didn't give a shit, just like they lie to, maybe you'll appreciate this, Joe, black Americans every election year. For 2 years, they don't give a shit about black Americans until it's an election year, and then all of a sudden they pretend to give a shit. They don't care about people in rural America, and then all of a sudden they pretend to give a shit. Why didn't they do these amazing things? None of you have an answer. The Democrats were in charge. Harris was in charge, and she didn't do shit.
So it's a nice question, Rob.
Okay, that was it. Wait, that was an extensive question, and I don't just want to throw it to Pisco because I want to throw it to other people too. But one moment, I do also want to say, if you want to ask questions to anybody on the panel or the panel itself, donate your questions, put a message, and the highest ones will get read. We're shilling here.
I send that to BPS chat. His chat crazy. They're about to donate and say some crazy questions.
It's an interesting point to me that you guys want to pick a fight on policy when it came to the debate. what policies did Trump articulate during that debate besides?
Wait, are you
tariffs,
surprised? Are you
drill
surprised?
Let's let IRI finish. Rob went for a bit. I want to hear an
But
extended response.
why are we doing whataboutism?
Somebody
Answer
want
to
to
his
answer Rob's
question.
cavalcade of nonsense.
If you
It
want to
wasn't
answer
the
the
response
question,
he asked you a question. Can he answer to
more
it?
legislation passed. Biden got way more legislation passed during his first 2 years than Trump did. The very first thing that Trump tried to do when he was president was repeal and replace Obamacare. He failed. The next thing he did was the tax cuts that the Republicans had been clamoring to do for decades. And then what did he get done after that? What were his major signature pieces of legislation? You really want to compare the legislative track record between Biden and Trump?
Yeah, give me 30 seconds. Give me 30 seconds. I'll answer this. Because what Kamala Harris is running on is being an agent of change. What you can't get around is the American people know that economically and security-wise, they were better off under a Trump administration than a Harris administration. So what's happening is the Harris administration is trying to run on, we're the agents of change. Things will be different. To why I say then why, if she's been there in charge for 4 years, haven't they done any of these things? You then respond, let me finish. You respond with, but they actually got a lot of shit done. They actually got to do a lot of what they wanted. Exactly. And the American people are not happy with it. So then your counter argument, which is, well, they couldn't get things done that they wanted done, but this time they will, is bullshit, as you're admitting. They did get a ton legislatively done, and America has given it the thumbs down.
Hey, hang on a second.
Why did we have a historically good midterm? Why did we expand our majority in the Senate during an economic downturn? Why did we make Trump a one-term president, the first since George H.W. Bush? If your leadership,
because of abortion,
and your policies were so popular,
issue. It's because of social issues. It has nothing to do with the economy, which has been
economic downturn. It should have been a bloodbath.
No,
What you guys are saying is that your policies are not popular.
No, people knew that Trump's economy got shut down. They knew it. That it got shut down when they were thriving.
Because of a pandemic.
I just quick thing. Your mic keeps like peaking when you talk. It like peaks and it's kind of hard to hear you. I'm just letting you know. Pisco, you wanted to go?
Yeah, I want to answer to Rob's cavalcade of nonsense earlier, and so he started off by saying, and can we have quiet in the peanut gallery, Andrew? Like, I don't know why you feel the need every 2 seconds. I think like you're scared of when I talk because you only interrupt me. I mean, is it going to be a problem?
You were talking, dummy.
All right. So first of all, he starts by the assumption that we are not okay with speaking about the general economic policy of Harris and Biden, respectively, in terms of what their administration has done. We absolutely are willing to talk about it. We were specifically talking about one policy because that's what Andrew asked us. He asked us to talk about one policy, but you think that we're dodging something. We're dodging the general economic character of what's been going on. We do not shy away from the fact that over the course of the last 4 years,
economy?
I haven't mentioned the word opportunity economy at all.
Well, we're talking about the debate, right?
Have you heard me?
I mean,
no, we're talking about the leadership
economy?
of the country. We're talking about the leadership of this country. Who's better positioned to do it, and based on the previous administration, right?
We've moved on.
I want to hear the end of Pisco's statement, and then you can talk. Also,
so,
Terk, I have you written down. Eventually, I will bring it back to you.
So he asked, why haven't he done all these things in 4 years? It's an absolutely sound answer that IRI gave that, first of all, we were cleaning up a mess. We were in the middle of a COVID pandemic, and it was a crisis. The first thing that the Biden administration did was pass a Recovery Act. You could say it's inflationary, but you look at economic analysis after the fact, they don't attribute it, the inflationary effect of that policy or other policies to those specific pieces of legislation. In fact, it's a global inflation crisis that is facing the entire world. And as IRI or Hutch, I think, pointed out, America, relatively speaking, has recovered better than the other G7 countries, better than the other advanced economies. We got a shit ton of legislation passed that specifically relates to the economy, whether that's the Inflation Reduction Act, the Infrastructure Act, which will absolutely benefit the economy in the future, and other pieces of legislation. I'm willing to fight and defend this administration for what it stood for and what it got done. You point to the fact that there are bad polls. Trump had bad polls in his term. If we just look to polls to determine, or the general trend of the economy and this kind of correlation equals causation analysis, I mean, that would be a great way to defend like the policies of George Bush right before the Great Recession, right? You have to look more than just how the economy generally was doing or what people think about it generally, and look to the policies themselves and what the likely effects of them.
Yeah, I think what we're trying to say.
And as to the line point about,
is there any more time we can give you, Pisco?
The last point I'll make.
Then we had Gibbs wanted to respond.
No thinking person thinks that Kamala Harris was in charge of the administration for the past 3 or 4 years. That's pure fantasy. If you read any of the reports of the insiders of who's operating things behind the scenes or whether Joe Biden was in charge in the first few years, no one is saying that Kamala Harris is running the show.
If I may, real quick, just to respond to that point, real quick.
Gibbs, do you care if they take from you? You were next. It was your back.
I mean, Rob, if it's quick, I want to get in here, Rob. But
Harris herself has said of many of these issues, she was the last person in the room. And my statement is, Harris is just like Biden is an empty suit that people behind the scenes will be running. The same people behind the scenes running the Biden economy or administration will be running hers. So the same people that will be in charge under Harris will be in charge there. The American people have rejected, and the data shows that economic data is abysmal.
Not only that,
you can lie all you want, but that's the truth.
But people are going right now. Hang on, real quick, IRI, and then I'll turn it right over. But right now, people are experiencing high gas prices, high grocery prices, their day-to-day living, right, expenses have shot through the roof. And you're moving into this election promising them, well, in the future, it'll be better, when under Trump it already was better. So it's easy for people when they're moving into the voting booth in order for Republicans to point this out. And that's what people are talking about. That's what all the buzz is.
Yeah, I mean, I want to jump in.
I know you want to jump in, Gibbs, but we had 2 righties. We have to have a lefty response. Then I'll throw it back to you, Gibbs. I'm sorry, but there has to be a balance.
I just want to ask my conservative panel people, like, if everything that you're saying right now, that Biden's presidency has just been this disaster for everybody, why isn't he up 10 points right now?
Gibbs, you want to respond to that?
He was dominating against Biden, and part of what Kamala's doing.
He's not now. Why isn't he beating
he's going against Kamala now, right?
Everybody's miserable, right?
Because she's not Biden. I mean, here's the thing: the Republicans and a lot of average people are looking at this as the age-old expression: a bird in hand is better than 2 in the bush, right? They know what they got with Trump. They don't know what they're getting with Kamala. It's a whole lot of nothing. We know y'all been lying to us the whole time. The jobs report, it was lying. You literally just lied on this panel and said only 5% of people have side jobs. According to Market Watch, as of April 16th, 54% of people have side gigs. That's a lot more than 5%, Papa. I'm sorry, y'all are just lying. Yeah, Market Watch, I can post it for you. I got it. Yeah, Market Watch, I got it. I got the link if you need it. I knew people were going to ask for sources. Papa Gibbs came ready. Secondly, if we go back to my notes here, y'all threw a de facto coup after y'all told us, hey, for months, years, Biden was fine. And y'all took Biden down quicker than a whore on nickel night. That motherfucker was stacking out of there so fast, I've never seen
him like a prom dress. Drop him like a prom dress.
Our candidate was losing the election, and we pressured him out, and now our current candidate is leading the election.
And it was based, and I'm glad we did it, and it was good. It was not anti-democratic.
Your
guy tried to... Wait, I can't wait. Stop. Guys. There's 3 people talking at the same time. Gibbs, the entire... Wait. Gibbs, I'll give you 15 more seconds. Then we'll have a lefty respond, and I'm throwing it over to Terk because Terk is going to cry. I can see the pain on his face.
He's literally on the beach sitting here drinking Mai Tais. Whenever we look at Trump, when he left office, inflation 1.9%. It went up 9% in the first year Biden went up, and it's gone skyrocketed. Since then, it's been dog shit ever since the
Biden. Why did it go up around the world then? Why did inflation go up around the world?
Are we the superpower?
Responsible for that?
Yeah, we're the superpower.
Could it have something to do with the world reserve currency being the dollar?
I mean, yeah,
anything to do with that?
You think it's the world reserve currency? That's why
everyone's the lingua franca.
I don't know. Why is it that inflation grew across the world? Andrew, go ahead.
Bro, of course, American policies and American economics are going to affect inflation all over the world. I just did. I just answered it.
Money, not enough good.
They don't like your answer, so it's not going to count.
Which policies?
Wait, Andrew, can I just add? Do you believe
policies? Which policies?
I just want to get a clarification.
Which policies? Stop filibustering.
Can you let the mod speak for 10 seconds?
This ain't the whatever podcast. Why don't you answer which policy?
Okay, wait. Okay, let's stop for a second. Andrew,
is it your show?
I wanted to. Andrew, what do you think caused the inflation crisis globally? And then we're throwing it to Terk.
Which policies?
Which policies led to that?
So I would say that the Federal Reserve and the policies the Fed has, which has inflated the currency artificially. And the reason that they did this is because they needed to pump billions of dollars out into the economy for all these social relief programs, has caused not only inflation in the United States, but has been extended to our neighbors as well, especially anybody
who CARES Act into law.
Bro, you gonna let me finish?
Who signed the CARES Act into law?
Are you gonna let me finish, Hutch?
Signed that.
You gotta give Andrew some time to respond quick.
Yeah, let me finish, Hutch. Yeah, so I would say that was one of the primary reasons. And if you say, well, wait, Bro, stop talking so I can finish my point. Remember how you were just bitching 5 seconds ago that I kept cutting you off even when I wasn't cutting you off?
Yeah, you're all cutting each other off.
Yeah,
all the
Federal
time.
Reserve. You didn't really say what the Federal Reserve did.
Wait. This is just taking too much time than it needs to. Andrew, finish the question
Literally
quickly.
did. Why do you think you saw everybody nodding their head? They totally agree with me. So on top of this, Pisco, just so you know, yes, they pumped it in. Now, is Donald Trump responsible for some of this policy? Yes.
What do you mean? What do you mean the Federal Reserve?
Wait, can we let him finish? Okay, let him finish.
Bro. Again, calm down, Pisco. Yes, Fed policy led to massive inflation. Yes, Pisco, because the United States government was pumping billions of dollars artificially in order to take care of this Relief Act. Now, you can say that, oh, that's Trump's fault. That was passed under a bipartisan agenda. All sorts of people wanted this. All sorts of special interest groups wanted this. Now, absent C-19 and the lockdowns, Trump's economy was fucking roaring. And you have only just now successfully pivoted away again from the point that you have not addressed what Kamala Harris's policies are going to be to lower gas prices, lower food prices, lower the inflation rates, or any of these. You just say, well, you're going to build 3 million new homes. Yay, Pisco. Can you answer the questions which have been asked to you?
When you say the Federal Reserve pumped it up, are you saying lowered interest rates?
No, Pisco.
What do you mean by pump? What did the Federal Reserve do?
I'm going to explain.
Yeah,
then let me explain. If you increase the money supply, you inflate the money supply, right?
How did they increase the money supply?
Bro, answer my question first.
I agree that
right. So if the United States government calls for billions of dollars from the Fed and for the Fed to print billions, it's going to increase the money supply, thus increase inflation. This is basic, Pisco.
Does the Federal Reserve make appropriations? Who makes appropriations?
That would be Congress.
Okay, so the Federal Reserve didn't do shit that you're pointing to. What you're pointing to are acts of Congress, isn't it? Not Federal Reserve policy?
No, that's not all that happens, as you know, Pisco. So the M2 money.
Bro.
Do you want me to answer real quick? The M2 money supply. The M2 money supply. Okay, the M2 money supply that went up 50% is from the Federal Reserve. That means the Federal Reserve increased the amount of dollars in circulation by about 50% since like 2020. Is what you're really trying to tell me is not $1 of that creation was except what Congress told them they had to do in specific bills? Is that your argument?
What I'm saying is the Federal Reserve, to increase the money supply, typically will lower interest rates. That's how Fed policy works. When you're talking about taking out loans, the government sells things called bonds.
Lowering interest rates increases the money supply, Pisco. And if it increases the money supply, it creates inflation, Pisco.
But you didn't point to
fucking idiot. I just explained this to you 5 times, you fucking moron.
Andrew, you sound really upset right now.
God, what a dummy.
You did not.
I literally just explained this to you.
You did not point to Federal Reserve policy just then. What you did.
I literally just
did.
You're
banging on the table. You're banging on the table because I properly told you.
Pisco.
Oh, wow.
Does that increase?
I can't.
He doesn't understand how the Fed
Does it increase the money supply? Does it increase? Does it increase the money supply when they lower the interest rate?
The Federal Reserve is a central bank.
You're not going to answer the question, right?
The Federal Reserve is a central bank. It is not the one who is.
Really? I didn't know that.
Yeah. It sounds like you're having
a central bank.
It sounds like you're having some difficulty. So I'm going to explain it to you. Okay. So
explain it.
The Federal Reserve. The Federal Reserve doesn't like make appropriations or take out loans. The people who take out loans, okay, the people who take out loans and are the federal government. All right. So when the Congress writes a law, an appropriation by law, they will need to fund it, and they fund it through the Treasury. And if the Treasury wants to wants to borrow money, they will issue bonds. The Federal Reserve affects the money supply in different ways. So I'm asking you, what Federal Reserve policy was causing the inflationary problem?
So I'm going to tell you again for the 14th time: if the Fed lowers the interest rates, it's going to increase the money supply.
Okay.
And if it's Pisco, my turn, Pisco, my turn, Pisco, stop talking, Pisco.
Okay,
it's my turn.
Okay, wait, stop. Okay, wait, we're pausing this. Wait, I'm gonna mute you both. I'm gonna mute you both. Okay. Andrew, you got 20 seconds. Pisco, you got 20 seconds. Then everybody else gets to talk because I think everybody's sick of hearing both of you.
I want my last question.
Yeah, that's nice, Pisco.
Okay, wait, stop, both. Okay.
You're still spurging, Pisco.
Okay, I'm muting you both. This is the order. This is how it's gonna go. Pisco, you got 10 seconds to ask a question and 10 seconds to say whatever else you want to say. Andrew, then you get 10 seconds after and 10 seconds after that. If anything else is said that's like, oh my God, I want to respond to that, it'll have to be somebody else. It'll just have to be somebody else. Because Terk wants to talk. Okay.
Andrew just said that the Fed policy.
Why did you just let him filibuster?
What?
He just gave me the. He just.
Why
he
you just? I was in the middle of my answer. You let the guy filibuster.
I'm sorry, it's chaos. You're gonna have to work with it. Work with it. Work with it. Work with it, Andrew. Work with it. Work. He's gonna ask a question, then you're gonna respond. It just said you're gonna be able to respond, Andrew.
Let me respond.
You're gonna respond after. You're gonna respond after. You're not debating the moderator. Either deal with the root. You gotta deal with the order because this is chaos. Okay, you're both dominating. There's 6 other guests. I gotta think about the audience. I gotta think about the other people. He's gonna get 20 seconds, then you'll be able to respond. You'll be able to talk, Andrew, and you'll be talking more than everybody else still. Pisco, go.
Andrew just pointed to the Federal Reserve policy of lowering interest rates as the cause for global inflation. And he knows now, and that's why he's trying to stop me from talking, that who was pushing for the Federal Reserve to lower interest rates in the lead up to the election was none other than Donald J. Trump. That's my statement. He can talk.
Andrew?
Yeah, so again, you can, if you increase the amount of money supply, when you lower the corporate tax, that's good. You want them to borrow tons and tons of money. You want tons of printing when the influx is going to corporations which are going to expand. That's an ROI. That's a return on investment. You want that. Under Biden, this is a totally different situation. He did exactly the opposite. He has been strangling corporations of much needed money. So has the entire administration. So all you're doing, Pisco, you're just shifting the goalpost again. I knew exactly what you were going to say. I was happy to respond to it before you ever even said it.
Terk.
So this exchange in the debate is a prime example of what happened in the debate that happened the other night. People kept going to the past and Trump's policies and why Trump and Orange Man are bad instead of actually going and asking the different people on the stage pointed questions about their specific plan going into 2024. Pisco, I wanted to talk to you, but I don't want to hear your voice or Andrew's anymore. I want to ask the panel, do we feel like we got to learn more about Kamala Harris's actual preferred policies and some of the details? Because like Joe mentioned earlier, there's a lot of things that wasn't done in the previous administration. She wasn't really pressed on some of the guts of her proposals. So it's like, do we really feel like both of the candidates were questioned adequately about their current proposals going into 2024?
Yeah, nobody answered my question earlier about opportunity economy. No one was able to define that. I'm very happy to hear your answer.
Well, she defined it with different policies, like expanding the child tax credit, the $25,000 grant for first-time home buyers.
So again, my question is not what is the high-level policy.
All right, there's 2 people talking at once. 1 second. It's Turk's question, but there was something there I'm going to let finish, and we'll throw it back to Terk. Hutch, you were responding to Gibbs?
Yeah, the child tax credit, which has been a Republican policy for I don't know as long as I've been alive.
Republicans block it from being permanent?
Why?
They blocked it in the Senate from being permanent.
Oh, strategically, bro. Like all sorts of shit.
You're calling it a Republican policy. Democrats
were the ones policy. She just picked it up, just like she picked up the no taxes on tips, just like she's put Trump's border plan, a wall in her ads. She has no real plans. She just listens to what people like trends, and she posts it.
Anybody can look that up.
Oh yeah, just like discussion. It's not answering the question I asked.
Just like it's not answering the question you asked. He didn't answer the question I asked. He's over here just lying.
When Donald Trump was asked about his healthcare policy, he said he had a concept of a plan.
Wow, and you have zero plan. He's in options. That's not even true. He answered that he used what was already in play.
I have ever heard a candidate give on a debate stage.
My
You're
God.
a presidential candidate.
You're misrepresenting
and you say you have a concept of a plan?
Turk,
I can answer that at some point.
And you guys want to make this about policy?
So
literally nothing worse than
I've
ever said.
So that's the soundbite that everyone's running with. If you go back 30 seconds, a minute to that entire stretch of questioning, he goes and says, we're not going to replace it unless we can get a bill that is cheaper and it has better coverage than the current plan. You didn't listen to his answer.
I don't know why
you listened to the soundbite.
No, I did, but it's his job to pitch a plan.
You didn't hear it. You listened to the soundbite.
If I may.
He says, I'm not going to replace it unless there's a more detailed plan. It's his job as a candidate to articulate a plan.
Terk, if I may answer your question, Gibbs, if I may, right? So to answer that question, what he's saying is he has concepts, but in the confines of this, as I think we'll all agree, not even the best of debaters can articulate a well thought out, complicated policy in a platform like this. And so what he's giving is a general answer, just like Kamala Harris constantly gave general answers. So he said, look, we're not going to replace what's there unless we have a bill there. We have a concept. So they have concepts such as they want the free market more involved and things like that. If I may, I'll finish. I'm trying to not interrupt anyone. anyone, so I don't think I've interrupted anyone. So I'm trying to hope I get the same courtesy. When we're talking about specifically with Kamala Harris, is this debate was for different things for different people, and you may like that or not like it, but it is the truth. Trump wanted to do things like not come off as unhinged, pivot or pin Kamala Harris down on what she actually stands for. I think that he ultimately lost the debate because he failed to do some of those things. So your criticisms of him not putting out policies, that wasn't really what he needed to do for two reasons. One, because we could already see what the track record of a Trump administration would be. And despite what you people are going to try to say, and it's going to be avoided over and over through this debate, I hope we could all agree that the election should just be a referendum of, do you think the economy and the border was better under Trump or under the Harris-Biden administration? No matter what you try to say that, oh, but she's going to do all this new stuff. She's been there. Her people have been there for 3.5 years. They haven't done any of this. That's number one. But second, he's already put out a bunch of policy plans as well. Kamala Harris has literally hid from the press, didn't have policies up on her very website until a day before the election. And those policies she put up was literally the metadata showed just copied and pasted from Biden's policy, further proving she would just be an extension of, I promise that. Just let me finish this one last thing. So Kamala Harris, just because she said 2 or 3 things about policy and Trump didn't give a specific policy to your liking as much, it still doesn't answer the effect that Kamala Harris has flip-flopped on every major policy description she had in 2020. And the 30-second soundbite that she said, we're going to build 3 million homes and give people $25,000, does nothing to rebut that.
Okay, so can I ask, Trump's solution for the housing crisis is to drill, baby, drill, shut the already shut down border, and kick out 20 million migrants.
The border's not shut down.
That is a reasonable
border's not
solution
shut
that
down.
will bring
That's
down
a
the
lie.
cost of. Do you think? Okay, so what's his plan then?
Okay, his
Well,
border
first
is
of all, the
one.
border's not shut down. Let's just get that lie out of the way.
Go ahead,
So-
Terk.
Well, so why?
Biden's executive order. Biden's executive order did shut down the border when it.
Hold on,
Sorry, go ahead.
hold on. Immigration has
How many
gone up
people are
62%
crossing
in every
on a daily
state.
basis?
Hold on.
I will
Immigration
throw
has
an
gone
olive
up
branch here.
62% in every state except for Texas, where Texas has implemented Operation Lone Star since 2001 and has been dramatically successful despite the treasonous Biden-Harris administration coming and trying to stop them from, enforcing Texas borders. So every success we've had on immigration has been despite the impediment of the Biden-Harris administration.
If I may-
Wait. No, I want to. IRI was
any
the
of
one
you
talking, so I want to throw it back to IRI.
And I want to answer IRS question.
Okay, I will throw it
Please,
to you
I'd
after.
love to hear any
Yeah.
of you conservatives tell
Yeah,
us
so
what Trump's solution is to bring down the cost of housing.
I ask you, do you know what drill baby drill means?
Well, we're already setting a record for oil production at 13.3 million
That is
barrels.
precisely
I can answer
my
your question
no.
too.
Donald
So
Trump
this is
did. So
precisely
Biden has proven that we can drill more under Biden than Trump. So what would Trump do to increase oil production?
what happened
More
once we
oil,
started
maybe.
increasing oil production?
What?
What happened when we started increasing oil production under Joe Biden?
I don't know. what
The
you're
inflation
saying.
rate started to go down. The cost of transit of material, the cost of production of material reduced. There are several different economic factors that can be eliminated and are addressed by drill, baby, drill. And when Trump says, I'm going to do that even more, it's going to be even more.
How can we do more? We're setting a record under Biden that Trump was unable to do. Trump gave them the green light, and Biden broke the record. We're over 13 million barrels per day.
And
You're
he's
in a
going
fantasy
to do
land that we're going to do
more.
more. We're just
not
going
gonna
to
be enough.
There
How?
are plenty of
How?
oil reserves. There are plenty of oil reserves. We can go to more federal lands. We can unlock more and more offshore drilling. There is plenty of oil to be extracted from our nation.
He emptied our reserves to flood the market to drive the price down.
You
say
realize that
when
we
he
just
started-
found some of the best
Wait.
oils
I want to.
ever.
I'm sorry.
Address IRI's question.
I didn't hear Hutch
said-
say. I heard like the first 3 words from Hutch, and then I heard nothing else. So Hutch, could you finish?
Well, he mentioned the oil reserves. You guys don't give Biden credit because he emptied our reserves, flooded the market, and drove the cost of oil down.
Well,
said
why did
when
he do that when we had
And then it
steel
went
reserves?
right back up after he stopped doing it.
One more thing real quick. You say that when he started producing more oil, the cost of inflation went down. He started ramping up oil production right away. Do you guys
No, he
understand
didn't.
that when
That
Yes,
was
he
not
did.
right
You
away.
can look at the graph. Yes, I can link it in the chat right here. There's a domestic
It took
crude oil production
a couple
right
of
here.
years for Joe Biden to finally start actually increasing oil capacity across the nation.
No, it's not true.
All right, then
Here.
send the link.
Let me
Let's
put it-
talk about the
yes.
link.
What's
It's
stopping
just- you can just
inflation was
look up
lowering
US
inflation, and what's brought us down to 2.5 inflation is the Federal Reserve raising interest rates.
That is a contributing factor.
Under
I
Joe
agree.
Biden, the Federal Reserve has had excellent policy raising interest rates to lower inflation. Under Donald Trump, throughout his presidency, he was asking always to lower interest rates. That's
Rob, I believe Rob's been waiting.
Like-
Rob, you've been waiting, right? If I remember correctly. So what do you want to throw to
I've been
Rob?
waiting. It's not just inflation isn't just about interest rates. Lowering interest rates itself, it doesn't create additional dollars. The problem is the policies that were largely that I am fully throwing in
did
all
you
the
just
grants
say?
here. I said that the lowering, man, Pisco, I got
It
to really
increases the
slow
money
for you.
supply.
Let
That's
me-
Econ
let me-
101. I don't know what I have to say.
It is not economy.
inflation is below 3%, right?
No, it is not economy 101. I guess I'll have to explain this slowly for Pisco. Pisco, is your argument that the act of lowering interest rates simultaneously by de facto creates additional dollars?
Yes.
Yeah, that is incorrect. What happens is there is no connection whatsoever from lowering rates to the creation of dollars. Those are two separate policies. Many times what happens is as follows. Interest rates are lowered, which means that people are more likely to borrow money. Then once people start borrowing money, the Fed will decide that, oh, now that there's more money in circulation, we need more money. Therefore, they create more dollars. So you are fundamentally incorrect in what you're saying. The reason that inflation occurred and that dollars were being printed was because Republicans, including Trump, supported disastrous lockdown policies under COVID. And you can criticize Trump for that, and he should be criticized. Unfortunately for you all, the Democrats and people like Harris and Biden wanted to do it way worse, and they continued to do things way worse, even once you had a Harris-Biden administration, which stymied our economy. Now, the
Any
question
economist will tell you that lowering interest rates increases the money supply. That is a relationship that is well known. It doesn't have to do with the physical printing of money. That everything else is code.
That's not the fact that you don't fundamentally understand how it works, and you're saying one necessarily leads to another is different than the answer you gave me that it is the same thing. Lowering rates is the direct.
Yeah, that's true. That is true.
So you were
It does lead to more borrowing. Yes, which would then it lead to more dollars. I agree with that. But Rob is right that you said that just lowering the interest rate by itself doesn't. They still have to borrow the money, Pisco.
Oh my God. Right. Wait, so are you suggesting to me that there has ever been a situation in our history where the lowering of interest rates has not
Pisco,
been
he was just correcting you. That's all.
What's the correction, in fact?
Well, the correction is that you said by itself, it does that. It doesn't. He said you still have to borrow the money is what he's saying.
Okay, yes. Does printing the money increase the money supply?
Yes.
Yes.
But wait, no, you still have to hand out the money, right? You still need to move the money to a place. You still need to have it in circulation.
No, you don't.
What is pedantic bullshit?
If you print more money, you have more money whether you hand it out or not, Pisco.
Because you got blown the hell out, Andrew, on the other question of interest.
You've never blown anybody out, Pisco, ever in your life.
I just did. You never did.
I
just did.
Everybody, I gotta say, everybody is very wrecked. Everybody is very pwned and owned in all types of pwnage.
Just Pisco.
Everybody, in fact, including me. There are people who have been waiting, so I do want to throw to them. I'm sorry to just derail. I just want Rob to finish up, and we'll have one response, and then we got to go to Gibbs and IRI, who have been waiting patiently.
Okay. There's plenty more to say on inflation. Just to say that under Biden it was way worse. Everyone knows it. They're trying to fudge the numbers. People don't want to talk about it. That's why the American people think the economy is better under Trump. My friend Hutch, though, I wanted to get you involved and ask you a question. I think you erroneously say that the border is secure now. I don't believe that, but let's just say hypothetically that's true. You think that Biden achieved that by executive order? A simple yes, no, be correct or sufficient. His executive order did that?
After pursuing a bipartisan immigration bill that they negotiated for 5 months with Langford and Sinema, yes.
Okay, gotcha. My question is, why did Biden say the border was secure for 3 years and not issue an executive order if he could have done it all the while?
There's a
I
difference
don't think
between.
it can. I think what he's doing is illegal, and I disagree with it. And I condemn the Biden administration for doing an illegal executive action.
Okay, so my point is, okay,
the question was to
Hutch,
Hutch.
and then I'll respond quickly. Go ahead, Hutch.
The problem with the border is our asylum laws. You guys understand this, right? Our asylum laws are.
Holy Christ.
Let him finish first.
Anybody can
let him say the problem first. Yeah.
Anybody can come to our border, and as long as they go through legal means and they meet a certain set of criteria, they can apply for asylum. And when they apply for asylum, they are allowed to come into the country, sometimes with an ankle monitor, sometimes with a burner phone. And this backlog takes anywhere between 5 to 8 years. Our immigration laws were written in the 60s, well before we saw the level of influx that we've seen during recent times. If you want to address the problem at the border meaningfully, you need a bill through Congress, which is why he worked with Republicans. Langford is a MAGA Republican. This is not a rhino. He himself and McConnell and Lindsey Graham all admitted, and Trump himself admitted, that Trump killed that bill for political reasons.
If I can't
address the border,
I'm sorry, Rob. I'm sorry, Rob, but Gibbs has been waiting though.
For 30 seconds. Please,
I'm sorry, Rob. Gibbs is saying he doesn't when he's not allowing you. Gibbs was next, and he wants to do on the same issue. So
thanks for running from the point, Gibbs. That's cool. He'll swarm away now. Thank you.
Don't worry, that's fine. Let's talk the border. First of all, let me tell you how dishonest this is. 2016, Trump posted a bill. He wanted to get a bill through Congress. It had everything they had in the most recent bill, except it had more. The only thing not included was the Dreamers. This is how fucking the Democrats work. They use people like the Dreamers, and then they don't even put them on the newest bill and even include them. And so they sit here and go, oh, it's bipartisan, et cetera, even though the other bill gave them more judges, more of everything they wanted, and it gave us the border wall. This guy down here, Hutch, doesn't know what's happening on the border. I live near the border.
You don't know what's in that bill. You don't know what's in there.
I do know what's in the bill. You clearly don't know what's in the bill. I know what's in it.
Let's let him finish.
Point for point on it. You're wrong. You're absolutely incorrect. The bill in 2016 under Trump had more.
Congress in 2016?
It doesn't matter.
Finish. I'm sorry. I'll let.
It doesn't matter.
Trump's failure.
Let me tell you, you're just wrong. Let me tell you something. There's a reason why Operation Lone Star has been so wildly successful. Let me give you some statistics. Just from the raid on the Eagle Pass Islands, we got rid of 10,000 migrants apprehended, 52 pounds of fentanyl, 38 pounds of ecstasy, 11 pounds of cocaine, 20 firearms, 5 stolen. That's just 3 little islands in the middle of the Rio Grande. You know why this is important? Because the real problem is not the migration. The real problem is the cartels who are taking advantage of the migration, who are causing problems, who are just damaging ranching here in Texas, damaging ranching in other states. They're destroying American property. They're shipping fentanyl in here at a wild cost. And
so why didn't we pass the border bill, which the Border Patrol supported?
Because of what you're enabling with what the asylum laws and not putting up a wall and deterrence, you're enabling more and more sex trafficking. So why, let me ask you lefties and liberals, why do y'all want more sex trafficking? Because that's what we're going to get until we have a deterrence up. To stop
the border bill. The border bill.
How long have y'all been pro sex
trafficking? We're gonna have to. Okay, so that was who was that directed towards, Gibbs? Was that directed towards everybody or all of them? Okay, then any of them can respond.
So then why don't you want a wall?
So why don't you support the border bill? The Border Patrol made it clear that they didn't think this was the
Border Patrol
perfect option.
Let him finish, Gibbs. You just get him being basically a sex pest. Let him respond.
But you know, this is Congress. There needs to be agreements. There needs to be balance. Democrats, Republicans. There was a bipartisan border bill. Wouldn't you have supported the bill that the Border Patrol also supported to be passed? Admiral Gibbs, yes or no?
No, absolutely not. It was not.
So you don't agree with the Border Patrol. You disagree with them that it should have been passed.
Yeah, listen. If you are an agency, government agency, you're always going to hold on. This is really dishonest.
You know more than the Border Patrol?
Hold on. Yeah, I guess I do. I don't know. This is but that's not what's really happening. Is they're sitting here going, "Hey, we're dying out here. We need more funding. They'll take whatever they can get."
And you said, "No, we're not giving you funding."
Hold on. Here's what's better. Why didn't y'all support the bipartisan bill in 2016 and threw your foot down on the Dreamers and then not back the Dreamers in 20 and then the most recent bill?
There was no bipartisan bill.
There absolutely was in 2016. I have the link to the bill if you want it. I'll post it in the chat.
No. So there was going to be. There was the concept of an idea of a bipartisan bill, but that never got through because Trump is a bad negotiator and he could have gotten a shit ton of funding.
I can't wait. 1 second. Wait. Let me. Wait 1 second. I want to hear Pisco's alternative version of events.
Yeah.
Then we'll have Gibbs respond, and then we got to go to IRI and Terk, who've been waiting very patiently.
So we remember, those of us who were around and paying attention, we remember the meetings that Democrats in good faith went toward, because we knew Republicans who could have gotten the border funding on their own because they controlled both the House and the Senate went to Democrats to try to get a deal. And in good faith, the Democrats were saying, "Hey, give us the Dreamers, give us that." But the Republicans put in some poison pills into the bill, which we can talk about, which we can talk about. But the Republicans could have passed it by themselves if they wanted to do it, but they did not do it because you could not get unity because Trump's a bad negotiator. However, again, in 2024, when there's a bipartisan deal, who's the one who puts it into the ground and kills it. Not Democrats.
People along
Trump,
the border.
Again,
People
Trump,
along the border
again.
know this
So,
is going to solve the
it was
problem.
Trump.
It's Trump
No,
again. So
that's not what happened.
I'll ask again. I'll ask again.
Let's let Pisco. Let's let Pisco
I'll
finish
ask-
the question, and then we'll throw it to Gibbs, and then IRI.
I'll ask again. You have a bill that, yes, conservatives don't think is perfect. Yes, the Border Patrol hates Biden, hates Harris. 100% they do. But this is a bill they wanted if they were going to have anything, because otherwise the alternative was nothing. And you say they shouldn't have got what they wanted. So how come we should trust you on what's best for Border Patrol?
Well, it's entailed in your own. Hang on, it's entailed literally in what you just said, Pisco. You just said Border Patrol hates them. It was this or nothing, right? So of course they're going to take whatever's offered. That doesn't mean that that's what they actually
What's
wanted.
the entailment?
Pisco.
Sorry. What's the entailment?
Hold on.
The entailment is
I'm not understanding the entailment.
if you offer a person gruel. Okay, or
That's an
nothing,
entailment?
and they stop. Pisco, let me
Is
finish.
that or is that not?
Yes, I'm going to give you the entailment.
Okay, yeah.
I'm going to give you the entailment. So if you offer a person gruel or nothing, and then say, well, they took the gruel, that means they wanted gruel. That's not true. That is not the case.
They didn't call it gruel. They did not call it gruel.
I understand an analogy. A better analogy.
Wait, there's three people talking at once. We're gonna have a response to Andrew, and we got to go back to Gibbs because he was the person the question was directed towards.
I understand an entailment to be something that necessarily follows logically.
Right, it doesn't necessarily follow that they wanted it because that's all that they could have.
They did.
They wanted something different than that. That's just all they could get.
Hang on, but what is the entailment that I'm providing?
gruel.
What I'm saying is that they could have picked nothing, which is what Trump picked, or they could have picked something.
People on the border
and
picked.
They picked something. So where's the entailment? I'm not seeing the necessary inference.
You're saying that the inference. You're saying the inference is they wanted this, right? No, they wanted something different.
Did.
They just would have taken this because that's all they could get.
Let me give you a better analogy.
Literally, please go. That's what's going on.
Hold on. Yeah, it's not
Gibbs,
Let me give you
let's throw it to
They
Gibbs.
said that this bill-
Wait, we're throwing it to Gibbs, and then it's gonna be Hutch responding to that.
Yeah, let me give you a better analogy. What really happened is the Border Patrol is going, oh my God, we're dying out here of thirst. And Biden whipped out his weak old man dick and then pissed on him. And they said, oh, thank you, Jesus. I needed the water in my life. And they're, thank God. That's what they were asking for. They needed something, and it was better than nothing. I mean, honestly, if I'm dying in the Sahara, I'd fucking drink some piss too.
Why don't you support the bill? Why don't you support the bill?
And I'll tell you why. Hold on. Oh, let me finish. I know you like to interrupt. Listen, this is not the Pisco show. Here's the deal. It's real simple. Yeah, when we go look at this bill that in 2018 had more of everything you asked for. The only thing it didn't have the Dreamers. And why it didn't have the Dreamers is he took it to the Republican base. The Republican base along the border said, fuck that.
Exactly.
They took it back and it didn't have it.
Exactly.
Hold on. This is how dishonest, fella. Hold on. It's not a free point. This is how dishonest you're being because the same bill came around again, basically, but with less. And guess what? The same group of people rioted and said,
my point
hold
for
on.
me. Thank you,
No,
Gibbs.
not the Trump people. Trump just knows it was a big enough group of Republicans that sat here on the border and go, no, we don't want this shit. And guess what? The Dems didn't even put forth anything about the Dreamers, so they killed the bill that was better and had more of what they wanted, and they just used the Dreamers as an excuse.
You just said
it's
the
total
Republicans
dishonesty because they wanted to ship more people across the nation.
This is what happened,
it's
right?
Very clear. It's very no. It is what happened.
You just
killed
made my
it
point.
over the
No.
Hold on. You killed it over the Dreamers. Where were the Dreamers on the new bill? Well, let me ask you this: it was bipartisan. Why didn't the Dems include the Dreamers?
I
want
to thank you. Okay, Pisco, it's a great response, but Hutch has been waiting very much, and I want to throw it over to Hutch.
We need to be clear about.
Terk.
Sorry, we need to be clear about what the Border Patrol said. What they said was the head of the Border Patrol said, while not perfect, the Border Act of 2024 is a step in the right direction and is far better than the current status quo. This is why the National Border Patrol Council endorses this bill and hopes for its quick passage. Donald Trump personally intervened, called conservative senators and threatened them if they were to give Biden a win during an election year. What you're saying is that you know better than the Border Patrol Union, which, again, this is a divided government. You're not going to get some bill that makes Republicans entirely happy and Democrats entirely happy. It did put limitations on our asylum. That would have helped. It did
What
hire
was the
more
first thing they said? It's better than the status quo.
Immigration. It did provide funding to hire, excuse me. Let me just finish. To hire more immigration judges. It did have more funding to hire more Border Patrol agents. And Donald Trump killed the bill. So I just don't think you guys have a leg to stand on to saddle this entirely on Biden's watch when he worked with Republicans in good faith for months. You had the leader of the Senate on the Republican side endorse the bill. You had Lankford. It's not fake news. You can look up the quote yourself.
Listen, we
They did not
heard
call
the
it
wars on,
Gibbs.
the migration's
They did
on,
not
none
call
of
it
this got
Gibbs.
done.
They were begging for
Wait.
more funding.
I'll get my
They
shit
were
in.
begging for more
We've got
funding.
people waiting. Wait, one second.
I'm going to keep talking until I get my chance. So I would like a chance to talk.
Okay, but I understand you have a chance to talk, but IRI's been waiting, Turk's been waiting, Joe's been waiting. There's a lot of people who are in line, so I got to get to everyone. There's 8 people. It is what it is. A lot of people don't like each other, so they're very energetic. I'm going to get down the list. So I'm just going to go down the list straight up to make sure people have a chance to speak who haven't talked much this show. And IRI, I want to throw it to you first, then Terk, then Joe, then we're probably going to get to Rob eventually.
So, yeah, I mean, the border is shut down courtesy of Biden's executive order. It's a temporary fix. It'll probably get struck down by the courts eventually, as Pisco said. It's, you know, but you can look up yourselves. The border crossing numbers are the same as the end of the Trump administration. Now, that being said, I want to go back to my question about what is Trump's plan to make housing more affordable. The only thing I've heard is drill, baby, drill. Increase the drilling, going to bring down inflation, if I understood correctly. But inflation is already below 3%. The lowest it's going to go is like 2%. So I'd love to hear more about that from you guys, because Kamala's proposed some ideas, which you guys poo-pooed on. But what is Trump offering to bring down my rent?
So yeah, I don't want to run too much defense, and I really love Gibbs. Sometimes God brings its strongest soldiers for the hardest battles, so that's always nice to see. I am kind of concerned, however, that nobody on the right side talked about some of the housing policies that he proposed. I don't agree with them. I almost said the M word there. I'm sorry. I hope that lovely person kicks rocks with these policies, but he did articulate the idea of federal land usement. So basically repurposing some of the federal land that's currently not in use, like military bases, certain things within the Bureau of Land Management, to turn that into housing. I don't agree with that. There's very obvious reasons why. Any liberal who pays attention to the news for 30 seconds can understand why that's a poor policy. Another one is the idea of restricting in some capacity larger corporations from buying homes and using them for things like rental properties. He spoke to that a little bit. And then he also, as I think Gibbs was trying to articulate and others were trying to articulate, some relation with immigration as it relates to construction. Basically, he argues in one way or another that restricting immigration can help reduce housing costs. I don't know how exactly that works out, but that does tie to a deeper point where it would be interesting if there was a second debate just specifically on housing, especially considering that wasn't mentioned in the previous debate at all.
Turk.
So Joe, just to clarify.
Oh, okay. IRI.
Well, can I
quick 15, 20 seconds
quickly,
because we got to get down the list.
Yeah. So it sounds like privatize federal land, kick people out, and restrict corporations from certain business practices. And I wonder if my conservative friends would agree with those things.
Where is Kamala Harris going to get the procurement for her housing? Where is she going to procure the land for that?
Yeah, but that doesn't
mean land. She would be offering incentives. She would be offering
fam.
incentives to make it cheaper and for. To
yeah, no, that's
incentivize
well.
the
Is that
construction of
what her
certain
plan
types of
is?
buildings. Yeah,
Is that what her plan is?
It actually specifically goes for like 1,200 square foot homes, a specific tax credit for these businesses to incentivize them to build
more homes.
You spend money and you have public-private partnerships. It's not that difficult in terms of what do you think they did for the infrastructure?
Yeah, so hang on.
You have public-private partnerships.
What do you think they did?
Yeah, you have public-private partnerships. You have state offices as well that coordinate where to build stuff. It's not something that's like unheard
there's
of.
three electric chargers they built for like how many billion was that?
Again,
Somebody said it earlier. How many offices did it take to like spend that many billions of dollars?
You want to go line item by line item.
Oh, you want to talk about economics? This is what's so frustrating to Republicans and normies, really. And it's crazy to come on these panels, and I feel like I'm the only one that talks to anybody outside of their house ever. You talk to these people, and they go, "Man, it's really annoying to see that Democrats spent my dollars on things like $2 million to study dying butcher's language in Paris, France. Oh, we spent billions of dollars on 3 electric charging stations under Biden's administration's what was it? Make America bullshit again bill. It's fucking crazy. Like, I'm just sitting here seeing this, and y'all are trying to sit here and say this is economic growth because y'all throw money at a problem with no real solution, and then just expect the regular American taxpayers to pick up the slack.
Pisco, you keep saying this, but the amount of EV chargers on Biden's watch has doubled in they're currently building 1,000 new chargers each week. Where are you getting this?
I don't know where they're getting anything. But the Biden administration hasn't done anything to address the cost of the EVs and then the worker shortages within that. That's always been one of the problems.
They did a federal rebate for the EVs. What do you mean? There's a tax, a $7,500 cash rebate for EVs
for like an hour, and I watch y'all dance. I just want to tap dance a little bit, and then you can respond. The point I'm trying to make here is that there's still gaps within its particular policies, which is something I mentioned to Pisco like an hour and a half ago at this point concerning housing, and maybe him and I will have to have a conversation about this after the stream itself, so we can like sort of hash that part out. I engage a little bit with that one.
No, there are gaps. I agree with you, Joe. There are gaps. This was a bill, just like the border bill, that had to go through the process, the meat grinder of making legislation. It's not going to be perfect, and so I can't go on a line item by line item basis and speak to all the electric chargers or whatever. But I do know
it's 8 chargers, 2.5 years.
But for instance, not to cut you off. Like you spoke towards the 3 million houses, right? There's still a problem about land usage and land utilization that's going to be a direct challenge that she has to address. I think if she is going to do something like parade the 3 million houses policy, she should also articulate to people, how am I going to deal with those upfront obstructions if I want to do public-private partnership, like restrictive zoning laws, like just zoning generally, like the you know what I'm saying? Like, there's other
that will absolutely have to be worked out. I'm not saying it's going to be that, like, okay, maybe I didn't mean to imply that it was trivial. These are things that are going to take time and money and resources to think about, and smart people to craft legislation. But like, yes, I understand that. But Kamala's not going to say that on a debate stage and say, there's zoning issues. Like, it's an idea. It's a concrete idea, and the same thing doesn't apply to Trump. Trump's like, we're going to deport 20 million people. Where are the logistics for that? Where are the concerns about government expenditures for that, and paying for everyone's court fees and increasing exponentially the number of immigration judges to process deportation orders? Okay, so I understand that there's going to be logistics down the road. Those are going to have to be dealt with, but I think that it's not this unthinkable hurdle for home purchases.
Okay, you just have to be the final question, Joe, because we have 2 people on the list, Terk and Rob. Okay,
because look, like, real talk, like, one part of me just thinks this way, where it's like, I don't really get, like, when Republicans were talking about build a wall, they weren't necessarily arguing the semantics of like, well, what's the wall going to be made of? They just said, no, motherfucker, you build that wall and we'll figure it out later. However, something that Kamala Harris in this case, and even Donald Trump's case, if we're talking about the border wall, needs to articulate is that, what does that look like to do those things, which is why, again, I'm arguing that there needs to be more debates. I think it's the onus of those who are in support of Biden-Harris, the onus of those in support of Trump-Vance to be like, yo, no, you need to debate more, but those debates have to be concentrated. That allows focus for Kamala Harris to pin him on particular policy points. That allows Donald Trump to stay focused, something that he struggles with in debates already, and any Republican who says otherwise is being dishonest. So that could be something of a good if those debates moving forward are directly concentrated on those policy gaps that both these parties are representing.
But why is there this pressure on Kamala to come forward with more details and not Trump? I haven't heard. You're the first person.
We're throwing that question to Terk. To Terk, as that question is going.
Thank you for allowing me to answer that question. So IRI, I 100% agree. I wish we could have focused in the debate this week on actually drilling into the policies that we're going to be going for in 2025, next year, right? And this reinforces what Joe's asking. It's like, I really wish there was more substance to this debate. And unfortunately, Kamala was not really pressed on some of the details on her positions that she said. I understand y'all were able to debunk Andrew's point of list one policy. It's like, yes, there was 3, but it's like, we want more, right? Then when Trump was asked about policy questions, I give y'all the Medicare one, but like, y'all didn't like that answer, so that's on you, not on necessarily
What about tariffs?
Trump.
You agree with this tariff policy? 10% on everything coming into the country, maybe 20%?
I think it worked a little bit. There probably is some refinement that could happen, and it's probably a good thing.
That's inflationary. That's going to increase prices in the short to medium term.
But we would love to dive into these specifics a bit more in the debate, rather than continuing to act on previous policies that he did do. Let's talk about the future, right? We're trying to go forward. That's why I think we needed to focus more on the actual policies, and just Kamala never got that opportunity. And that's why I think in the debate. She did good on the delivery, but she didn't do good on the policy. And that's why, going back to the original query for the debate here tonight, I don't think she did really well.
And,
Well,
and to
Trump
be
brought up
clear,
people
I am not
eating
pushing back
dogs.
on the idea that Donald Trump should not debate, and the onus isn't on him either. IRI is the onus is on both of them though, because Donald Trump has to stop like being afraid of women or whatever the fuck he's going on about. Apparently, has some fear against women. It's happened like 2 debates now, which is not. I mean, it is what it is, but it's still like it's the onus on both of them to articulate.
Yeah, Trump
hey,
Trump definitely has character flaws, and he could have done a lot better to address the specific questions. He shouldn't have caught the bait. We agree. A lot of us actually agree at the beginning in our opening statements. But again, I want to drive this fact. It's like we need to know more about the policy and how it's actually impacted. Talking to these 3 million houses, where are these houses really needed? They're needed in urban areas, right? They're needed in suburbs, right? Where are we going to put them? Going back to Joolewis's point, are we going to start doing eminent domain? Are we going to go and buy bulk land out by the airports? These are things we need to know and we need to talk about, and we need to at least have a discussion about it.
Zoning isn't the major issue. Like, you understand, we have a housing shortage because
Robert's
construction
next, by the way.
It's an
stopped building
example
homes
to the
due
argument.
pandemic because of the rising interest rates. Like, they are ready to build if we can incentivize them. It's not a matter of land or where they're going to do it. They'll work that out.
Who's they? Who's they?
That's a good
Who are
question.
they? Who are these people ready to build?
Hey, bro, they nacho fries, you know.
Hang on, no, the entire universe of public and private stakeholders so there's an entire legion.
The entire
of people
universe.
This nebulous
wait,
answer the question.
Lizard overlords, bro. So lizard overlords.
Private landowners, state regulators, state governors, the federal regulators, the administration itself. A lot of people need to coordinate to make this happen. We're not saying that doesn't need to happen, but they will find a way if their incentives are there. IRI is absolutely correct. You guys are being delusional if you think that the government, our government, cannot invest in housing. Our government absolutely has the capacity
We got to throw it over
in housing.
We got to throw it over to Rob because Rob's been waiting.
Okay, thanks. Now, I think if we're trying to take this to the debate a little, Gibbs illustrated exactly what the point of Donald Trump is that he took the bait, right? So I set this argument up with Hutch. I asked Hutch, I said, if an executive order would be able to solve immigration, why didn't Biden do it 3 years ago? Why instead did he say that the border was secure? Please, Gibbs, you've already made yourself full enough. Why didn't he allow or say that it was a problem the whole time? Why did he gaslight America and Kamala Harris gaslight, Mayorkas gaslight, and say it wasn't a problem? And Hutch immediately goes, well, the better solution would be it's about asylum policy and blah, blah, blah. And he does this song and dance, which Gibbs then takes the bait. The point that I'm trying to make is...
Oh, how am I taking the bait here? Whenever I'm quoting real issues and actual policy.
Because I set up what the ultimate argument would be, and I was unable to finish it for 25 minutes because you took it in a different direction, taking the bait.
Sure, so that's not bait. It's I'm bringing real issues to the table.
Because intelligently, what Pisco did is very similar to what Kamala Harris did, is say, but the real problem is there was a bipartisan bill that Biden wanted that Trump didn't do. Then we spent 30 minutes talking about that bipartisan bill, when what we really saw, what Hutch illustrated, was if an executive order would have been able to solve this, but Biden refused to do it, it proves that they were happy with the direction the border was going, which the American people are against. And they're only now trying to talk about it because it's an election issue, which gets to the problem of this debate and with Kamala Harris, which is she has not had any adversarial press. She has been hidden. She only gave an 18-minute pre-recorded interview with Dana Bash. She didn't have policies up on her website. Terk is correct that it's just facsimile-like statements that she's now using, many of them of which been copied from the Trump administration. And it gets to the point, like I said, that Bernie Sanders said, she's just saying what she thinks the American people want to hear. That's it. And Hutch is okay with that. Hutch proves it. Because Hutch is now saying, please, let me,
She's
please,
pivoting to the center
please,
to win an
let
election.
me finish. Please, I tried to be generous this whole debate and not interrupt people.
Yeah,
so,
yeah.
okay. So what Hutch proves that point. He's saying, Well, the Biden administration could have solved this day one if they wanted with an executive order. They could have. That's how they did it now. That's how they solved it now. And my point is, but they gaslit us for 3 years and said, there's no problem at the border. 2021, no border problem. 2022, no border problem. 2023, no border problem. 2024, there's a border problem. It's Trump's fault. Oh, but now we can solve it with an executive order. Oh, and by the way, when we tell you all the shit that we could have done while we were in office, like reduce inflation and build houses, and we're going to do, child tax credits, all this shit that we could have done. Now we promise we'll do them just until the election's over. And then if they win, they'll rescind on all of these promises. So what I'm telling you is, it is clear that if you're listening, don't take the bait. This debate is about one thing: the record of Donald Trump. He's had 4 years of policies that he's instituted. He's had adversarial relationships with the press, and he's had counts or city halls and etc. where he's talked over. In fact, he talks too much. He's constantly going on places where he's talking about his policies and other things. Kamala Harris hid, and in this debate, she said nothing. And she has a history of flip-flopping on every major policy position, and she did not give any details on how that would change. And we can see that her administration lied to you, not just about Biden's cognitive decline, but lied to you about the border, could have solved it at any point with an executive order, and chose not to until they knew it was an issue for the election. Now they're pretending to give a shit. As soon as they're elected, it'll go right back to the same open border policies.
I do agree with Rob on one thing. I think that we should go after people's records. And I think the record that most matters is this former president's attempt to steal the 2020 election, which is the area you guys don't want to get into. You think that we don't want to talk about economics.
And we shouldn't focus on Kamala's
you guys think that we don't want to talk about economics. We just spent the vast majority of the debate talking about economics.
Well, it's because you don't understand economics.
You want to know?
Part of it.
Yeah, okay. You guys like not knowing.
Let's focus on the other previous policies and not the other previous policies. Gotcha.
People care about this country. What people care about in this country is the fact that the former president tried to steal the 2020 election and doesn't give a shit about our Constitution.
He didn't try to steal that. This is another lie. You're peddling out. You said peacefully approach destiny.
Okay, wait. Well, first, how about, let's do it this way, because I don't like the, first, Pisco, you'll have a minute to explain how he tried to steal election. Gibbs, you'll get a minute to respond how he didn't and now why it's a lie, okay? And Hutch, I'll write your name down. I got to use the bathroom. Please no one say slur.
Sure, yeah. Donald Trump lost the 2020 election. You don't agree with that, Gibbs? You don't agree that Donald Trump fairly lost the 202020 election, but I'll say it again.
Did I say that? I didn't say that.
Someone gave a I'm not sure about that. I'm not sure. Or maybe that was Joe. I'll give you that. I confused Andrew before too, so my apologies for that. So he absolutely lost the 2020 election. Recounts confirm it. Court cases confirm it. Investigations by governments confirm it, both state and federal. And even though he lost the election, he tried to remain in office. He tried to do so through several means, including but not limited to using fake electors, trying to convince state legislatures to rescind their electoral votes, and trying to have his crowd pressure and then ultimately insurrect against the government for the purpose of stealing the 2020 election. And that is absolutely disqualifying. He has promised to pardon the criminals who attacked police officers in the Capitol on January 6th, and he is nowhere close to competent or fit for that reason by itself. Even if I were to grant you, which I don't, any of the economic policy that you just spoke about, the fact that this man tried to upend our constitutional structure is by itself disqualifying. And I'm sure you're going to tell us, Gibbs, now about why he didn't do that and how I'm assuming you're going to say he didn't lose.
Gibbs?
Notice how he directs it directly to Gibbs because he knows he'll take the bait again.
Wait, to be clear.
Gibbs is talking shit about
Wait. I do want to let me just quickly say.
Dylan is in on it.
Let me just quickly say, I'm in on it, yes. No, Gibbs said the thing, and so I said, wait, let's let Pisco say it, let's let Gibbs say it, and I want to have them respond. Rob, you can talk about it after. If you think Gibbs doesn't make a good point, you can make a good point after. Gibbs?
Yeah, Rob. Listen. I think you're talking at cross purposes, Rob. One, I don't think he said that. First, he said his speech peaceful, patriotically. It's been pretty well established. We're just going lies. You know what? If I was Trump, I'd probably think things were rigged against me too. I haven't seen any evidence that it's overwhelmingly rigged against him or with whatever. But some of the lawfare could make me see that if I was Trump. Now, that being said, I don't give a shit about none of that. You know what I care about? Let me tell you what I care about: the treasonous behavior by the Biden administration and the Harris administration along the border. That's problem. I have sat here and heard all this bullshit. Texas, when they joined the United States as a country, it was on the condition, A, we're going to sell part of our land, get our debts done. B, the Rio Grande, which Texas already fought a second war after the war for independence. Hold on. No. If you let me finish. Texas already fought a second war with Mexico on their own without the U.S.'s help to establish the Rio Grande as our border. That was established. Then, after we established the border of the Rio Grande as a border, we fought Mexico. I don't know if you might have heard of it. Big thing called the Mexican-American War. Yeah, the Mexican-American War. Zachary Taylor got elected president afterwards because he was such a hero during it. Yeah, big thing happened. Maybe, and guess what that was fought over? Mainly because the Rio Grande was the defining point. And now, what we've sat here and seen is the Biden administration open it up and then try to stop Texas from defending its sovereign border, which it was agreed upon. The whole reason we were joining the U.S. was protection along that border. I haven't sat here and said anything about seceding.
Do you or do you not want them to secede? Yes or no, Gibbs? Do you want them to secede?
No. I mean, right now, no. Maybe later. Who knows? I don't know.
Later. It's the kind of game they play. They don't actually believe in America.
You both got a minute. I will say, Gibbs, I'll give you another 20 seconds because you didn't really address the question much directly.
Because this question is bullshit, right? And this is what I'm saying. If we're comparing what's more treasonous, I would say everything on the board is much more treasonous than the speech that Trump gave, and where he said peacefully and patriotically, and then other people took it to heart and went crazy.
You just said you want to leave the union, Gibbs.
I didn't say that. Did I say that? Well, this is bullshit.
You said later.
Hold on. If I said, hold on. Pisco's. Hold on.
Admiral in the
I guess of this bullshit. Let me tell you something. Pisco here, he's a lawyer, right? He knows about contract law. If one party doesn't uphold their obligations, guess what? The other party has reason to want out of the contract. Yeah, and so whenever they don't enforce the border, that's just as treasonous.
It's a warning.
You can accuse the Trump.
It's a warning. What Gibbs is doing is he's warning, saying if you don't agree with Texas on border policy, we might leave because this is a contract. And
because we signed with the U.S. to join.
You're defending secessionist thought, and
no, I'm defending our border, which you are not. You are sitting here opening it up for everybody.
I just want to say you are literally giving the. I'm not even exaggerating. The exact.
Why do you hate farmers and ranchers on the border?
You are literally giving the exact same argument that the Confederates gave for why they were allowed to leave the Union. That this was a contract. Wait, no. Yes, you are. That this was a contract.
Sanctuary cities are also giving the same argument for that.
Can we, guys? 20 seconds, and we're moving on. This is a dead end. Okay.
Sure, it's a dead end. I just want to finish this. That Gibbs is giving the Confederacy argument, which was.
No, you're lying. You're lying.
I'm about to explain why.
Absolutely lying.
I'm about to explain why it's the exact same.
You're going to explain it incorrectly.
The legal argument of the Confederates was we entered into this union on conditions, and once the union rescinded the...
None of them were sovereign countries,
so please stop. Look, I said 20, 30 seconds. Pisco, 15 seconds. I have a timer. Go.
Yeah, sure. Once they breached that contract, that is the Union, by electing Lincoln, who was going to stop the expansion of slavery, that they had the right to secede. That was the exact secessionist argument that you just heard from Gibbs.
Gibbs, you have 15 seconds. Go.
Yeah, how many of those states were also their own separate countries before joining the Union? There's a reason Texas is the only state that can fly its flag equal to the United States flag, because we were the Republic of Texas. We won our independence independent of the United States without their help. So guess what? We came in on equal footing. Part of the equal footing bargaining and part of the contract is you're both of sound mind. Okay. You agree to something. The United States is not upholding their end of the bargain here with regards to the border. You would know that if you went to law school and we're actually a lawyer.
Okay. Damn, Rob, you wanted to respond to something earlier?
Yes. Notice how I said in my opening that what you'll see is the constant deflection from the records of the Harris-Biden administration and the Trump administration, and how things like the economy and border were much better under him. We got Hutch to admit that actually all it would have taken was an executive order from the Harris-Biden administration to solve everything. They instead lied for 3 years and said that the border was secure and it was fine. There is no answer from anyone on the left by that. But Pisco is smart, like Kamala Harris was smart in throwing out bait. And just like Trump took the bait, Gibbs takes the bait. So he does exactly what I said he would do in the opening statement.
And he keeps talking shit about you, Gibbs.
It's because I think he can do that, but I'm not going to take it. It's just because I have a different argument style than him. I'm not going to sit here and argue about it in the weeds whenever I have real issues I give a shit about. The only thing he's dog walking is his honking reputation, because he's sitting here and he's wrong. I'm spitting facts. He's over here sad. I don't know. I'm sorry, Rob. You're wrong.
No, I appreciate the interruptions from everyone. I'll finish my point.
Okay, we're gonna finish with Rob. Hutch, I got your name down.
Keep interrupting. It's fine. It's okay. Everybody good? Okay. So again, all that this did was Pisco. He knew that they had to take the bait because they don't have an answer for the fact that the American people correctly blame the Biden-Harris administration because they could have solved this with an executive order. Right, Hutch? Hutch was the one the question was directed to, so I'll get Hutch's answer. I don't need your answer, Pisco. We'll see what Hutch says. He's the one that said that the executive order solved all of this. So they intentionally allowed this to occur. And what they're doing on the left is just what Harris did, was it refused to talk about these things and instead pivot to my democracy, my racist. I've talked to Pisco, as he knows, probably 20 plus hours on January 6th. It's been litigated ad nauseum. It's all as people were struggling to buy eggs and milk and afford houses. Pisco and Hutch and IRI and their ilk were celebrating the January 6th committee, celebrating throwing nonviolent prisoners in jail, celebrating the terrible treatment of them. That's the things that they want to talk about. So to the undecided voter out there, I implore you, were your wages going up under Trump? Could you afford homes? Could you afford eggs? Could you afford groceries?
toilet
Was
paper?
the border more secure? Were we on the verge of World War III? The answer is all of those things were better. And Pisco and company don't give a shit. They're fine with that because they just want to use lawfare to go after their opponents and scream racism and mud democracy, just like they did in 2016, saying Trump would be a racist and a threat to democracy. Same tired argument.
We also had the largest protests in our nation's history when Donald Trump was president. The largest amount of civil unrest. Do we really want to go back to that? Because I feel
Yeah, it
like
was all
Trump
whipped
played
up
a
by
huge role.
communists.
We
Your
also
people.
lost
It was your
1.1
people.
million people to a pandemic. I bet you if Hillary Clinton was president, wouldn't have lost anywhere near as many of those people.
Wait, what
Okay,
metric was
so
it?
hang on, hang on.
Wait, Hutch has been waiting.
My turn, Gibbs.
Okay.
Hang on. Let me
Wait,
question IRI
Hutch,
on
then
some of this.
Andrew. Hutch, then Andrew. Hutch just raised his hand a bit ago. Then Andrew.
This is
I
bait.
kind of want to take a different tack, so let them finish this up, and I want to ask a different
Andrew.
No, you answer Rob's question, Hutch. Don't
did
run.
answer
Answer
his
his question. No, you didn't answer
cuts both
shit.
ways,
Answer his
Andrew.
question.
It cuts both ways. If Donald Trump was able to do border wall by appropriating defense funds, why didn't he do it the first year if it was such an emergency on the
It's
border?
whataboutism.
Why
It's
didn't he do it the
whataboutism.
first year, Rob?
It's whataboutism.
You're trying to get it done through Congress, right?
Excuse me. I'll answer the
there you
question.
go.
It's whataboutism. One. So you refused to answer the
It's
question.
not.
Said what about Trump? Yes, it is.
No,
you're
I
the one
answered your
that's
question.
you're the one that
tried
said
to get it. He wanted a bill from Congress, and Trump killed the bill, and he did an executive
wasn't
order
just
afterwards.
that's not true. What in 2021 did Trump kill the bill? In 2022 did Trump kill the bill? In 2023 did Trump
Why
kill
didn't
the
Trump
bill?
build the wall in 2017?
Because he was stymied by
He could have done it himself. He
You
waited
asked a
3 years.
question.
Well, that's
You
amazing.
asked
That's
a
what I
question.
said.
You asked a question and I'll answer.
That's right,
If you
Gibbs.
don't mind.
It was
So
an
the
emergency,
question-
right?
Amazing.
He
You
could've
just
done
I want to hear. I want to hear Rob's
You
response.
ask
I can't hear his
question
response.
And I will answer if
Rob's
you like,
in
or
trouble
you can
right
just,
now.
I'm not in trouble. IRI, please.
You're
Someone
on
who
the ropes.
claimed that they wanted to stay in their bubble, not debate me. You should keep your own advice. The reason is right because you're the person that said that a simple executive order was able to secure the border. The fact is, the border was much more secure, largely because of the executive orders of Donald Trump when he was there. I never said Trump could build a wall by executive order. You're the person who said that an executive order, quote, secured the border right now. You can't answer for the fact that if that's all it took.
I did. You don't listen.
Again, you did not answer, and I'll repeat it. Why did Biden lie for 3 years and say the border was secure when all he had to do was pass an executive order?
Yeah,
Why did he let millions upon millions?
Wait. We're gonna. The
asking
question
you.
was
He's
directed
not
towards
asking you,
Hutch,
Pisco.
so I want to have Hutch respond. Then we're gonna go to Pisco because he's
I've
raising his
answered
hand.
this question. I'm
Andrew.
happy to-
Andrew, is your
No,
thing
my
still
turn.
thing? Yeah, it was gonna be
Yeah,
Hutch,
that's the
Andrew, then
thing.
Pisco.
I've answered the question. I'm happy to answer it again. A more meaningful way to address the border issue is through Congress. He tried to get that done. When Trump killed that bill, he used an executive order.
That's a lie. What Congress bill was he pushing in 2021?
It's on his website. He has a
No,
comprehensive
shut up,
immigration-
Pisco.
Which
Shut up.
bill was he pushing in 2021 or in 2022 or in 2023?
He did an immigration bill, as far as I understand, in 2021.
what were the
I'm
bills-
not familiar with the specifics.
You've
but,
only
yeah.
cited one bill that you said was bipartisan. So if he did something that was totally different, that wasn't this bipartisan bill that didn't have support of Republicans, it wasn't just that he could have solved it with a bill. He was literally gaslighting the country. So was Kamala Harris, that there wasn't a border crisis. So was
I don't
Mayorkas.
think there was ever a point where they were saying that it wasn't a crisis. Mayorkas was testifying in front of Congress saying that our system is stretched beyond its capacity. Our current infrastructure along our border was never meant to deal with this level of influx. I tried to explain it to you guys before. The issue is our asylum laws. It's not people like crossing the border illegally. It's our asylum infrastructure being overwhelmed by tens of thousands of people coming from Central, South America, and Mexico. He tried to pass a bill meaningfully addressing that, and Trump killed it. And so he didn't.
Didn't Kamala go down there to address the root causes of the issue and just fail miserably? Just like when she went to go negotiate with Putin and Zelensky, and 3 days later they rolled in the tanks. Clearly, she's really bad at negotiations with foreign policy.
Listen, you're talking about the Northern Triangle. She was in charge of a diplomatic mission to help address the root causes of migration from those countries. No, guess what happened when she started doing that? Migration went down from those countries every year. We announced a massive aid package to Guatemala that Trump canceled on his watch. If you really want to address migration,
how did he cancel it on his watch if she was the czar under Biden? How does that make sense? Did he like somehow like take over for Biden and cancel the ball? When he was
president, he canceled foreign aid package that we were giving to Guatemala at the time. And guess what the fuck happened? Migration increased from that country.
Why are they getting our money anyway?
What do you want to? It's a way to address the issue. If you want to reduce migration, you can help them have better domestic situations. So
or we can just build a wall that works.
More economic. Okay. I'm glad you brought up the wall. He claims that he built hundreds of new miles of wall. Then why did we have this massive influx? Did it help?
Because the Bidens have been tearing it down.
No, wait,
if I may, to address specifically the lie, or maybe just the misunderstanding that Hutch just said.
Then we do need to move on.
No one was saying the Biden administration wasn't saying the border wasn't secure. In 2019, the border was called a manufactured crisis by Pelosi. In 2021, my Orcas said the border is secure. It is not open. In 2021, Biden said there wasn't a crisis at the border. They're handling it. In April of 2021, Psaki said the term crisis referring to the situation at the border is incorrect. It's more of a challenge. And September 2022. Let me finish one more. In September 2022, Harris
got out of control until 2022, I believe, right?
And I've been generous in not interrupting you. I think you've agreed to that. So when I'm reading statements that are show that you're factually incorrect, please listen, and then you can respond. In September of 2022, Vice President Kamala Harris with Chuck Todd said the border is secure, but we do have to manage a broken immigration system. So they constantly downplayed what was going on at the border, saying the border was secure. You said that none of them said the border was secure, or that there was a crisis.
That was during Title 42. That was during the COVID Title 42.
You want quotes from 2023?
Hang on a second. So just to be clear, everything you just said was during a time in which there were millions of not expulsions, but you just administratively pushing them out under Title 42. You acknowledge that at least, right?
But still, there were things like that occurring at the time, but the numbers that were coming in at that time were still record numbers. So at the time, these statements
Trump had record numbers under his administration.
No, not even close. Not even close to the numbers we.
In 2019, it was the highest level since Obama.
He had it above Obama. Yeah.
Okay, so then you're saying that
emergency powers during COVID.
I just want to be clear. I just want to be clear before I look up the data. Then I'll be quiet and I'll look it up and present it to you. But what you all are saying is that the 2019 numbers of illegal immigrants or undocumented encounters were very similar to 2022. That it wasn't massively worse in 2022. That's what I thought. That's the claim I'm making. So you saying that was our claim?
Wait. The question. There was a question asked. I do want to make sure that I could hear the rest of the answer.
Yeah. So none of us are. You said that there were record numbers. The number of immigration in the late period has been increasing. They increased massively under Donald Trump. It is if you look at the slope, even if you guys are, sometimes it's good to keep an eye on what the Groypers are doing, what Nick Fuentes is doing. He excoriates Donald Trump for this because the number absolutely did spike under Donald Trump at various points in the administration. They went down in 2020 when they started doing the Title 42 administrative switches out because of COVID. Absolutely, that is true. But Biden continued that policy until a certain time, and then the crisis emerged, and it was really, really, really bad. And so I agree.
But it wasn't a crisis. Still haven't sent people to New York.
You can even say that some messaging around this has been really, really bad. What you cannot say, though, is that Biden did not present a bill in 2021, a comprehensive immigration plan. He did. On day one, he had a hundreds of page-long bill that addressed border security, addressed the broken immigration system. So that absolutely is true. And then the question about why didn't he do this executive action sooner? I think what Biden is doing is illegal. I disagree with him doing that. I think it's unconstitutional.
It solved the problem according, and so you're think it solved the problem according to Hutch. What I'm saying is what you've talked about here, what you've talked about of things spiking under Donald Trump is a red herring because it is unresponsive to what I'm saying. What I'm saying is there was clearly a crisis as the numbers show that we were hitting record highs in 2022. And the message we were getting from the Biden administration, including Kamala Harris, was there is not a crisis at the border. The thrust of their message since 2021, 2022, and 2023 is the border problems being massively blown out of proportion by Republicans.
Was there a
It's
crisis
not
in 2019?
Please. Yeah, Trump said so.
Yeah.
Trump said there was a crisis going back in 2016, and the numbers have exploded since then.
Why-
Trump was doing
but why
everything
didn't-
he could. Trump had a two-pronged approach. One, he was trying to get bills passed that were the government was being shut down in one of the longest government shutdowns in history because Democrats said, walls, please. It was Democrats that shut it down. They were controlling Congress.
Yeah, I said that.
No.
I said that in the debate. I said that was my debate, Rob.
He tried to demand a border wall, and then he folded. So that's his shutdown.
Yeah, I'm saying they shut down the government. They shut down the
Sorry,
government
one
saying
at a
that
time,
walls were racist. They shut down the government saying that walls are racist, and now it's part of Kamala Harris's plan to build a racist wall.
Well,
So
you guys
it wasn't
didn't answer my question about the wall either. I mean,
answer- you
he
didn't.
claims that he built hundreds of miles of new wall. He didn't. It was 52 miles. But let's just take him at his word. Let's just take him at his word. He certainly renovated a lot of wall.
It's a clever
policy, right?
He said that this would like fix the issue, and then we saw record spikes. So
All right.
Why did he fail?
Can we please
get to our point here?
Can we talk for 30 seconds here, Andrew? That's a clever deflection. Again, trying to take the bait. No, we're not trying to take the bait. Again, notice how Hutch is once more deflecting from the fact that we saw crisis numbers in 2021, 2022, 2023, and the Biden administration was constantly saying it wasn't a crisis. They're only pretending to give a shit now because it's an election year.
Mayorkas testifying in front of Congress saying we need more help. We need a bill from Congress.
I generously let you talk when you're talking. I don't interrupt you. So if you could do me the same courtesy, I would appreciate that. They're bringing this up.
Well, let's wrap this up because we
during
do
an
need to move on.
election year because they're pretending to give a shit about it, and just like they pretended to give a shit for 3 years. And if they win, they'll stop giving a shit, and all of a sudden we'll see them flying in illegal immigrants like they're doing with Haitian migrants. This is purely about the record of Donald Trump versus the record of the Harris-Biden administration. When it comes to the border and the economy, Trump crushes them in all instances.
Andrew?
Yeah, so I was just wondering, IRI said that the nation under Trump suffered from some of the most widespread protests which were out there. However, IRI, are you willing to acknowledge that Democrats allowed their own cities to get burned down, created Jazz Chop? On top of that, that BLM was headed by Patrisse Cullors, who was a avowed communist Marxist at the head of this, and that this had all of the markings of what is called a color revolution. Are you willing to disavow the Marxist leadership of Black Lives Matter, who was at the forefront of those riots and Democrats worked right alongside with them? Are you willing to do that?
Well, I'm not familiar with any cities that got burnt to the ground. I think a building or a couple buildings got burnt.
Oh yeah. Okay, hang on. Gibbs. Let him answer to the communist charge. Are you willing to disavow the communists who are in charge of Black Lives Matter?
Not a communist.
I'm not a common liberal. I don't like those communists. Weirdos. Yeah. They're screwballs. I don't care for those people. But it all happened while Trump was president. Can we admit that?
Yeah, that Democrats worked with communists in order to try to hurt the Trump administration.
Why didn't he invoke the Insurrection Act then, Andrew? Do you condemn him for not invoking the Insurrection Act, yes or no?
No, he allowed states to individually deal with these problems.
Was that a mistake?
No, I don't think that it was a mistake.
But you just said that a bunch of the failed.
Bro, let IRI talk. And then stop talking, dude. If you cut me off every 5 seconds, I can't even make my point. So anyway, back to this. IRI, you will admit, won't you, that the head of Black Lives Matter, the leadership of Black Lives Matter, were avowed Marxist, correct?
Who knows that?
Yeah,
because we know who they are. Patrisse Cullors.
I don't know. Wait. Stop. Everybody, stop. The question was to IRI. The question was to IRI. I want to hear IRI's response.
Yeah, let me just say, there is no like centralized leadership of BLM that was sending out marching orders across the nation. BLM had its own little thing in each little city. Now, I understand there were some people at the top of some sort of like national organization that were some shitheads. I don't disagree with you on that. I don't care.
And that Democrats specifically, were allowing this type of violence to happen in their streets all over the United States, and they would do it on purpose. They would give stand-down orders to their own police departments to the point, hang on, IRI, to the point where it was the first influx of gun ownership that we saw where it started to actually move the goalposts for Democrats. Democrats started going and buying guns en masse in order to defend themselves from these very lunatics. Later, one acquitted, one Kyle Rittenhouse of self-defense, who I remember on your show, you tried to verbally crucify.
Irrelevant to the point. Why did Trump praise Tim Walz?
Let IRI speak, Pisco. It's between me and him. You've talked plenty.
I don't want to get into a big BLM thing. My whole point is that it happened while Donald Trump was president. Do you admit that? That's the point. What do you mean Democrats allowed it to happen?
Wait, so what?
Democrats
These are localized issues. By your own admission, you claim these are all localized issues. That Pisco, why do you keep talking when we're in the middle of having this argument? So if you claim that these are all localized issues, right? Oh, BLM didn't have any grand leadership who was coordinating any of this. So it's all localized, and it's up to these local governors, local politicians to deal with these, kind of riots which are going on in their streets. And how did they deal with them, IRI? Didn't they just kind of let them do whatever the fuck they want? Damage property, millions upon millions of dollars in property. Basically, nobody got arrested for any of this, and you tried to verbally crucify Rittenhouse, who was stop talking, man. Let me make my point.
No, there were 10,000 people.
Wait, Hutch, I'll throw it to you after. I promise. I promise I'll get it to you, Hutch.
I literally let you get in. And didn't interrupt you once. I didn't interrupt you once. Didn't interrupt you once. IRI, can you tell me if Kyle Rittenhouse deserved to be acquitted? Didn't he deserve to be acquitted? Didn't he?
I did not see the evidence. I wasn't on the jury, so I didn't get to see all the evidence. So that's not a call for me to make. I respect the jury's decision.
Okay, that's it. But you won't disavow the Marxist leadership either?
I thought he just
did. I don't know who the fact that literally
you don't know who's in charge of BLM.
Circle jerk against communism, Andrew. Is okay. Liberals
I am a liberal.
Will shake hands, circle jerk against communism.
No.
Don't worry about it.
I just want to make it clear.
I think it's convenient. He suddenly doesn't know. You suddenly don't know who the head of BLM is.
He just acknowledged that he doesn't know their name.
Who the head of BLM is?
Yeah, how do you not know? How do you not know who Patrice Cullors is? How do you
not know
household
names?
Why would I know who that is?
Because you followed, because I watched your program and you followed these BLM riots. That's why I would think you would know.
I went to BLM protest.
Yeah, exactly. Yes. And yet, for some reason it escapes you that Patrice Cullors was a fucking communist and that these governors, these localized governors, when you say, oh, this is Trump's fault, Trump didn't have anything to do with the BLM riots. The local Democrats were allowing these to happen with agitators like you.
Andrew.
You were an agitator who went and assisted. Because you went and assisted in the agitation of these local protests. You didn't give a fuck about property damage.
I got shot.
Care.
I got shot with this little foam bullet, man.
Yeah, because you were an agitator. You were an agitator. That's why.
Like Trump was an agitator on January 6th, right, Andrew?
What did I do?
We're talking. Okay, that's a whataboutism. Can we?
Yeah, no, but I just want to be. I just want to make sure. Hey, but I'll answer directly.
We can't.
Well, I do want to wait.
No one's talking to you, Pisco.
We'll answer
no one's talking to you, Pisco.
Wait. Pisco, Andrew, everybody. I want to give Hutch.
I've offered to do multiple debates with you, Pisco.
Okay, I want to give. Wait. I'm gonna be both of you. I'm gonna be both of you.
You have to pay me.
Yeah, pay me. I have a huge platform. You're a loser.
Okay, they're both muted. Both Pisco and Andrew are muted. Bringing everyone peace and joy, because
can I say
we're gonna put them both in a volcano
and they're muted in the middle of my argument because
I was telling you both. We gotta give IRI time to respond to your question. I muted you both. I muted you both because I was trying to give IRI a chance to respond.
Bias as fuck. Go ahead, IRI. Let us have.
Andrew, don't be such a baby about it. How about that? Okay,
dude, stop bitching, dude. You know you.
What do you mean you're bitching? Oh, I'm being prosecuted. Oh my God, it's a debate show. Almost no conservatives but you, bitch. You're the only conservative that comes on and bitch. Okay, you're the only one.
Down syndrome.
Down syndrome. Okay, Down syndrome. Fantastic.
You are an actual child. Yes.
IRI, do you want to respond to the big crying baby about why he's big and crying and a baby?
You okay with that?
IRI, were you an agitator? Okay, let's get back to the debate.
Yes.
Let's get back to the debate. IRI, were you an agitator?
I was not an agitator. I was there filming content and supporting my local community. But I just want to say, Andrew, I'm a liberal. I think communists and leftists are cringe, man, and they hate me and they wish death upon me. So they look at me as the same as you. So we are holding hands on that. Trust me.
Well, I think we need to have another conversation about this IRI. We had one before and it was pretty good, but no, I watched some of your content. It looked like you were participating in the agitation along with BLM, doing everything that you could to push your kind of.
What did I do?
When you were there, you were doing everything that you could to profile this as some type of inequality, and that Trump is responsible for this. Yes, I watched many.
You're a bullshitter. You don't know shit.
Ask IRI if I was in his chat multiple times.
Let IRI handle it, Pisco.
Ask IRI if I was not in his chat multiple times. Was I not in your chat? Yeah. I'm gonna let you respond, IRI. But was I not in your chat multiple times? You even talked to me while I was in your chat. Isn't that true?
This is 4 years ago, so I don't recall to be.
But that's what happened, Pisco. I was there. I actually do follow leftist content.
And why don't you point to a specific of agitation? You just said he said things, but you can't point to a specific.
Yeah, I was getting into it, but you just interrupt me every 15
so why don't you go into it then?
Yeah, I've been trying to go into it, Pisco.
It's crazy.
Doesn't seem like it. It sounds like you're making fun of people with disabilities. That's what it seems like.
No, just Dylan Burns.
Andrew, you're a cunt. You've always been a cunt, and the only thing that's going to change is one day you might have more cunt kids. Okay. Now let's continue with the topic.
You don't have any kids because you're gay.
I'm bisexual.
Oh my God.
I don't know what this has to do with anything. I called you a cunt. You're like, haha, you're gay.
I didn't bring it up.
You are a child, my friend.
Fantastic.
Whoa.
Anyway.
You don't know anything about IRI. If you're accusing him of being a radical leftist, you don't seem to make a distinction between liberals and communists. You just think, you think we're all like literal fucking communists.
Yes, you're all communists, yes.
Because they're silly. You're
mad about the interest rate, so you pouted for half an hour, didn't say anything.
The interest rate you still don't understand.
This is completely deteriorated.
Like Trump,
I don't see. We're gonna go down the list. There's 2 more names. Then we're gonna wrap up, ask the questions people donated for, and wrap this up. We're gonna throw it over to Pisco, then Gibbs. Then we're gonna do final statements, and then we're gonna read the donations, and you can all get out of here.
The attack doesn't really work from Andrew because Trump presided over BLM. If you have a problem with how governors were doing it, then you necessarily have a problem with Trump not invoking the Insurrection Act and praising many of the governors who you say are responsible for this. You know, you want to talk about, Minnesota, where I'm sure you guys are pointing to the things that burned down. Why did Trump praise it? You know, Trump is in charge. He's the person who can absolutely mobilize the National Guard if he wanted to, and just like in January 6th. And so the attack doesn't really work because, as IRI pointed out to you, to the extent that you see a government fault there, Trump is absolutely responsible for coordinating it. And if it is as large and as bad and as society destroying as you say it is, you can't possibly say that it's a local issue and it just should be held locally if what you really think is this was crumbling our society. And so the attack is not, it doesn't work. And of course it doesn't work in light of your kind of downplaying of January 6th as well as other issues. And I really think that your behavior tonight, Andrew, has been despicable. You've been crying.
Man, stop whining. All you do is whine.
And then you go after the moderator just like Trump did, just like sycophants are doing, and you're calling him like a degenerate because
oh my God, I'll clutch your pearls harder.
Just like you went after women at the start of your conversation.
Andrew's so mean.
It's all hate.
He's so mean. Andrew's so mean.
It's all hate. It's all ugly.
It's all hate. Andrew's mean.
And frankly, it's weakness because you're losing on all these points. And that's why you say, in order for me to debate, you have to pay you money because you're a scared little rat.
Pisco is happy to debate with you.
I think the personal attack section of the rules section has just been disregarded in its entirety this episode. We're going to throw it over to Gibbs.
Yeah, I mean, because I'm the, paragon of not making personal attacks. That's what I'm known for, Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yeah, so I gotta object to a couple of these things. I feel like we'll start with a semi-personal attack and start with, hey, I feel like a lot of people, including one of the people on my own side, might need to get one of these tampons that Tim Walz is talking about before we can begin because they don't know stats. It's pretty clear. Just look at Greg Abbott. We can go to the stats with from text.gov. 85% decrease in immigration here in Texas since Project Lone Star. We've seen all sorts of stuff. I can go by line stats. 516,000 legal immigrants have apprehended, 45,000 criminal arrests, 35,000 felony charges. We've apprehended over 500 million lethal doses of fentanyl, enough to kill every man, woman, and child in the United States just from doing this. So clearly, it's not just an immigration issue. Whenever people keep talking talking about the immigration issue, and this is part of the reason why Kamala failed so bad, is because, hey, listen, it's an infrastructure issue. Texas is on the brunt of this. These other states are on the brunt. There's no infrastructure being built, whether that's whatever being done, like whatever. And then no one cared about this issue. This is how dishonest Dems are. No one cared about this issue until Abbott started shipping people to New York and Chicago, and all of a sudden the Democrat constituents got up in arms and go, hey, maybe we should fix the border. We should build a wall around Texas and stop letting them ship immigrants to Chicago. There's actually videos of this. I can pull them up if we want to later. I know someone's going to try to say source. Don't worry, I have them. I know that's what they do here. And so finally, on that note, it's pretty clear after they lied about the border, they lied about Biden's competency, which, oh God, they cooed him. He's gone. They took him out back and shot him like a dog. The guy's literally on a beach. It's crazy. And y'all are sitting here going, oh, whatever. It didn't happen. Gibbs taking the bait. It's clearly after 12, 16 years where the Democrats have controlled the president. It's not Trump's fault for the little time where he tried to fix the goddamn catastrophe that is the economy. Goddamn catastrophe is foreign policy. I mean, look, under Trump, Russia didn't invade. Under Biden, Russia invaded.
Is this your ending statement, or was this like a statement?
No. This is just all these things that they've lied about internally. And yeah, well, it's not an ending statement. I got more. Don't worry. I'm just saying all these people have been lying completely the whole time, and then they want to sit here and talk about, oh, personal attacks, good faith, bad faith, whatever. Maybe just stop lying and admit that everything's been bad since the start with Biden and nothing's got better statistically.
True. Okay, we're gonna throw out a few questions, and then we're going to wrap it up. Let me just go down the list of questions that people donated for. This is one for Andrew. No, that's just a joke. Half of them are jokes, actually. We're just gonna go past the jokes. I assume you guys don't want those. No, that's an insult. That's an insult. That's an insult.
Well, unless they're funny, we'll hear, right?
Most of them are not funny. Most of them are
okay.
Most of them are just angry. Okay. Here's one.
A lot of fat jokes.
For Pisco, why do you think Harris's policy recreating the market condition that ultimately led to the housing bubble crash in 2008 will result in anything other than having another market crash beyond 2025? From Aris 385.
Yeah, I don't think that it is recreating the market conditions of the Great Recession, because the point is to lower the price of homes. And the problem with the bubble was, on the one hand, these kind of new financial instruments, deregulation of housing and lowering standards for who's allowed to get a home. And so this would not kind of invoke those things. I don't know that it would cause a kind of bubble like we saw in the Great Recession. In fact, I think the attempt would be to lower the price of homes and to give people the financial ability to reasonably buy and purchase a home, not to like go above their means. And I don't think this would affect the kind of mortgage-backed security industry. It wouldn't affect the kind of corruption that we were seeing in the credit rating agencies or any of the kind of bullshit from Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And so I don't think it's on all fours with what was happening in the housing crisis, which I think is completely different.
If I can respond.
Sure. Yeah, are we allowed to respond?
I think that I actually think that's wrong. I don't think you have good reason to say that. Take aside the plan to who knows what the particulars are to build 3 million houses, how long it would take, et cetera, et cetera. All of these plans to give money to first-time borrowers, et cetera. What that's going to do is drive up the cost of these homes because once these banks realize they own these homes, hey, we could just charge $25,000 more. That's what they're going to do, and it's going to incentivize lenders to give money because now they'll be artificially able to have the down payment on these homes to people that otherwise wouldn't qualify for mortgages, which means that it's more likely that we're going to have a collapse, that they won't be able to pay these mortgages, which is the exact sort of things that led to the 2008 crisis. In addition to that, it'll have the net effect of making these banks more landowners, because what will happen will be people will be able to purchase these homes and get mortgages, and then once they default on the mortgages, it will become the property of the bank, which means it will consolidate home ownership in the hands of the wealthy even more, which will have the net effect in the long run of meaning that the people that are on the lower and middle income scale that elsewise would be able to qualify legitimately for these mortgages won't be able to do so. Also, one little pet peeve I have is like little rude, Hutch, to talk to your audience while someone else is talking. Just a little pet peeve. I leave my audience hear what you're saying when I talk. Just saying.
I'm not trying to be rude. I saw other people doing it. I'm not trying to be disrespectful.
Say Danny,
I've been doing this the whole time.
Andrew's audience knows what I think, so I didn't see him doing it. That's fine. That's my response.
Okay, we got some more questions. This one is simple. Can each person give their best prescribed policy for their preferred candidate? And I'm going to start with Gibbs. Just make it quick, 5 seconds. Just say a policy. Gibbs?
Yeah, sure. I want wall and immigration reform. I want it easier for people to come, and I want security at the border where we funnel people in through legal ports.
Could have just said wall. That would have been even more basic.
But both, it's both. Immigration reform is important too. Like you can't have one without the other. Like that's something I think people bash like Republicans. Like if you're near the border, we know we need reform. We want people like
this wasn't quick.
Okay, I know.
I'm sorry. I was just clarifying.
It was the opposite, but 5 seconds for everybody. Andrew.
That's all.
All progressives in prison.
Okay, Hutch.
Paid family and sick leave.
IRI.
$6,000 child tax credit. I think that would help a lot.
Joe.
Weapons embargo 100% towards Israel.
That's for Jill Stein, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought so. Okay. Pisco.
My favorite is the personal one. I don't think it's the best for necessarily for the country, but my personal is the Supreme Court reform.
Okay. Rob.
Firing everyone who's engaged in lawfare.
Gotcha. And Terk.
Abolish the NFA.
Got you. For Andrew, what do you fear more? Giving a definition of insurrection or letting Pisco talk without spurging the fuck out?
You mean Pisco interrupt the entire panel the entire night, regardless of who was talking? And not only that, that was not my burden in that debate. Unfortunately, many people reviewed that, and Destiny got fucking wrecked, just like Pisco would. Neither one of these idiots have any clue what they're talking about. Anytime they're pressed on any issues, all they do is deflect and do whataboutisms. They're not debaters; they're morons.
Okay.
Can you explain to me just real quick? Can I just ask him a question?
Did you put?
No, you can't ask a question.
Yeah, I mean,
you have to put $20 in super chat.
Okay, Bo. Yeah, actually, that's right. You have to give $20 super chat.
You have to $20 super
chat. You have to PayPal me $20.
Hutch, use your video game money. Send in the super chat, bro.
It's a donation section.
Yeah, you did really.
Okay. I'll give the one example.
Marketing stuff, dude. Come on.
Look, we'll go towards the end. Hutch, I'll let you go first so you can ask him a question in your any statement. That okay?
No, it's all right. Let's just get past him.
I mean, he just attacked me some more. Can I have 20 seconds to respond to what he just said?
Okay, but then we got to move on.
Yeah.
Okay.
Okay. The only
and
point
then
here
Andrew
is
might be able to respond, and then we'll go on for another 5 minutes.
You heard Andrew say to tomfoolery, I have a secret definition of insurrection, but I'm not going to reveal it until I have my next opponent on the definition of insurrection. It's just more games with him. It's more absolute, like, little ways to try to get an edge, whether it's yelling over people or calling people gay or calling people like Down syndrome. It's all bullshit. It's part of the narrative. He's an idiot himself.
Well, the reason that these people are allergic to logic, they don't seem to understand when the burden of proof is on them. Even if I had a set of beliefs, I'd never have to reveal what those beliefs were to do an internal critique on your position of what is true or if X ought to be true. They don't understand this because they're fucking stupid. All of them fucking stupid. I've blown everybody on this panel out before. IRI, Hutch, all of them. Hutch was going to cry. He looked like he was going to cry. Well, you're less stupid than most of them.
I was bawling.
But you look like you were going to cry, Hutch. But anyway, there's my 20 seconds.
You look like you're going to cry tonight, Andrew.
Okay,
on the interest rate.
Let's reel it up. That'll be it. We're going to do ending statements now. Go around, everybody, shout out your channels, and give your last thoughts in the discussion. Do not ask a question to somebody that has already, passed you. You can ask a question to somebody who's going to answer after you, but obviously they can't respond. So we're going to start with, let's start with Terk.
Yeah, so I was prepared for a different prompt, and I tried to answer the prompt given today, and then we completely got off the rails talking about stuff that clearly was evident with the actual debate that happened this week, and everyone kind of fell for the trap. I think Rob, did the best trying to stay on the topic here. So a tip to Rob there. I think Kamala delivered the best. During the debate, I was like, man, this is not going well. And that just shows just how bad Trump performed in the debate. But again, it's like when it comes to policy, people see through some of the stuff that was said on Kamala's side just because there wasn't a lot of substance there. I really wish there could have been more substance, but the moderators were just not having it. They wanted to vet through Trump's previous errors and all of his bad bugaboos, which, we've talked about for the past 8 years, actually. We talked about it while he was in office, and we did the same thing tonight. So I think I should just go play Diablo 4 some more.
Amen.
What build are you running?
This is a Barrage Rogue,
Okay, now we're going to throw it over to Gibbs.
Sorry about that. All right, yeah. So yeah, in closing, I think the age-old expression of quickness is quickest does. About sums up what we need to do. The quicker we can get Kamala and Biden out of there, the better. Everyone made fun of Trump during the debate, since we talked about the debate a lot, which, like I said, wasn't the topic I prepared for, but we were ready. He made fun light of the issue the taxpayers have with Kamala saying, "Hey, we're going to advocate for transgender surgeries for illegal immigrants in prison." And I thought that was so outlandish, and I Googled it. Turns out she gave a whole speech to the ACLU where she advocated for this in quite a bit of detail. Well, I know we didn't cover that. I wish we had. I have all the quotes and stats ready. I guess it was a trap that didn't get laid, and I didn't get the bite on, like Rob would like to describe for me. But, I was ready for this trap. Either way, it's terrible. The economy's terrible. Foreign policy's terrible. Listen, if you think that it's going to be positioned to be better under Kamala, brother, let me tell you, you got 3 brain cells, and one of them just died gasping for air because you forgot how to breathe. It's terrible. I don't know how anybody can be in favor of voting for Kamala right now with everything so blatantly obviously bad. The border, economy, foreign policy, it's a wash. Kamala has no answers. Her answers are vague. Trump does have answers. You can look them up. What I keep hearing is buzzwords: opportunity economy. Vote Trump, don't vote Kamala. You can find me everywhere as Admiral Gibbs. We do gaming and politics and a lot of general bullshit. Good times.
Pisco?
Kamala blew Trump the hell out of that debate. It's obvious. Everyone's saying it. Even the conservatives on this debate are saying it. All of the punditry is saying it practically, and they're coping because their daddy can't handle any possible loss or him, perceiving to be on the downswing at all. In terms of the two candidates themselves, there couldn't be possibly a greater contrast, both in substance and in character. In substance, Kamala Harris's policies are way better in every possible way. An actual plan to address the immigration crisis, the housing proposal that she's putting forth, the child tax credits that she's putting forth, her changes to the Affordable Care Act and making healthcare work better for everyday Americans, to say nothing of the other kind of issues that maybe are less in front of your face, but are just as significant, the Supreme Court reform, which are badly needed, among other changes as well. But this really should be an election about character. Who do you trust to be the commander in chief? Who do you trust to wield that office and be looking out for you and not themselves? And on that score, there couldn't be even a brighter possible line between these two individuals. Trump tried to steal the 2020 election and end our democracy and end the peaceful transition of power. Kamala didn't do that. And Kamala, if she loses, you can bet that she is going to gavel in Donald Trump's win. I guarantee it if she loses the election. Donald Trump is all about himself, and he's not even mentally or cognitively fit to be the president of the United States. You saw him on that debate stage, unable to really put together two thoughts, and at times, biting easy bait that it's so obvious it's bait. In real time, it's bait. You think he's not going to do that with Vladimir Putin? You think he's not going to do that with Kim Jong-un or any of these other leaders who are going to eat him for lunch, as Kamala Harris said? And so if you love America, if you love our Constitution, if you love the fact that we're allowed to vote and have our vote matter and count, you should vote for Kamala Harris. Do not put this guy within an inch of the Oval Office again, because he's just going to abuse the power like he did for 4 years.
Okay, over to Joe.
Yeah, I think it's Donald Trump is a no-go for me, but I think it's very important for me to say this, so I really make sure where I sit on this is distinct from the other people on this panel, right? So the Biden administration is a full partner in the genocide in Gaza. And while Democrat leaders claim to be tirelessly working on a ceasefire, they provide over $20.8 billion in weapons to Israel's mass slaughter of Palestinians since October 7th. And Democrat voters, have repeatedly demanded for an arms embargo and a permanent ceasefire from the Biden administration. And polling's on the side of support for that. And at the Democrat convention, you had uncommitted delegates, some of which that I voted for, that were censured and rejected from just the premise of speaking at the event itself. And the Harris campaign and congressional Democrats across the country have had ample opportunity to adopt some type of humanitarian position on Gaza. Instead, Democrat leaders just remain on staunch war criminals who facilitate genocide and carry out flagrant violations of national and international law. For me, it's no votes for genocide. I cannot support either candidate. And for me, as current state, Jill Stein is my only answer. And also, you can follow me at twitch.tv/Jooelewis, 2 O's, Jooe.
Wait, you said, Jill Stein, you said?
Yeah, he said Jill Stein.
Yes.
He's a Jill Stein voter.
Yes, I am. I do appreciate the time. I really like talking to all of you guys. This is my first time engaging with Andrew Wilson. Very, very cool. But yeah, thanks for having me.
Speaking of Andrew Wilson.
Yeah, happy to engage with you in the future. If you ever want to have a discussion, I'm happy to do that. Thank you to the panel, including Dylan Burns, for hosting it. You might think I was a little hard on Dylan this evening, but just full disclosure, Danabo, the recruiter, requested that I be mean to Dylan. I guess he needed some additional sound bites. And so all I did was fulfill the request of his recruiter. So you can't really get mad at me for that. When it comes to Pisco, for instance, Pisco brings up the idea that I requested that he pay for a debate, but all I was doing was holding the same standard that Destiny holds, that you have to have some criteria. If you don't have the criteria for the sub count in order to come on my huge channel, Pisco, then I think that payment is fair. Now, would I charge anybody else but Pisco? Probably not, but Pisco complained and bitched and whined about it, so I just couldn't help myself. Now, on top of all of that, let me just point out that wrecking you idiots is the funnest pastime that I've ever had in my life. I've made Hutch cry. He cried. Oh, let me off, please. But anyway, okay, back to this. This was a bait and switch. We did not get the actual topic. All the conservatives on here are complaining about it because we were told that this was going to be a who's in a better leadership position, Kamala Harris or Trump. And it turned out that that was not the actual topic. You can see them all nodding their heads because we had a bait and switch done on us. But we still made the best of it anyway. Not that we should have, because progressive scumbags lie all the time in order to get you pigeonholed into topics you didn't even agree to under premises that you didn't agree to either. Now, to also maximize on the rest of this, I would like to thank the conservatives, especially, and IRI, who had a good head on his shoulders this evening, the only one besides the conservatives who did. Happy to have a combo with you in the future as well. My name is Andrew Wilson. I am the host of the one and only Crucible, the fastest growing debate channel on YouTube, to my knowledge. I'm a political analyst, satirist, and also I engage in blood sport debates, and appreciate it, guys.
Okay, I do want to just throw out there that the topic was who's better to lead the country forward, and it did become a discussion on policy. We just opened on the debate. The discussion was 90% economic policy, 90% policy. So I think you guys debated the topic you prepared for. Anyway, continuing, we're going to throw it over to...
Yeah, I mean, after Rob moved it over to that, right?
What do you mean? Once it was said that I was like, yeah, that's the topic. Let's start with the debate.
Yeah,
and then we had that discussion.
We
had that discussion.
This is called moving the goalpost.
Yeah, I had a whole different opening prepared. I would have definitely done something
You
different.
had the discussion you wanted. We just opened on the debate, the big news story that 70, 80 million people saw. We hosted a panel show. We wanted to get audience to see the debate. If it was just another Harris-Trump debate,
it's
not
a bait
about
and
the
switch,
debate.
bro. It was a bait and switch.
You had the discussion you wanted. It wasn't a bait and switch. I just opened with let's talk about the debate. Who won?
I do want to make one caveat. I know I'm the new guy and I was recruited. I feel that might not have helped because I definitely had a whole different opening prepared for the other topic and I would have done something different. But it's like, I'm not worried. I'll adapt to whatever because I ain't scared. But it did seem a little bit baity switchy, just like from like.
I have the concept of the debate.
Before. Never been here before.
I also put post-presidential debate in parentheses to let you guys know that depending on the presidential debate, this presidential debate topic is going to be on the debate. So it's not like nobody knew we were going to talk about the debate today.
It was fun.
I just didn't read the question word for word. I just threw it out very casually. In the future, I'll make sure to make it go on a contract, and I'll be sure to read word for word, byline by byline. Okay. Now, who's the last two people left? I know there's two people left. Rob and
my boy Rob.
IRI. So I'll throw it over to Rob.
And me.
Oh, then I'll throw it over to Hutch first. It needs to be in order.
Yeah, I don't think listen, after Trump's debate with Biden, he requested another debate. After his debate with Kamala, he's now saying that's it. I think he obviously got rattled. She walked right up to him to start that debate, shook his hand, looked him right in the eyes, was staring at him for 95% of that debate. He barely looked at her. He was totally outclassed the entire time. I think that was obvious, and I think the polls reflect that. In terms of who is better suited to lead the country, just take a look at the two parties right now and just tell me what you guys think. And if we had more time, I would love to have asked my conservative counterparts, do you feel like the Republican Party is in a better position now than they were in 2016? I think the answer is obviously not. The modern American conservative project is in shambles. The House is chaos. They ousted their own House Speaker for the first time ever. They had one of the worst midterm performances in modern history during an economic downturn. The Democratic Party, in contrast, has never been more cohesive and unified in my entire life. I like our chances. I think we're looking pretty good to win the House. I think we're looking pretty good to win the presidency, and the Senate isn't completely out of reach. And so I think we are the adults in the room, and I think that the modern conservative project right now is just it's a joke. It's ridiculous. I think most people understand this. But
Dylan, just real quick, if you don't mind, I'd just like to ask Hutch very briefly. Hutch,
Yes.
would you be willing to continue this debate with me with Rob Noerr moderating after this is done?
No, I'm getting dinner, bro.
Okay.
If you want to set up a conversation about politics some other time, we can do that.
Okay.
IRI? Actually, no, Rob. It would be conservative, so Rob.
Yeah, give it Rob.
All right, fair enough. So I do think that the topic wasn't initially what we agreed to. It is worth mentioning because initially then it perceives as if I'm on the side of the lefties, like I said. But I do think that we adapted. And the only reason I think it's worth mentioning because I am vaguely aware that someone not understanding the specific topic before has led to a lot of controversy. So I just want to get on record, even though I think we did adapt and I don't think it harmed my performance whatsoever. I think I did great. I appreciate everyone's interactions on here, even those that are going harder than others. Obviously, I have love in my heart for the conservatives on the panel. Even Gibbs, who I was shitting on because I was upset that I laid a trap for Hutch and you stepped on my toes and it took me 20 minutes to get to it. But to talk about this briefly, I think Trump underperformed in the debate. I think he did poorly. I think Kamala Harris did poorly, but less poorly. I don't think it'll have a big effect whatsoever when it comes to how this election would be proffered. I think that what I tried to do is what Trump should have done is to not allow the deflections that you see that gets off the target of Kamala Harris has been hidden. She hasn't explained her position. She seems to, when she ran for president previously and was very clear about positions, she seems to have now done a 180 on those, but we haven't heard that from her mouth. We just hear from surrogates and other people on mainstream media places that are saying it. She seems to be running a vibes campaign that the establishment institutions, including the majority of the legacy media, is completely dragging her across the finish line. But if that's what the election becomes about, and I get it, I get what Hutch is saying, like, oh, despite the poor economics, Democrats did better than expected in 2022. Yeah, that's the point. That's why I'm a populist. I think these institutions are corrupt and they control the narrative. And when you control algorithms on places like Google and the majority of the legacy media and academia and the entertainment industry and the intel agencies are on your side and lying about things like the Hunter Biden laptop, etc., putting their thumb on the scale every election, yes, it makes it likely that the party that has disastrous policies ends up winning elections. And I'm predicting that will happen again. I am predicting that Kamala Harris will win. But it is no doubt that she's hiding. And if the election is about the track records of Trump and what the country was like under him economically and through the border, it was doing phenomenal. And then when we look at the Harris-Biden administration, which it's just an empty suit that was running as Joe Biden, and it's the same as Kamala Harris, it'll be people behind the scenes. I found it humorous at one point, IRI said, who are those people behind the scenes running things? Right, who's running the presidency now, IRI? You don't know. That's the whole point. But my democracy, right? My democracy. The most anti-democratic thing I've seen in modern elections is the entire establishment gaslighting the American people about Biden's mental health. Then once the primary was effectively de facto given to him, coming out and forcing him out, and then installing a woman in Kamala Harris that would not have had any chance of winning a primary, would have a very small chance, and then basically keeping her under wraps and saying that all of her policy prescriptions will be said later. We even have our surrogates going out like, she shouldn't talk to the press. Why should they? People will look at her policies and try to spin them negatively. No shit. And she had a chance in this debate, despite what I think was Donald Trump's failure. I think if she wanted to be transparent, she could have outlined specifics on many of these policies and what her agenda would be. She could have explained to the American people why she has so radically changed her position on Green New Deal things, defunding the police, getting rid of private insurance, banning fracking, paying for transition surgery for illegal immigrants, building a wall. All of these things are things that she had incredible articulation about being one direction before, and now she's just saying, I've changed, but my values have been the same, and hasn't explained any of it. So I did not take the bait. I correctly articulated why the economy is in shambles, and it's the fault of the Harris-Biden administration, why the board's in shambles, and it's the fault of the Harris-Biden administration, why we could see the policies of Donald Trump were doing good for this country, all people, even the middle class, lower class, and people in inner cities, people in rural America, people in the suburbs, and that his presidency would bring more of that, much better than the failures of the Harris-Biden administration that is ran by committee and would is only pissing on your leg right now, telling you what they think you want to hear because they're refusing to explain why they do 180s on their policy position or why they didn't accomplish the great things that they say they're now going to do so for the past 3.5 years when they controlled so much of our government. I'm Rob Noerr. You can find me. Just search my name, Noerr. Thanks.
It's called Normal America with Rob Noerr. He never shills himself.
IRI.
Yeah, Rob, you really got to work on brevity, man, because you say some interesting stuff, but you fucking ramble for 10 minutes and everybody tunes out, man. So you really got to start trying to fine tune it a little bit, champ. And I'm glad I may be bad at debating, but at least I'm not a pawn of Russian propaganda and like you, who was featured on Tim Pool's The Culture War that was on Tenet Media's YouTube site. So congratulations, Rob.
That was I, by the way.
One of Russia's stupid pawns, you idiot.
Congrats to you both.
That being said, Kamala Harris had a great debate. These Republicans, conservatives are coping because she got to knock it out of the park, and she only did okay. But she did just fine, and I'd be upset too with all the energy on our side and my candidate saying, oh, they eat the dog, they eat the cat. So yeah, it's going to be a little frustrating. I think Kamala's got this in the bag, so you guys need to start working on how to pronounce her name because you're going to be saying it for 8 years. But to my friends out there who are voting, please do not look away from the Senate because you're going to be frustrated if Kamala Harris wins and these Republicans control the Senate. And it's all going to come down to a couple of races, specifically Montana. Give John Tester some love. He's a Democrat running for re-election. He's a great guy. Please check it out. John Tester in Montana. Put some energy into his cause. Thank you, Dylan. I appreciate you. I go by I'm really important because I fucking am.
Yeah, are you going to condemn all the progressives who went on Tenet Media as being
I think I should get to respond real quick. That
Yeah,
you just
it was a
accused me
personal.
because
It
I'm
was a
on Tenet.
personal attack, and
Yeah,
those aren't
so
usually
I'm
allowed
just-
in outros. But
I
the
just want to
show's
say,
over. I just
will
wanna
you
say.
also be contacting Destiny, the Krasensteins, Cenk Uyghur, and all the other people that were on Tenet and calling them Russian pawns?
Talking about you, champ. Don't worry about everybody else.
Well, that's what I thought. That's what I thought. That's all you have. And when I debated you last time, it was the same thing. You smear me as being a Russian agent. I will learn a little brevity
You're
when you
literally
learn
a
any
pawn
sort
in
of
Russian propaganda. Literally.
You're a pawn. You're a
So are all of them then, by that
They
logic.
used you like a chump.
So did they did Destiny too. So tell Destiny he's a Russian pawn. Are you going to do that?
Was Destiny on the Culture War?
Yeah, not only that, he just gave you all the names that have been on.
Destiny was on Tim Pool's show. I don't know if he was on the.
Oh, he's on Tim Pool. But isn't Tim Pool a
Culture
Russian
War
pawn?
show was the one that was.
Isn't Tim Pool a Russian pawn?
But Destiny,
Rob, is that true?
I've never been on any of them. Give me your money.
Rob is
I'll call
Googling.
Destiny a Russian
Rob is
pawn.
Googling. Look at him.
Destiny's,
Look at
Destiny's
Rob.
not hawking the Burisma conspiracy, which has completely been debunked. It's actually opposite, which is that Donald Trump.
If you've been on the show, you're a Russian agent.
I think IRI is a little bit more nuanced than that. If you're on
it
the
doesn't
show
sound very
for the
nuanced. Not
purpose
what he said,
of,
though.
for the purpose of promoting, and I think that Rob Noerr is being genuine. I
Now
just
we
wanna
gotta
say
have
that's IRI.
partial nuance. Only
I think
in
that
certain
Rob.
instances. Okay.
I
No,
think
he's a
Rob-
Russian
If I
agent.
could, no, wait, just real quick. I don't have to belabor this all night. I just want to say, if the argument, for the Burisma
No,
scandal
I think you
not
do
the-
have to belabor it.
Okay,
I
I'll
think you
belabor
should.
it.
Yeah.
But
I like
I
that
know
word,
Dylan would
belabor.
like to get it. I know Dylan wants to get out of here. The Burisma scandal's not been debunked, but if we're going to say that you think, no, it hasn't. If we're going to say, no, it hasn't. If we're going to say, no, it hasn't. If we're going to say, no, it hasn't. And before you interrupt me again, okay. Thank you for the interruption again. I wasn't going to mention this, but I'm not a fourth grader that you want to teach about masturbation, Hutch. I know that's what gets your rocks off, that you like talking to fourth graders about masturbation.
You know me so
Please
well.
don't interrupt. That's what. Hey, Hutch, do you think, yes or no, do you think we should teach fourth grader, 10-year-olds about masturbation?
I was taught about it. I'm fine.
Okay, so that he is
I was
for.
jacking.
Thank you
I
very
was
much.
jacking loads when I was in fourth grade. I don't know about you.
And you'd
I was
like to
coming
think
all
of,
over the house.
No, you like to think of fourth graders that way. Anyways, I'll finish my points.
I was
I'll finish
jacking
my
off in
point.
fourth
There
grade.
you go.
It's true.
There you go. Clip it. Anyways, so the point I'll try to make is I've personally heard almost every person on this panel on the left, though maybe not Joe, articulate the Russian disinformation that came in the Steele dossier that was sourced by suspected spy Igor Dushenko. Our FBI also put that. So will you all admit that you were all pawns of Russia for spreading that Russian disinformation?
No,
Yes.
of course not, because there's not been
I
established
get paid by
that
Russia.
Igor Dachenko was in fact a Russian spy, and of course at the time no one was aware of the pending DOJ investigation that would existed. So of course that's silly.
At the
What
time.
does that have to do with anything?
Oh, you mean like Rob,
Yeah.
who was
So,
not
at the
aware of
time.
anything going on with
so that's-
Planet Media?
I was
That's what I
about
thought.
to say, Andrew, I was about to say that I don't think that Rob Noerr, I don't know if IRI is being tongue in cheek, but I think that Rob Noerr gives us his genuine opinion, and I don't think he's a shill. If he was a shill, I think we'd see other kind of stuff, and I think that he's genuinely
Literally got
talking
the
about what he
science
believes.
behind him, dude.
I don't give a shit.
think he got
I'm not taking this personally. Like IRI's gonna. I'm just saying
Comrade, calm down.
Yeah.
Do not give away the game, comrade.
Dude, IRI
yeah.
is like the Wayne Gretzky during not Wayne Gretzky, Wayne and not Wayne, Garth in Wayne's World, where he's wearing the Reebok stuff, and it's like I'm doing things just to get paid, and that's really sad.
Okay,
That's
I
love IRI.
I gotta let you guys know it is
Let's
six.
go think of fourth graders masturbating. Let's get out of here.
Can we please
Let's see.
wrap? It is 6:18 a.m. where I am. I signed up for debate. We all signed up for a debate around Kamala Harris and Trump. Generally, I don't remember that part of the debate ever being requested, but I guess I got a left hook as well. I didn't know that was going to be at the end.
You get it. It's come up.
Thanks for the invite, Dylan.
Come
Really
up.
appreciate it.
Yeah. Thank you all for coming on. I appreciate you guys coming for the second episode of Hippy Dippy being back. Hope you all have a great weekend and get some good sleep. Bye bye, everybody.
Later,
Andrew,
guys.
let's play
Take care
pants.
now.
Oh my fucking god. Jesus Christ, what a show. Wow. Wow. Talk about a program. Talk about a program.